Hello, friends and neighbors, and welcome to stop number 6 here at the National Professional Fishing League at Grand Lake in Grove, Oklahoma. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I'm joined by Fat Cat Newton. And it's with heavy hearts that we kick off this final event of our inaugural season after the tragic loss of two of our bass fishing brothers here in the league, Mr. Donnie O'Neill and Mr. Skeeter Fowler, to COVID-19. Skeeter and Donnie were not only great men and great anglers here in the NPFL, more importantly, they were fathers, husbands, sons, grandfathers, and brothers. They will be greatly missed as they left us all too soon, not only here in the National Professional Fishing League, but in the entire bass fishing community. Coming back live here with Donnie O'Neill, who yesterday was in our top 10, and we had a camera on him all day yesterday, and he put on a show for us. Donnie O'Neill.
Donnie O'Neill.
Skeeter Fowler. Show it off there, Skeeter. Boom! Show it off. There we go. Put your hands together, folks, right there. Skeeter Fowler.
Would you set the hook today about 50 times?
Quite a few times.
He's tired. Donnie O'Neill right there, 20 pounds, 10 ounces.
Skeeter and Donnie were like so many of us fishermen in that they found peace out on the water. So many of us anglers, and I think Fat Cat, you can agree with this, we go to escape. We get out on the lake, we get in our boat, we go fishing to get away from the realities that life throws at us sometimes. So with that in mind, we're going to do just that this week. We're going to get out on Grand Lake. We're going to go fishing. We're going to do exactly what Skeeter and Donnie would have wanted us to do, and that's go chase bass. So we're going to get out there and we're going to finish this inaugural season of the league that those two men were so proud to be a part of. Well, here we go, stop number 6, and that's a quick look there at Grand Lake, the playing field this week. Beautiful Grand Lake of the Cherokees. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I'm joined by Bass Fishing Funny Man in studio, Fat Cat Newton, and we're going to be joined by bass fishing veteran James Worldwide Watson out on Grand Lake. Big Cat, we got no Dudley. He couldn't make it this week. You always give us a hard time about air conditioning, and you think we got catering and dancing girls, all kind of stuff in here. What do you think?
I'm halfway disappointed. I expected when I walked in I would have, chocolate-covered strawberries, red carpet, feet rub, and all that stuff. But man, you guys are roughing it. It's almost 70 degrees in this building. You poor guys. Yeah, you get leather seats and all this good stuff. You got Mudhole and Watson and Wombat out there just getting their guts beat out this morning, and we're living the life up in here.
You're in here, and so you're probably never going back, right? Like you had a taste of the good life. You're never going back.
I got your seat, homie.
As we saw there, man, stop 6, Grand Lake, a tough fishery, but a great fishery at the same time. We've got a big week in store. We've got to crown our first ever Progressive Angler of the Year, fill this first ever championship field, and we get to see who hoists the last regular season NPFL shield over their head. Who do you have a favorite this week?
Man, so earlier in the week before I really saw practice, Sheldon Collins is a name we've been hearing a lot about. Sheldon, it's a Sheldon's tournament, and a lot of guys are going into this event with a lot of confidence. Like James Biggs was one of them. James Biggs, man, I talked to him at Winnebago, and he's like, Winnebago, I'm just trying to skate through, do okay, so I'm setting up well for Grand, because I'm going to win Grand.
Yeah, he's got a lot of confidence here.
Yes, he does.
A lot of confidence here.
I don't know, man. Somebody with that much confidence it draws my attention. So Collins, Biggs, and Mitchell Webb. I'm going to name that half the field. Why not, right?
You got to, just to cover you're covering yourself with that. I like it. Well, a guy that we talked to in practice that had a lot of confidence because he got his first win at the last event. Buck Mallory wrapped up that trophy there, the stop number 5. He is feeling really, really good after practice. We both talked to him last night, and we called up with Buck to talk about that big win at Lake Winnebago.
When your game plan actually comes together and you work that hard, the win is the pinnacle. It was a dream come true.
14 pounds, 3 ounces, your new leader, Buck Mallory.
I'm really excited about it. My practice is going very similar to the way that it did when I was in Winnebago. Fishing similar things, similar game plan. I'm using my live scope more than just my eyes here. In Winnebago, I was using my eyes. But I'm actually working my live scope around docks to see the submerged brush piles and such that people put in here for like crappie fishing. And it's giving me targets. I feel like I fish better when I can fish targets. I really need to catch them pretty good here to make the championship. I'm sitting, I think, 33rd. And mathematically, I'm sure like a 20th place would do it, but I'm not fishing for 20th. I'm swinging to the fences a little bit here, seeing if I can maybe stick a top 10 or better. I'd love to see myself double back up and win again. It would be unreal. It's a high end of pressure, but what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to work with that. I'm trying to build off of it and just stick with my confidence. My strengths and everything that I'm really, really confident with is what I'm doing here, and I think that's going to help me a lot.
One of the coolest things for me being out here and seeing a first-time winner like Buck is you get that confidence when you talk to him. It's the same thing with Brandon Perkins, our Angler of the Year leader, Progressive AOY, coming into this event. I talked to him last night, and he said, hey, Angler of the Year is fine, but I want to win this event, man. I think I might have figured something out to win, and it's so crazy to see those guys. They get a little taste of it, and then they get greedy. They all want to be John Sokup. They all want to be two-time winners in this inaugural season, but Buck definitely confident, but you heard him mention there, 33rd place. We've taken 25 guys to this championship. So a lot on the line for a lot of these guys this week. But that top 10 and that Progressive AOY, man, probably got 5 guys within a realistic shot.
Absolutely, I would say so.
I would say that we've got Brandon Perkins sitting on top of this thing, but a very, very slim margin over Keith Carson in second place, only 4 points there. John Sokup in third. Mark Schilling, who's had an incredible year, man. It seems like every time we turn those live cameras on, we've got one on Mark every single time. Bryant Smith from California. Bryant has had just an incredibly consistent year as well. No shock that he's in that top 5. Jay Willie, Joe Willard, hanging around, man. he never goes away, man. And we're really expecting, you and I talk a lot behind the scenes, that we're expecting him to get a W at some point, whether it's the championship, whether it's this final event. It's going to happen for Joel. He puts in more time in the sport than just about anybody else. So not going to be a shocker when he hoists one of those shields.
He's where he is for a reason.
Exactly right. Nick Provanizak, who started out really, really strong in the year, slipping a little bit in the last couple events, but still right there where we knew he would be in that top 10. We've got Greg Mansfield, another guy, Jay Willie's travel partner. They work together so well, breaking down these bodies of water. A lot of times with short practice, they're fishing other tournament trails. They're bouncing around the country together. They've been getting it done on the NPFL all year long, so no shock that both those guys are in our top 10. David Gaston, our biggest story from Winnebago, other than Buck Mallory, leading that progressive AOY, has a horrible, terrifying, the day you wake up, it's like forgetting your homework, right? Like never.
And he's teased us about that throughout the season, about skunking and all that.
Yeah.
And never had skunked, and that day he said he did skunk. We didn't even believe him because he'll sandbag.
Joking. Yeah, we thought he was
sandbagging son of a gun. And when he come in with a donut, it was like, no way, and that changed everything.
It was why he had a decent lead up there at Winnebago, but it threw things, wide open race now. David Gaston slipping to 9th place in Tennessee's. Taylor Watkins there in 10th place. Realistically for me, I think it's a 5-man race, but you don't expect those top 3. They haven't slipped all year. Perkins, Sokup, and Carson right there up top, man. I don't think you can discount those guys at all. But for me, talking to Perkins last night, like I said, confidence is super high, and I understand our crew caught up with Perkins to talk about what that progressive AOY trophy would mean sitting on his mantle.
So right now I'm leading the points. It's pretty awesome. It was definitely a goal coming in, but AOY is always, in my opinion, it's a tough goal, toughest goal to achieve.
16 pounds.
To say that I'm, expected this, no, but shocked, no, as well. But everything has to go right to win AOY. We got, this one right here, one left, and we'll see how it goes. In this inaugural season of NPFL, to beat these guys, to be the most consistent, because, looking at the results and the standings as it is right now, man, I have caught them everywhere we've been all year, and I've got a 4-point lead, so it's going to take me catching them again for sure, but it'd be super special. So I've been to Grand once, fished Costa here in 15 or 16, 15 I think, and caught them good, but it was in April, was sight fishing. People were like, you at least gonna know where to go and stuff, and I didn't even honestly know the layout of the lake when I was here before. You could troll, and every 20 feet there was one on bed, so I never looked at any contour lines, any creek, anything special. I was just trolling and looking. So this is totally different, but I like Grand. I felt confident coming in. I have, like I said, never been here in the fall, but I have fished Ozarks and Table Rock and some of those, especially Ozarks in the fall, and I was hoping they would fish pretty similar, and from what I've seen so far, they kind of do. I mean, a jig for sure, a jig, a spinnerbait. I mean, if the wind blows, definitely a spinnerbait. I mean, it's Oklahoma, and I mean, I'd say some kind of topwater just based on the conditions. I'm not saying I've caught them on a topwater, but based on what it's going to do right now, all of practice, it's been hot and sunny, and 2 days we had wind. Today it's slick, but I think for the tournament they're calling for cloudy, rainy days. I feel like a topwater will play, but I'm gonna go with a jig, a spinnerbait, and a topwater. I feel like Big John's gonna jack him. I mean, he's an Oklahomian, so I really don't know. I don't know weight-wise. I feel like 15 a day will win me AOY, and I may be wrong. May take more than that. I don't feel like I'm safe, catching 12 a day and getting a check, just because the couple that are right close behind me are going to catch them. They catch them everywhere we go. So the goal is 15 a day. And I've had a good practice, but I know that conditions are going to change. And what I pride myself in, and the reason I think I'm where I am in AOY, is because I've adapted and I've been able to change in changing conditions. And I just don't want to let the pressure and the stress of this situation and this tournament and AOY and all that get to me. I just want to go fishing, keep it simple, and figure it out each day.
Good stuff there from the progressive AOI leader, Brandon Perkins. And the theme of the morning has been confidence. That confidence, will it carry him over into hoisting that golden shield at the end of this week? We're going to see. But first, we are going to take a quick commercial break. And when we get on the other side, we're going to Grand Lake to watch these guys duke it out for that progressive AOI and that $50,000 first place prize that's going to come with being called Grand Lake champion.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first Follow event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers. For any of your electronics needs, we ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right, or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff.
Bundle.
Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster. An insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
What's shaking, bass fishing world? I'm not Fat Cat Newton, I'm Skinny Dog, JMFW Worldwide. We're here on Grand Lake, stop number 6. It's the final stop. A lot of things are going to be happening here. AOY is going to be crowned. A new champion's going to be crowned for this derby. And the guys are qualifying for the championship just announced going to Nickajack. Grand Lake, hey, it could throw you a big curveball, especially in the fall. This isn't the easiest place in the world to catch them, but there's going to be a lot of fish caught. The fall transition has started. There are going to be some brush pile fish caught offshore. There's going to be some fish caught up shallow, like right behind me here, all right? The water temperature is about 75 degrees, so it's starting to cool off just a little bit. It's going to be a good tournament. Watch the action. It's going to go down. It's going to happen today.
A little bit of action from out there on Grand Lake this morning, and good stuff from the Skinny Dog. He gave himself a new nickname.
Yeah.
Giving nicknames out. Sheldon Collins, one of our overwhelming local favorites, coming into the event with a great start this morning. James Biggs.
There he is.
Told me last night he's very confident on Grand Lake. He's won over $100,000 on this pond over the years.
And what about his finishes? He's finished
so many top 20s over the years.
Be a bass, baby. Be a bass.
And something we're familiar with,
Mr.
Hooked up.
Doing work.
Sandy, I told you they're here too.
Wrong Fish Thursday.
I lost one this size earlier.
Keith Carson.
Oh, Smiley.
Oh, Smiley, and back out on Grand Lake with the man, Mr. Brandon Perkins, Progressive Angler of the Year winner, leader, and winner of stop number 4 there. Pickwick Lake, his home pond.
Were you expecting to see him fishing more offshore? Or I know you've talked to him, but like far as what were you expecting to see him? Or is he doing what you were expecting to see him do?
Yeah, I think so. You know, the Tennessee River anglers, they obviously get a bad rap at times for just being offshore guys, but they're so versatile because you do have docks, you have grass, you have lots of different conditions. But when I talked to Brandon, he told me, and I've known through his Costas and things he's fished in the Midwest, he loves Table Rock. He loves this area of the country, Lake of the Ozarks. He's done very well there. So it does not surprise me to see him fishing docks because this lake sets up a little bit like Lake of the Ozarks at times.
We saw we were doing the round table at Honey Creek Outdoors right there in Grand before I made my road trip up here to Wisconsin. He was in there buying some stuff. While we were trying to dump it out on the round table and see what he had, he bought a bag full of stuff over there at Honey Creek.
Sneaking around.
Oh, yeah.
While Perkins works these docks over, tries to fill that live well up, getting word that Skinny Dog, James Worldwide Watson, caught up with Perkins this morning at the launch there at Grand Lake. Stop number 6, presented by Omega Tackle.
Hey, everybody, we're here at the 6th and final event. Brandon Perkins right here, leading angler of the year. By a little bit, you're going to have to catch him today.
I am. I'm looking forward to it. I've been to Grand once in my life, had a good tournament here, came in confident, even though it's a total different time of the year, had a good practice, and ready to go see what we can get done.
Are you getting a bunch of bites, or are you getting a quality bite?
Practice was both. I mean, I didn't set the hook on everything, but I've caught some quality, and I've had a lot of bites, so I'm excited to get out there and get it going.
Good deal. Hey, they're predicting about 45 to 48 pounds to win this thing. Think you can do that?
I honestly think it's going to take a little more. I'm not saying I'm going to catch a little more. I'm thinking over 50 to win. I really do.
All right. There you got it right there. Angler of the year so far. One more event, and then we're on our way to the championship.
You know, they could not even be wanting to look up right now. They could be.
From Skinny Dog over to Hook Up, Soak Up.
Oh, Watson out there trying to steal my thunder, man.
He really is.
Watch that dude. We couldn't have a better guy out there, though, man. We got lucky getting Watson.
No, you do got to watch him. Though. He'll steal your wallet. He'll steal your truck. Steal your girl. Yeah, he's Mr. Steal Your Girl. Steal your nickname, Skinny Dog out there.
All right, man.
Grand Lake.
This is what I thought we were going to see, this topwater action going on.
Right.
Starts to happen. It feels like a lot of the fish have been about that distance, about right there, maybe a little bit to the right, off the rock formations. It's like they're on the front line in about 1.5 foot instead of being back up in it. Like I said, you need some fish to sign off and kind of tell you where they're at. These areas look small, but they're so. You see that? Yeah. Interesting. I couldn't tell if it was a bass or not. Sand bass will do that, you know, they'll blow at the tail of this thing. They'll come up and smash the tail. But like underneath this is big old rocks, right underneath this. And there are bigger rocks out here, so like these fish, if they want to go down and not feed up, they can hide really easy. You can spend an hour just doodling around on this thing.
From our number 3 progressive AOY guy, John Sokup, we're going to go take a look at number 2, Keith Carson, who without a doubt, Big Cat, is looking for a magic tree out there on Grand Lake like you found at Winnebago.
We know he likes some magic trees.
Yeah, so I've got 2 in the live well. I got a 3 and then a 2.7. I've probably had close to 10 bites already, and they're just not getting it. We got, you know, bluebird skies, pretty bad conditions, but you know, when I throw baits, when I throw underwater baits, I'm not even getting bites, or they might be chasing it and I have no clue. You know, so it's like my percentages are pretty low. It's pretty bad. I already bounced a 3-pounder off the side of the boat this morning because it just didn't get it that great. Didn't hook them that well. But you know, I'm gonna keep doing this. I got 2 keepers already. I got all day to catch 3 more. You know, I'm just gonna keep rolling with it. You know, maybe get lucky, get a couple big ones. So the clouds are supposed to roll in this afternoon, and when they do, you know, that's when I feel good. So like any keepers I can catch before the clouds roll in, I don't know, they might all be bonus fish for all I know. All 3 days of practice, it's been like this: bluebird skies, no clouds, and my practice has been terrible with these conditions. So I don't know, I'm pretty excited about the clouds. Yeah, I mean, hey, for all I know, it could get worse, but I don't know, maybe not. It can't get worse. So
what are you throwing to them?
Right now I'm throwing a topwater, a walking topwater bait. It's got a little knocker in it. This thing sounds awesome. You know, I typically, always almost throw Berkeley baits, and this is one of the few times I'm not. I was looking through my tackle box, and I found this bait. It hasn't been around for like 10 years, and one of my buddies that I'm staying with, he said they're going for $175 on eBay, and I was like, dang, I better try it, and man, you know, they're hitting it. So I'm going to be alternating between this and the cane walker. The Berkeley cane walker is really good too. But I think they hit the cane walker a little bit better when the clouds are out, and so until the clouds roll in, I'm gonna be tossing this around. I won't say what the bait is though. It's a secret.
Come on, Keith.
Man, give us the juice.
Yeah, he's holding back on us. Something really that jumped out to me there, Fat Cat, is these guys, they had bluebird skies for the most part, a lot of wind in practice, but we were anticipating a lot more clouds, and I think all these guys, we've heard them, a lot of them mention this morning, rain, clouds. Well, I don't know what this weather change is going to do. I don't know what this weather change is going to do. Well, as we're seeing right here this morning, 8:30 a.m. on day 1, bluebird skies.
Bluebird skies.
It's bluebird's beautiful day. Chamber of Commerce weather.
Yeah, so talking to the guys earlier in the week, it was talking about one day possibly of bad weather, and then as we got closer to the event, it was going to be all 3 days, and even Watson was worked up. I don't even know why I filled in for Fat Cat. You guys got rain coming. I should be up there where he is. He should be back down here. He was all worked up.
He can't even afford a rain suit.
Yeah, bless his heart. Yeah, we all know better than that. He's worldwide for a reason.
That's right.
We were lucky enough to watch Carson the other day. We were out shooting some stuff from promo, and here comes a dude around a bank where we were at the regatta, and it was Keith Carson throwing the Chapo. And we sat there and watched him. This was close to the middle of the day. We saw him catch one good one on the Chapo, and then as he worked his way around that little cove, 3 more blew up on it. Like I said, it was probably 10, 11 o'clock in the day with high skies. So anything's possible.
Well, there's no doubt. And this time of year, this is not, something that's out of the ordinary. Once you start getting in this fall transition, those fish, they want to be shallow. That we start getting some cooler nights, and they've had that in the Grove area. It gets those fish pushing up there, gets them start thinking about feeding up for the winter a little bit. So we're going to see a lot of topwater this week. But you heard Keith there. He's throwing a undisclosed topwater with it a little bit calmer, but he says he likes in those cloudy conditions the cane walker. But we're going to go from Keith, who was actually one of our favorites to win this event. Earlier the year we had John Cox, not our John Cox here at NPFL, but John Cox, one of Keith Carson's best friends there, Elite Series BPT Pro, picked Keith to win this event. Keith's never even been here.
How does that even work?
I don't know, but John's had a lot of success here, and he goes, man, it just suits his style. I really think he'll do well, and I think we'll see Keith hanging around in the top 10 all week. But a guy that will be a mainstay in our top 10, Mr. Sheldon Collins, we're going to go jump in the boat with him right now out on Grand Lake. Sheldon, one of our up-and-coming pros that is long overdue, in my opinion, for a big
and when
win.
you say up-and-coming, he's been up. He's
just so young, you think it, but he's been around.
He's an old soul, man.
That's right.
He has that skill set of someone that's been doing it for 20 or 30 years.
No
he really
doubt
does.
about it. And that drive, he works so hard. He spends a lot of time on the water.
Absolutely.
Come up out there? I think one did.
He's one of those guys that always has that cool demeanor. You don't see him, his wheels don't spin. He has a way of keeping it. Uh-oh.
There's a big one. That's a big one.
Oh, Big Belly Kelly, here we go.
Be a bass and stay on, please. Be a bass. Be a bass. Don't be a drum. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, be a bass. It's a bass. Oh my God. Can we use a net? Get that net for me.
Unfortunately not.
Boy, he swallowed it too. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Yes! Woo! There we go. That's what I'm freaking talking about, boys. Let's go. Yes! Oh, sorry. Look at that.
Not so much of a
boys is gone.
Golly.
Go. Yeah.
So that cool demeanor thing I was talking about is
it was a lie.
Yeah. Well, when he's having a bad day, when he's having a good day, he gets worked up.
5-pounders will bring it out of you.
Yeah.
Right on, man. That was awesome.
That one's for Skeeter and Donnie.
My man.
Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord.
Little different program for Sheldon, looks like offshore.
Get this out.
I'm going to call him out on camera. Not what he told me last night he was going to be doing. Not a surprise, though.
He's got a lot of history.
Oh, so much history. Something that's just buzzing like a neon sign right now for me is the fact that that fish absolutely engulfed that crankbait. Yeah. That's when you know you're throwing the right color, the right profile. Everything is exactly how.
Look at that.
Boys, that's what I'm talking about. Come on.
Come on.
Dang big one. That might be bigger than 5. Boy, that's a stud. I ain't caught one that big out here in a long, long time. Come on, let's go, baby. Oh, hold on. Sorry, Dudley.
What's he apologizing to Dudley for?
I don't know.
Dudley should be apologizing to Sheldon for not being here. See his 5-pounder. Come on, man.
Oh, what's that? Hey, easy, big girl.
Nobody's surprised by this, right?
We'll just call it a 525. 520.
That's not going to be his only 5-pounder this week either. There's no doubt about it. Been following this kid for a long time. I say kid, he's a grown man, but I've been following him since he was a kid.
Those go a long way, too, in a fall tournament.
Watching him, though.
Getting a look at our Luke Bryan look-alike. That's what
yeah.
you pegged him as that at Eufaula, the very first event.
Definitely looks like Luke Bryan.
Mr. Paul Browning came very close to hoisting that trophy in check up there at Winnebago.
He told me he had about 40 spots marked of wood. He's fishing that wood. He's looking for that wood. He's trying to find wood on bare banks, but I don't know what he's doing right now. He says he's going to be doing a lot of that flipping that fighting frog. Loves that fighting frog.
The same thing we saw him with a lot.
He lives and dies by it, man. He loves that fighting frog. He did make a comment to me. He said the guy who wins this tournament is whoever fishes the cleanest. He was just saying there's going to be a lot going on here. He said he was having issues hooking up with the fish, things of that nature.
Well, in these tough events in the fall like this, you're not going to get a ton of bites,
right,
historically on a lot of bodies of water this time of year. So, yeah, whoever can put them in the boat, and like we just saw, that is a cannon fire blast from Sheldon there, over 5-pounder. And Grand Lake's got them. Look, man, this place has a lot of big fish. They can be stingy at times, but it certainly can show out, and that won't be the last 5-pounder we see this week.
Talking about it showing out, a lot of the guys were talking about the tournaments leading up to this one on Grand. 2 weeks prior, you got guys finishing an 80th with 12 pounds.
Hang on 1 second.
Paul just said the heck with it and decided to get rid of his rod there.
So far this morning, got one fish, 3-pounder. Caught a couple shorts. My fish just ain't quite in my wood like I need them to be just yet. The morning has been a little slower for me. When I do get a bite, though, it seems like they have been big in practice. Just today's a little different, but I'm not too worried about it. I've got some stuff that I'm kind of saving for later in the day. This stuff here that I'm fishing now, it'll get good. It's just going to take a little bit. The wind has changed directions on me. I don't know if that's going to affect what I got going on. Typically, when the wind's from the east, they bite the least. So I'm a grinder, which is good for me because it's going to make it tough on everybody. And I'll just keep doing with what I'm doing. All I need 4 more bites and have the weight that I want to have for the day. So I got 30 some odd trees to fish still. So we're going to be around fish all day. It's just getting the right bites and then putting them in the boat today. I got a lot of little 1-tree spots that do some running around. This is kind of just a stretch. It's got a bunch of laydowns in it. Just trying to catch a few fish on it, save my good stuff for when I think they finally get on. I'm glad to see the sun's out today. I was kind of worried about the clouds. It'll definitely put my fish on the wood like I need them to today. Hopefully I can get a big bag and have a cushion. Make the championship. That's the goal. See how I'm on the bubble. Just gonna flip all day. Probably pick up a spook and a buzzbait here and there, just in between stuff, trying to pick up an extra fish that I wouldn't have caught normally.
You hear Browning talk there about that top 25. It's so important for these anglers to be in that. We're going to go to Lake Nickajack there outside of Chattanooga, Tennessee. And he is sitting currently in 24th place right now, trying to hang on to one of those 25 spots, that entry fee free championship there, the Tennessee River. At a really good time here, those guys are going to have fun up there. I'm trying to enter that tournament.
Is that right?
Yeah,
as a team. We get it as a team.
See if we can compete against these guys. 2-on-1.
I'll bring the kayak.
Paul he's had a very kind of an up and down year in the last couple of events, though. He's starting to get it on the tracks and hanging around in 24th. And he had a lot of promise coming into this. He was one of our favorites at the first of the year. We did some preliminary interviews with him down there at Eufaula. Barely missed making the Bassmaster Elite Series last year. through the Bassmaster Opens. This guy, he's a great angler, so no shock that he has been mixing
Keeps great
it up.
company, too. Travel partner with Hunter Bogman.
Well, I don't know how he puts up with Hunter, I'll be honest. But no, we love Hunter and Paul. They're a great duo out there on the NPFL. And from Paul Browning, he's working that wood program that he told you so much about last night, we're going to go check in with James Biggs, who has a lot of confidence on Grand Lake. James told me last night he was going to start the morning working some docks.
It's a funny-looking dock. Is he at a dock?
I think he's fishing looks like a marina maybe.
Loves him some purple, doesn't he?
He does. Can't get enough purple. Oh.
That's a good one.
Did you see that bull?
Man.
Fish trying to get in the pontoon.
Outside the face. Outside the face. 3. Number 3. Number 3.
Third fish for James. Quality.
Number 3. Buzz bait again.
Throwing that buzz bait. I know he loves a spinning rod.
He does. He likes a spinning rod too. Solid.
What do you say, 3-2?
3-2.
We get to live on the big side. Over 3 is get over here. Okay.
That's right. Update that way live
tracker.
yeah.
That's right.
Sounds angry.
Over from James Biggs, who has a lot of confidence and history here on Grand Lake, to another angler, Mr. Mitchell Webb, who sits in that 26th place spot in the Progressive Angler of the Year standings. Has a lot of history here on Grand Lake, and he's trying to move up a spot into that top 25. You hear that familiar sound, yeah.
Blop, blop, blop. Look, they're going big block looping. He's a cool cat, man. I like me some Mitchell Webb. He's one of those other guys, too, that are laid back. He doesn't really get spun out much. I had time to talk to him, and he was talking about up until 3 years ago, he would fish Grand between 100 and 150 times a year.
Wow.
He was one of those locals. But the past 3 years, family and then life takes place. He said probably in the past 3 years altogether, maybe 50 times he's been out there.
Certainly knows the lake well.
Absolutely. He said it can be won deep. He said he's not going to win it deep. He said, but if the guys get on them, they can definitely win them deep.
Like we heard Watson this morning, the skinny dog, in his first report, that water temperature still in the 70s, that 75-degree mark. We're inching closer to October, obviously, before the week's out here, but still in those summertime patterns.
It was
for a
90
lot of these
degrees a couple of days this week.
Absolutely, yeah. It's still in that summertime phase for a lot of these fish. So, yeah, it could absolutely be one out deep.
He was saying we could expect to see him throwing a lot of the square bill and the fluke this week is what Mitchell was saying. He's trying to capitalize on that top water bite. Because when I was out there the other day, I was fortunate enough to get on the water at Grand. bait was everywhere, bro. I mean, have mercy. The balls of bait that were out there, absolutely incredible. And we talked to a few of the guys. They're like, I don't even know how they're biting lures or why they would bite lures because there's so much natural forage.
They don't have to, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't have. They can just. And that Sokup said that last night too. He said there's just bait dead middle of the lake. Says it doesn't matter what depth you pick. He said you could literally stop anywhere and there's just bait all over the place. Well, Mitchell Webb there in 26th place. And, you know, Fat Cat being Bubble Boy, it can be a little stressful. So we caught up with Mitchell Webb to see what he thought about that 26th place spot coming into Grand Lake.
Mitchell Webb, I'm from Skytook, Oklahoma. The experience on Grand, I know the lake really well. I fished here for 20 years. Fished it through every season, fished a lot of local tournaments on it. However, my previous experience here, I haven't really fished it that much over the last, I would like to say probably 3 to 5 years. You know, I still know the spots, I still know the stuff, but everything seems to change. They build docks, they take docks away, and I'm just trying to kind of refamiliarize myself with some of the stuff that I used to do in this situation. I'm sitting in 26th. We're tied with the points. I don't really know how the tiebreaker is, but I'm in 26th, so I've got a little work left to do. There's really nowhere else I'd rather be lake-wise than at least somewhere I'm familiar with. You know, if I've got to make up a couple points to make the championship, I would love to have the excuse and go, man, do I choose to go for the win or do I choose to go for the championship? But I don't think right now, like, you can really say, I'm going to try to go win this thing. So, you know, just being honest, I'm going to go try to catch what I can catch, you know, whether it be 12 a day or I think if I can just squeak up there and catch a top 25, I think mathematically I'm going to be in.
Hey there, Fisher World Woodshack and Fat Cat Newton coming at you from downtown Grove, Oklahoma. We rolled up to Goodfellas. This is the home of the boss. That supreme pizza that everybody wants, they've got it right here with all the top-end ingredients. They also have homemade ranch. What have you heard about homemade ranch at a pizza joint? Well, Goodfellas has it. You know what else they have? Live music and a patio, Bobby. So get your life right. Come downtown Grove, Oklahoma, and get you a pizza at Goodfellas.
I can still smell that pizza. I can still taste
you're still
that
there in your
ranch.
mind.
Oh,
huh?
my goodness. That place was on point, son.
Mitchell Webb back out on Grand Lake live here for stop number 6, presented by Omega Custom Tackle. We appreciate all of our fine sponsors that make the NPFL possible, just like we appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in to NPFL Live here at stop number 6, Grand Lake. We're going to go from one local over to another. From Mr. Mitchell Webb over to Eddie Carper. Eddie, a veteran in the Oklahoma region. He's fished a lot of tournaments. And my only knock on Eddie is he's friends with Bradley Hallman. The only knock I have on him.
Well, the morning started out pretty fast and furious, but it's on a lull right now. So we started on the main lake, and I caught a couple nice fish right off the bat.
and then moved down lake a piece, fished another spot, and I caught a small fish, non-keeper. And now we've moved down lake, and I'm in here pitching some docks, but so far I've not been bit. So I don't know if it's just a time will tell. They're not really firing yet. But once they do, it'll be pretty quick, I think. We're just gonna have to keep our head down, stay focused, and hopefully they start cooperating. Fish hit that there. Way down. Yeah, the morning started out with a bang, 3-pounder right off the bat. And another in about 1 3/4 to follow him up. And since then we haven't really done much good. I think we will though. The day is young. They are very, very young. No, sir. I live in Valiant, Oklahoma, which is roughly about 4.5 hours due south of here. I fished here several times, but I'm by no means a local.
Eddie currently sitting in 27th place in that Progressive Angler of the Year race, trying to.
I always like coming up here. It's a really interesting lake.
I talked to him about how his practice went. He had a crazy story about practice. Said he was throwing a jerk
They
bait.
pay for that. I hope not.
So he was telling me a cool story. I was talking to him about practice. He was throwing jerk baits on Main Lake docks. No hooks. Said he actually had one break him off on a jerk bait with no hooks. Said it ate it good, got it wrapped around one of the docks, snapped him off.
It's always how it goes in practice.
Yeah, right?
They
It's
eat baits with
crazy.
no
Yeah, I
hooks,
know,
you know.
it's
And in the day of the tournament, you're like, yeah, I don't know what's happening, man. I've lost every one of my hooks.
He also, we were talking too, I was asking him, hey, man, you're on the boat, but you're sitting at 27th right now to make that championship. What do you think you need? He said he needs 11 pounds a day. If I get that 11 pounds a day, I'll be sitting pretty for that championship.
Thinks he'll be in the mix.
He was one of the guys also that said 47 to 48 wins this tournament.
From Eddie Carper now over to Oklahoma's Jeff Dobson. Our first look at Dobson here on NPFL Live this season. Dobson has a ton of experience here on Grand. Veteran pro. He's fished all over the country. FLW Tour. Several different regional events.
He's done very well on Grand. He's won some big ones. He's placed well in some big ones. And he's one of the guys, too. I just talked about Eddie Carper was saying 47 to 48 wins this. Jeff Dobson said different. And Eddie Carper said, well, I'm not a local. Well, Jeff Dobson is. And Jeff Dobson was saying 56 pounds could win this. So that's a big difference. He was saying check line is looking to be about 12 and a half, 13 pounds.
Several laydowns that had some fish on it, practice, and evidently they've been picked off. So what we're going to do is just start running and gunning our high percentage spots, and keep this Omega tackle jig in my hands and hope for 5 big bites. Everybody knows Grand's a jig lake, so. We're going to keep at it. Give them everything we got today. We got till 5 o'clock, and I got about 25 spots I need to of the secrets I found during this time of the year on this lake, when these fish get inactive on this fall transition, I switch over to a heavy jig. I use a 7/8 or sometimes even a 1 ounce. And what I'm trying to do is put it right on top of them and really hit them in the head really quick with it and get a reaction bite out of them. Worked really well in pre-practice and worked pretty good in practice. So it's just a matter of running those high percentage spots and staying on them. See what we can do. Real quick, I want to give my shout out to my family. Love you, girls. My work family too. Jesse, Philip, Aaron, John, Mark, Ruby. Thanks for holding the fort down for me,
Jeff Dobson fishing one of those busy areas there under our bridge and having some audio issues with Jeff. But you heard him say Grand Lake is a jig lake. We're going to see that jig play this week in such a great bait around docks and rocks, which Grand is certainly known for.
Do you think a lot of folks are throwing the same size jig as Jeff is? He said 7/8 to 1 ounce.
That was a very interesting thing. You were telling me this morning, actually, on the way to the studio, that he was throwing a little bit heavier jig, going for that reaction bite, that fast fall when these fish have been beat on by, your standard 3/8 and ½ ounce jigs all year. He's going for that fast fall. That was very interesting from Jeff. Good stuff, and certainly an angler to watch this week on Grand.
He said some stuff to me yesterday too as well. He was talking about how the past 3 years Grand just hasn't been fishing that good, but something about the winter and just how the weather turned this past year, Grand is fishing better now than it has in a long time, according to Jeff.
It's certainly one of the most highly rated fisheries in the country. Man, it's got so many just 3-pound class fish to 6, 7, 8 pounds. It's got a lot of big bass in it. From Jeff Dobson over to our progressive AOY leader, Tennessee's Brandon Perkins. Can I get a go Vols?
Looks like you're about to see an eagle land in his reel on that bird's nest he's picking out.
Those are called professional overruns here at the NPFL. These guys are professionals.
I don't know anything about being a professional.
He probably meant to do that.
Yeah, it's a good point, yeah.
Progressive AOY leader, he meant to do that. Though anybody watching at home knows if you're skipping docks, that's going to happen about 50 times
No matter who you are, how good you are, it's happening.
It's going to happen.
Still picking it out.
Trying to chase down that golden shield.
I ain't out here on these outside yet. All I caught was babies.
So he's only got, what, 4 or 5 rods on the deck? He's not one of the other guys that have 20 out there, you know? He seems a little bit more dialed in than some of the others.
And, you know, what's so funny about that is at Pickwick, on his home lake where he took the victory, I talked to him there at the launch on the morning of day 2, and I bet he had 40 rods out. He had rods all over that boat.
Crazy how that works.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Felt like a little one, though.
But he's certainly using the keep it simple, stupid, method here. And that's fall fishing, man, for the most part. But then we saw Sheldon, he had it, same thing, local. He's thinking about every fish he's ever caught on Grand. He's got everything tied up that he has ever.
And it's all about being that local angler, like you say, that pressure. The pressure that Perkins felt on Pickwick, Sheldon's feeling that now here on Grand.
No doubt about it. It's been an exciting morning out on Grand already, man. There are lots of shots being fired out there on beautiful Grand Lake of the Cherokees in Grove, Oklahoma. And we're going to take a look back at some of the morning's action and action we have had. If it's any indication on how the next 3 days are going to go, you're going to want to tune in to all 3 days of NPFL Live because they are catching them on Grand Lake this morning. James Biggs doing some buzz baiting around this morning.
Three.
There's a big one.
There's a big one.
The shot of the morning so far. Sheldon, Collings, the local.
That's what I'm freaking talking about, boys. Let's go.
My man's getting pumped up, boy. He knows he's got a chance, man.
That's
he feels
exactly
it.
Right. That fish.
Yep. That's how you
that
start
helps
it.
your confidence. That lets you know, hey, I'm doing the right thing.
The most important day is day 1, right?
That's
Getting out there.
Great camera work there. Keith Carson working that undisclosed topwater. Sneaky topwater. Expensive topwater.
That eBay, yeah.
eBay hitter, as some folks would say. John Sokup. Hookup. Sokup, 3rd place in the Progressive AOY
He's feeling that
race.
pressure too, man. He really is.
Sweet. I lost one this size earlier.
Look.
And as we get through the top of this 9 o'clock hour, lots of action as you just saw, man. They are absolutely blasting them out on Grand right now. And we're going to take a look now at the top 10 unofficially. Of course, all of our anglers are encouraged strongly by me, sometimes muscled. You know, I don't have a lot of muscle, but you've seen me at the weigh-in. I get on them a little bit about this Weigh Live tracker app. They're all encouraged to enter these estimated weights so we can keep up with the game. So that helps us, and we're going to take a look right now at these unofficial, of course, everything unofficial until they show back up there at the drive-through weigh-in with Al McCullough. But as bad as I hate to say, you're right about anything, Fat Cat.
Man.
William Fletcher sitting on top. That was your pick. You told me. But we've seen William the last couple of events keep a buzzbait in his hand, keep a topwater. He likes to cover water. He likes to fish docks. And you said, man, I just got a feeling about Fletcher. And right there, early, shots fired from William Fletcher, 13 pounds, 5 ounces unofficially. Sheldon Collings, the local stick, is on fire this morning so far. 3 bass for 11 pounds.
Strong,
so a lot to grow on there for the rest of the day. He's got a late check-in, I believe. Eddie Carper in 3rd place. James Biggs. Dan Blackert, Fisherman Central, is on. Dan creeping up there in the top 5. Keith Carson, our 2nd place angler in the Progressive AOY, right there in 6th. But look who's right there behind him. John Hookup Sokup. They will not get away from each other. Dale Prinky, Kevin Rogers, and Brandon Perkins, our Progressive AOI. No shock there that all three of those guys are in the top 10 right now, right?
No shock at all. It's good to see some of those faces that we saw later in the year. We're seeing some new guys get up there. Like to see Dale Prinky back in top 10 makes my heart smile.
Yeah, yeah.
Because this is not how he fishes. He's a grass lake kind of guy and all that. If you find grass on Grand, let everybody know where it was at because it doesn't seem like that's a thing out here.
Yeah, you've locked through somewhere else.
Yeah, so for him to come here and be where he is, man, that's strong. So So Dale Prinky's not a guy you can count out by no means.
What about down there in ninth place, the Crappie King?
Man, Kevin Rogers. He's keeping that live well locked down, thank goodness, unlike he did earlier in the season.
Yeah, had some fish get away.
He's had a 4-pounder fly out.
Just bad luck after bad luck after bad luck situations. His trolling motor came deployed, running
viral.
70. Yeah, went viral on the internet. The video, 70 miles an hour. Trolling motor shatters the first day at Winnebago. He has to go buy another trolling motor. But this guy has won 45 professional crappie events, so no stranger to professional competition and tournaments, but having a little trouble, self-admitted, in this bass fishing world. He's trying to figure it out as we go, so good to see Kevin. Of course, he's an Oklahoma boy. He put in his time out here pre-fishing. He says, I'm tired of getting my butt kicked, Duncan. I talked to him the other night. He's like, I'm sick of it. I can't take it anymore. So going to be a lot more action as we go into this day, the first day of this final event, this inaugural season, man. Can you believe we're here?
No, dude, no, I can't. I can't believe I'm sitting here. I can't believe we're here. We have come a long ways. For this to be the first day of the last.
And the NPFL Live Studios.
Yeah, man, what are we even doing?
I don't even know. Yeah, NPFL Live. Like, you're here in the AC. Like, there's a lot going on here at Grand Lake.
Yeah, I got people over in the corner you guys can't see off camera fanning me and stuff like that. And during breaks, they feed me grapes in studio. It is, I'm probably going to try to stay
David Dudley is sitting somewhere right now going, wait a second, that never happened for me.
Yep. Sorry,
Double
David.
D, Fat Cat
I'll keep the seat warm for you, brother.
He's turning out to be a little bit of a diva.
Hey, listen, what can I say? I'm a celebrity.
We get an A-lister. We get an A-lister in here. You've been on TV, ridiculousness on MTV.
And I'm the best fisherman I ever met. So with that being said, I would have fished this NPFL, but I was like, you know what? I'm going to win all of them, and this could be bad press for the organization. So I just decided to opt out and be accommodated.
Well, we're glad you did because we're having a good time this morning. And all season, you've been killing it out on the water, man. And I'm proud to have you sitting at the desk
Appreciate you, brother.
next to me this morning,
good things to come out of your mouth.
Hey, you never know with me. I can fake it for the camera sometimes. We're going to get back out on the water to Eddie Carper, one of our favorites coming into this event. Not necessarily a local, but an Oklahoma hammer. Eddie Carper out on Grand Lake.
What are you on, biting suckers? There he is. Oh, that's a good one. Yep, that's a pretty good one. It's a bass. He's a good one.
Eddie hooked up.
Definitely a bass. Oh, buddy.
I hear treble hooks.
Oh, yeah.
It's always a nerve-wracking moment there. Good fish.
Nice chunky 4-pounder.
There you go, Eddie. Oh.
Don't break the rod. Them dudes are stout when they shake their head.
Is that a walking bait?
It looks like it. We've seen him with a buzz bait this morning.
Yeah, he's not 4. He's probably 3 1/4.
It's a healthy fish.
3.5. Well, damn. I have to go guessing them today. Water bottle.
Who else can relate to this?
Every single fisherman watching this.
When you need it, it's not there.
It's probably in the truck, in the hotel.
Some gun was there somewhere.
There you go, Eddie.
Now let's see if it'll turn on if his batteries are dead, because that's what happens to me in my boat. When I finally get to use the scales, they're dead.
See how close my...
Look at the guts on that. Thing built like me. All gut, no butt.
Slow it down.
See, I like to say healthy.
Healthy, yeah.
Healthy.
Girthy.
Healthy. There's a pot belly.
2.6.
They should all look that with all the bait out there, man. They're all eating good.
Yeah, they have no excuses to be skinny, right?
Exactly right.
And from what we're seeing this morning, they're aggressive. It's a lot of moving baits. We're seeing these guys. Brandon Perkins had talked so much about
3-6, my man.
a jig. We heard Jeff Dobson mention a jig. But so far, the topwater guys and cranking with Sheldon a little bit, those are the guys that are kind of
So these fish, they're keying in on that kind of stuff because of all the bait out there, right? That's why they're –
no doubt about it. A lot of shad imitators, bluegill imitators going on. That's something that we haven't heard a lot of guys talk about yet, but – in this, and I call it that late summer, early fall transition period, bass really key in on bluegill, whether that be around docks, flat banks. Those bluegill, we're going to see that.
There's what I'm throwing at.
You hear rock ledge, throwing over a rock ledge, and a lot of times as the sun gets up, those bluegill will suspend above that, and man, that topwater just imitates it.
Around the cove and the creek, cuts right up next to it. It's a great place to catch a big one. To me, that's a pretty good one. Not a giant, but no. If I can get a limit of those, we'll be happy. I'm already smiling.
Our first time with Eddie on live this year, and he's showing off for us a little bit here. Early on day one, stop number 6.
Eddie does a lot on and off the water. His content, he has his YouTube, all his content's real good. It's very educational.
Not get on it. Not blow water all over it either.
If that's a walking bait, he's going really slow.
Man. He did.
I think he's got his jerk bait. Yeah, I was going to say. I think he's.
And fish top of that ledge, yeah. He did say he's going to be throwing a jerk bait.
Yeah, that's what he's doing there.
I think pausing it.
The local Grand Lake geese really wanted to be on NPFL Live this morning.
Now, let me ask you this. I can't really tell from this angle. You know better than me. Is he watching his graph right now as he's throwing that jerk bait? Is he using his graph?
I think he mentioned a rock flat here. He's trying not to get up on.
There he is.
Hooked up. I'd say.
Nice one too. Feels like it anyway. I can tell. His keeper. Boat flip him.
Got the locals even more excited with that. The fan gallery out there this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Another
keeper.
keeper.
Just barely is. He's just barely a keeper.
He said he won 11 pounds a day. He's getting a good head start on it.
Scale right here. So working with you, bud. Surely that dude weighs more than a half a pound, huh? That's all it says, 0.46. 0.44. I mean, there's no way his scales.
I'm going to say Eddie's Weigh Live app's going to be a little off today if he goes by that scale.
14 inches, but he's 14 inches. I'm going to put him in this.
It's at least a pound and a halfer.
Yeah.
Pretty odd. Turn that one on, just let it recircle on him. Hopefully I can get rid of him pretty quick.
Eddie Carper doing work this morning, huh?
Jerk bait.
Like a lot of our anglers, he's got a strong support system, man. At our
Yes, he
weigh-ins and
does.
everything, he brings a crowd. We've had a few events where it's been stacked up.
There's another.
This man's on them.
Carper hooked up again.
This man is on them.
Hey, come on.
Oh.
Dang it.
Well, as Carper sorts it out and gets his day going there on Grand Lake, we're going to take a quick look at the sponsors that make this all possible here at the NPFL Live, and we will see you on the other side for more live action from Grove, Oklahoma.
Had my limit.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. I've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers for any of your electronics needs. We ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right, or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool. I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Back out on Grand Lake to Brandon Perkins, our Progressive Angler of the Year leader. And Fat Cat, going to put you on the spot. I know you have as many behind the scenes, tips as anybody I know. You get the dirt out here. Will we see Progressive's very own Flo hand out that trophy at the end of the week for that Progressive AOY? Or will Brad Fuller dress like Flo?
That's more likely.
Okay.
Yeah, that's more likely because Brad would make a good Flo.
He would.
He would definitely. He's because Brad's got that hourglass shape.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He's got a donk on him, so he would get him up in that white suit and everything, a little wig on, because he ain't got no hair. Bless his heart. He ain't had hair since he was in third grade.
He's not going to lose the beard, though.
No, he ain't going to lose the beard.
One thing is for sure. Somebody is going to be very happy on Saturday to hoist that Golden Shield. The trophy is absolutely just, it's
awesome.
over with crazy. Yeah, it's awesome. I saw a picture of it last night, and I know you've got to see it in person.
Oh, yeah, I got to see it and hold it and touch it and caress it. It's crazy. Our trophies are on point, man. They really are.
They really are.
They are the ones, no matter what you've accomplished, what you've won, when you walk into somebody's house and you look at their mantle with all their other trophies, and they have the NPFL trophy up there, that's the one that stands out.
How cool would it be? Perkins has won a regular season event. Carson, Sokup has won 2. They've all got to have those 2. One of that gold shield and a regular season.
So let me lay this out for you. What if Sokup wins this event, wins the championship? So if he wins this, he still has a chance to get that AOY. He's not so far back he can't win AOY.
Right.
So he has a potential to win 3 events this year, AOY and the championship. It's incredible. He has the potential to do that, and if anybody out there has a skill set, it's Sokup.
No doubt about it. My thing is, John has a beautiful family, but will he have to move one of his children out to make a room for all those trophies?
He likes the trophies, but I think he might favor the kids a little bit more.
He'll probably lean towards the kids. Yeah, he might make them bunk up.
If you were to ask me, it might be a different answer. But
kids, you're getting bunk beds. You're losing your room. Dad needs a trophy.
Here's a blue tarp, man. Go down by the bridge.
Dad needs a bigger trophy room. Dad needs a bigger trophy room, indeed. Brandon Perkins trying to make this.
And those are short gaps he's skipping that jig under, too. I ain't got to tell you nothing, but for me, that's I would cast over.
And from the first place man in our Progressive AOY, Brandon Perkins, we're going to go over to the second place angler, Keith Carson, winner of our second event at Wright Patman Lake down there in Texarkana, Texas.
Look at him working that bait, boy. He's violent.
There's one thing we've seen with Keith most of the year. It is he imparts unique actions. Whatever lure he's doing, he approaches everything so different. And I think that
got him that time. Okay, sweet. You see how many casts that took to get him to eat? That freaking worked. I can't believe it.
That's not the eBay
Showed
killer.
himself on the top water. Oh man, that was cool. Berkeley Stunna. That's a new,
There we go.
new jerkbait just came out. Not a giant, but man, I'll take him. He's a keeper. Two even.
We got 2 people catching them on a jerkbait.
All right, number 4 is 2 even. That was awesome. It's freaking cool. Okay, yep. That was sweet. All right, check that line. I'm gonna keep this thing ready again, just like I had.
I would like to know what he was doing before that, because he said, I'm going to keep it like I had. Like, so something blew up on his top water, then he followed up with that jerkbait.
Yep. And you heard him say, I can't believe that worked.
Look, I got one out of his pocket. That's cool.
that's that classic bass fishing magazine kind of thing, though. Man, have a follow-up for your topwater in case. And a lot of times it does work. It will pay off if they miss the topwater. Throw in there with there's several different kinds of follow-up baits. You see some people use a wacky worm. You see people have a Cinco style bait or
Absolutely.
a fluke style bait. But Keith opting for the jerk bait right there and pays off for him for number 4.
Did you see that? Freaking smoked it. That one clocked the thing. Oh my God.
Is he going to do it again? He's not going to do it again.
That was better than 2 pounds.
Is he throwing a jerk bait in 1.5 feet of water or what?
That's super shallow. Flat banks.
That's some Hank Cherry stuff right there. And speaking of that, I mean, the jerk bait he's throwing is what he wanted back on Classic
yes,
on.
the signature series from Hank Cherry.
That's where he was.
Oh! I'm over here getting excited.
You missed him too. You set the hook here in studio. Do you have a follow-up bait here in studio?
Yeah.
You'll have to have somebody bring it to you because
Exactly.
you're a diva.
Yeah. I am a diva.
caddy.
Yes, I'll have one of my helpers.
Fetch me the spinnerbait. Carson.
Oh, it's a stick.
Stick.
It is crazy. When we saw him fishing the other day, though, when we were out shooting the stuff at the regatta, this is very similar to the stuff we saw him fishing. Would you consider this outside the box throwing a jerkbait that shallow? Is that normal?
Man, that one hit hard.
I mean, I think that jerkbaits forever were more cold water lures for a lot of folks, but we've seen in the last few years with guys like Hank Cherry and some other folks, Kelly J, another Bassmaster Elite Series guy that utilizes a jerkbait a lot. We've seen it come to the forefront in a lot of more warm water situations. So I just think anything, these guys are just looking for something that imitates a shad, imitates a bluegill up shallow. We've seen Carper go to work with it this morning.
Yes, sir.
For me, I will say, over the years, I am more of a soft plastic jerkbait guy this time of year. I like a Zoom fluke. I like that style, weightless, on a hook, weedless. You can skip it places. But the jerkbait I have in the last few seasons started really utilizing it more when this water's warm in that transition period as well.
But even in this shallow water?
Yeah,
Is that right?
absolutely. Yeah, and he's probably throwing it on some heavier line, so it doesn't dive as deep. You can see him being very aggressive with it.
Dang it.
Is that Brad Fuller?
What is
That
going
boat
on right now?
Is
Yeah.
that Brad Fuller? Where'd he get that boat? That actually might have been Paul Benson there. I'm not
Could
sure.
have been Benson, yeah. Somebody's out there checking the crab pots.
Carson back over to the top water. from Keith Carson. We're going to get a look out on the water right now with Skinny Dog.
Oh, Skinny Dog.
JMFW Worldwide caught up with our unofficial leader here early on day one, William Fletcher.
All right. Hey, we're live right here on the water. William Fletcher, he's got a real good start to the day. How you getting these bass to bite, William?
Well, it's funny. They're up here. I think we could have had the weather that they were talking about 2 days ago. I need some more clouds. I think the low light early morning.
Yep.
They're up here where I can catch them.
You got the wind. You got the wind to your favor.
I got everything clicking. Very fortunate to have 5 today because honestly, James, it's going to get better.
Yep.
Tomorrow, and that rain comes in here, I think.
You bet.
I think I'm pretty excited about that. But basically, I've been following this wind all week. Never been here before, so I've been following the wind because I know what it does. It moves the bait where I can get, where I can position some fish.
It looks like you have no shortage of targets to throw out here.
No, there is plenty of wood in the water. And me growing up, where I grew up in the Mississippi River, down around Memphis, this is what we do.
You bet.
And
just slow rolling old spinner.
Man, I love it. You see,
you got a few tied on.
Yeah, it's and to be honest with you, I pulled up on this area in practice one day and fished real fast through it. Had 3 bites, 2 keeper fish, and I just left it alone and never touched it again. I didn't know what was here, but I know it's set up perfect for what I like to do.
There you go. Fishing your strengths, big rod, big line, moving baits.
And jacking their ass and flipping them in the boat.
I saw you had some blood and guts in the bottom of the boat. You said, dang hybrids.
Yeah, that, and then, of course, the first keeper I caught this morning, about a 4-pounder, and I swung her in the boat, and maybe she's a little bigger than that, I don't know. But, stupid rod keeper. They don't let me bring a daggum net.
That hurt.
I don't think I'd use it anyway.
I like the assurance of it myself.
Well, it doesn't fit my ADD. Yours must be not as bad as mine. That little point right there ought to have him on there.
It should. Like I said, no shortage of targets around here. This is Grand Lake of the Cherokees, and it's got the bass and it's got the targets. It's got about anything your style of fishing could want right here.
It does, and that's, I come down and rode this place before the cutoff. I probably burned 70 gallons of gas in 2 days, just riding and looking. And I was like, dang, this place has got everything, like you say, in the world. I got deep banks, I got flats, I got wood, I got docks, I got bluff, I got gravel, I got mud, I got chunk rock. If you can't, I don't say that lightly. You should be able to find something that matches your strength is what I want to say.
You're right.
Not necessarily are you going to catch a fish, but you should be able to.
You feel good about it.
Yeah.
You like your odds.
I'm just redneck enough to just do this all day, buddy.
Good. Well, I'd like to spend more time in here watching this. We're going to jump out and jump back in the follow-up boat here. Watch you for a little while.
That sounds good, buddy. Thank
all right.
You.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I don't know what that guy's doing.
William Fletcher feeling it this morning out there, even though he had a little close encounter with the Skinny Dog there, Mr. Watson.
Yeah, Watson, it's, you guys want to make fun of me for how I do on the water commentating, hugging guys and all that good stuff.
Over to Sheldon Collins.
Yeah. Listen, guys, if everybody at home, if you hear me talk over angler,
hooked up,
I don't know what I'm doing.
Might be a white. That's a white.
We have given you, at times a hard time over some of your interviewing techniques. Sometimes it looks like a prom photo.
I'm a trailblazing, trend-setting pioneer. You don't see anybody else doing it like that.
This is true.
And now you got Watson copying me. Next thing you know, everybody in the industry will be doing it the way I do it.
Watson went side mic.
He did.
He did kind of go side mic.
Rested on his shoulder.
Yes,
he was real comfortable. Oh,
hooked up.
Hey, there's a green one.
It's about 7.5 pounds.
On Carper scales.
Easy there.
Now, what does Sheldon say about cranking? Is he going to primarily be cranking? Is that his
He's going to be
pattern?
mixing up a lot of things from what he told me last night. Top water, cranking. Now he's throwing a little square bill. Looking at him on that forward-facing sonar for
like
sure.
you were saying earlier, the deck of that boat's full of stuff, full of rods. Oh! Got some shoulders. There it is.
It's a green one.
Found me a little wad of them right there.
Sheldon has that quiet confidence.
Means there's bait. I got to get back in there quick. Well, I hooked him funny. Hooked him real funny. He was not coming off, I can tell you that. Number 4. I'll weigh him later.
Sheldon talking how those white bass and largemouth will actually mix under the bait. He was trying to keep them fired up there, wanted to get unhooked and get back out there. Fall is certainly starting to, swing there on Grand Lake. You got a lot of bait fish like you mentioned earlier, but some schooling fish starting. You see him checking those electronics, looking for the.
Come on, eat it.
Looking for those bass, looking for that bait.
Smoked it. Out here off the end of it. I was up there shallow up on top of it a minute ago, thinking they were up there, but we're on the same waypoint where I caught that 5-pounder, so they're all out here off the end of it.
We're going to go from Sheldon and get our first look over at Michael Yoder, Texas angler who's in 25th place right now in the Progressive AOY race, trying to hold on to that. And we've had some technical difficulties this morning, so we're going to check in with Mr. Yoder, who was the favorite down at Wright Patman. Stop number 2, the NPFL. More of the same.
At top water.
Moving baits.
I had a chance to talk to him, and he was trying. He said he doesn't know how to fish rock. He said, I'm just not familiar with fish. Well, let me rephrase that. I can't figure out how to fish this rock lake. He's like, I just can't figure it out. So he said he's looking for water under 5 foot. He said his power baits were going to be the chatterbait and just dragging a jig, flipping a jig.
And he lied to you, and he's throwing a top water.
There it is.
That's what they always do
they're
to you.
capitalizing, yeah. He did say something, though. He said he would he wants it to be calm, sunny, and tough. He said practice has been tough, but it's been good. He said tougher the conditions, the better is what he wants. And he was also one of the guys that clued into the weather we've been talking about. He was referring to it as an Indian summer because I was starting to cool off, and then we were talking about it getting to the 90s, a few days in the 90s and everything, to where those fish were starting to transition, and then that warm weather kind of threw a monkey wrench into there.
Sokup talked about that last night as well, that the water temperature had dropped a little bit finally, but then they had no wind there a couple days of practice, highs in the upper 80s, and it had just shot back up 3 or 4 degrees. So the fish are confused like we are as anglers, trying to figure out where they're at in these transition moments.
So right now he's in Progressive AOY, he's sitting at 24th. I was talking to him, I was asking him, hey, what do you think you need to make sure you stay in that top 25 for the championship? He said, man, if I get 11 and a half a day, I know I'll stay in the top 25.
He said he is not going to save any fish either. He said, everywhere I go, if I find fish, I'm going to catch everyone out of the hole. He said, I'm not saving fish for day 2, day 3. I'm going to catch as many and most and the biggest bag I can catch on day 1 to try to help me skate through 2 and 3, because you can't win it on day 1, but you can lose it on day 1 was kind of Yoder's mentality. His main focus is making that top 25 for the championship.
Yoder has been very consistent throughout the year to get him in that top 25. Started this year with over 100 anglers here on the NPFL. We've traveled everywhere from Alabama to Florida, Texas, back to Tennessee, Wisconsin, and now Grand Lake. So the guy that I said this at the very first event at Eufaula, whoever hoists that golden shield, whoever wins that first ever progressive AOI will have earned it.
No doubt.
And the top 25 in our championship field, they will have absolutely figured it out, because these fisheries have all been so diverse. I mean, you're talking Tennessee River like Pickwick in July. That's an unusual time there. It's very tough. Winnebago was such an interesting lake, right? Patman was so new for so many of these anglers. Harris Chain had a very cool time of the year down there in May. Lots of things going on down there. Of course, you follow there in March, and so many amazing diverse fisheries. And you've really seen the guys. I mean, like, I think back on Brandon Perkins skipping a frog and flipping down there at Wright Patman to winning on Pickwick, his home lake, in typical Tennessee River ledge fashion. But then we see him offshore at Winnebago, fishing small.
And then you've got Sokup that everybody has. Hey, man, he's an electronics guy. He's going to be your deep guy, and then goes to Florida and Cole Straight Jackson at Florida.
Yeah, everybody's like, oh, of course he won. He's great with live scope at Eufaula. And then he goes in Florida, catches them flipping. They've all shown their versatility.
The versatility, exactly.
It's been really incredible to watch. A lot of fun. For Michael Yoder, we're going to go over to Mr. Bubble Boy, Mitchell Webb. Just hanging down there in that 26th place spot in that progressive AOI, fighting, trying to get to Nickajack.
Hey, Bobby!
How's your mom and them?
I love that dude. He's a funny dude. He said, how's your mama and them? So Mitchell Webb is a local. He's only about 45 minutes from the south side of the lake.
Hooked up.
Oh!
You, son, are a long time coming today.
Good fish from Mitchell Webb there. Another buzzbait fish, topwater fish. Lots of moving and shaking going on this morning. Reaction bites. Great first fish for the Oklahoma angler. And off to a little tougher start than some of our anglers were covering this morning.
That's got to be a monkey off his back, though, to get one to box.
Old school buzzbait.
Old school.
It was sitting on top of that rock when he hit it. It was up there and nothing. I lost one right here a while ago. I don't know if we were on or not, but I don't know if that was the same fish, but it was off the same rock, so I feel a little better after losing that one and catching one there. So
He told me last night he's going to be throwing a lot of the square bill and a lot of the spinnerbait. That was going to be his game plan. But like I said, I think a lot of the guys had game plans. They started this morning, and they threw that top water, and that top water started getting chewed on.
And who doesn't love topwater, right? Like
No doubt.
You get one blow up on it, and then you're hooked the rest of the day.
Well, and also, a lot of times on top, not a lot, but you also have that second chance, right? Like we talked about a second ago about being able to follow up.
Yeah, sometimes even if you don't actually hook a bass on topwater, it can draw a strike. It can, where they might not eat a jig, they might not eat a square bill. You never know that fish is there. We heard Keith Carson say that this morning. He said topwater helps him expose where a bass is at. He may throw a chatterbait or a spinnerbait over there and not know that fish is there, but we throw a topwater. Even if it misses it, he knows it's there. He can come back, maybe try something different and get that fish to commit.
It's a heavy too. I mean, it's a almost 3-pounder. So get a few more like that to bite. Maybe I'll quit growing gray hairs for nurse today. Get that buzzbait to run right again.
It's like my #1 pet peeve in fishing. I love catching them on a buzzbait, but every single time you basically have to rebuild it.
He probably wasn't very happy that we're fishing and he's working, but he's making more money than I am at this point in the day, so he needs to just keep driving that truck.
He's probably going to eat at a Meat and Three, there in Grove, one of the restaurants you've been to out there. The guy in the dump truck, he's probably having a little bit better day than Mitchell right now.
Probably so.
If Mitchell catches him old 5-pounder on live.
Listen, I'm going to be honest with you. I drove a truck for a living. Mitchell's having a better day. Yeah. He's fishing.
You've been there, done that.
Yeah, he's fishing for a living. That dude in the truck is wishing he was where Mitchell is right now. I can promise you that.
Of course, Mitchell down there in 26th place in that Progressive AOY, fighting to get into that championship cut. The top 25 will all go to Nickajack Lake, but the big race of the week, that Progressive AOY, who's going to take home that Golden Shield? Of course, Brandon Perkins leading it now, but Keith Carson only 4 little points away from Brandon Perkins. And we called up with Keith Carson before the event to get his thoughts on what it would mean to win that Progressive AOY here in the National Professional Fishing League.
Part of winning an AOY is just, it's really hard work. It's not easy. Fishing isn't luck. This doesn't just fall in your lap. If I were to get a second win, that would blow my mind. And if I were to win AOY, that would be unreal. There's a lot of things that have to go right for me and wrong for the other guys. But I'm excited to see what happens. This has been a lifelong dream of mine, and as far as this year, I work just as hard off the water as I do on the water. I have studied maps for each lake this year. I have studied maps for 15, 20, 30 hours long before I'm even on the water. I've done the same here. I usually don't sleep much at night. I'm studying maps for hours and hours. I can't tell you how many nights I go to sleep at 1 or 2 a.m. and then I got to get up at 4:30. And it hurts you, not getting that sleep, but it also hurts you not studying the map and knowing where you're going to start and things like that. So I'm second in points and it feels pretty good. I'm right there. I'm in striking zone. It's always better to be the guy doing the chasing. So I have no experience on Grand. My experience has been these 3 days of official practice. I didn't come up for pre-practice. I like to fish the moment and not get stuck on what happened a few weeks ago. So that's how I've been fishing my whole year and stuff. So I'm trying to maintain that and hopefully figure something out for the tournament. Practice for Grand has been pretty tough for me. All 3 days has been bluebird skies. We've had a lot of wind, not good conditions for a shallow guy like me. So the tournament is going to be overcast. We're going to have rain. Everything's going to change. I'm looking forward to a change in weather because that's all I've got really going for me. 3 baits that are going to play this week are chatterbait and topwater and then a shaky head.
Hey there, Fisher World, what's shaking? Fat Cat Newton coming at you from Honey Creek Outdoors, one of the biggest tackle shops here on Grand Lake, Oklahoma. This place has it all. You need to come on in here. Guess what? You can even bring your family, bring the kids. They got a little area for your kids to play while you come over here and make it rain. You can buy the tackle. They've got guns and a phenomenal bow shop. They built this business on their archery game. You want to make some string music, whether it's with a rod and reel or whether it's a bow and arrow, you can come here to Honey Creek Outdoors and make that happen.
How much money did you spend there at Honey Creek Outdoors? Did you?
Well, I will say this. I didn't get to spend much because I was busy running my lips and shaking my hips on round table. But the one night we were there for a round table, $1,400 went out the door from our anglers within that hour and a half window.
It's not hard to do.
Well, they have the stuff you need in there.
That's right.
They have all the goods. That place is stacked up like cordwood with the juice. From hunting to fishing to even pleasure stuff, the inner tubes and all the family stuff. That place is on point. But yeah.
Back over to Keith Carson now. Great piece there with Keith. And Keith rocking the beard, man. We're getting into this fall. He's been Mr. Clean Cut. I think you think that was meant to intimidate Brandon Perkins a little bit, like, hey, buddy,
he's a great guy, super nice guy, very smart, great fisherman. But as far as intimidating, like, he's so nice. He's not intimidating nobody.
He's too nice.
Yes, that's not how he rolls. But I do dig it, man.
I mean, it looks like he just drew it on last night. Like, it's fresh.
It looks like a Dudley's tattoo. He talked to Dudley about his tattoo and figured, hey, man, where did you get that at? And he ordered it from the same place, and it actually washes off.
Just in case you're not fully committed to facial hair.
Exactly. Just if you want to test it out.
It's a great option for guys out there that can't grow a beard. I have to get an update from Keith on that facial hair. The fishing gets slow.
I want to see him cut it and do like lines in it, like riffraff. Get crazy.
Good one here.
Here we go.
And then if not, we'll make a move. I feel like we should get one. The conditions changed, and you know, maybe they'll get it better. Now that there's clouds. Real quick.
Just waiting right there. And you can hear how loud that top water is as it walks coming back. This water's not.
Do you have any idea what it is?
I do, yeah. I don't want to say.
Okay, no.
I don't want to say it for Keith. Lots of folks watching at home probably know what that is as well. It is a highly sought after top water that they stopped making for a little while. They make it again now. Supposedly it's changed a little bit. You know how fishermen are. We get weird about, that's not the 2002 such and such. We can't eat. The fish will know the difference. They'll know the serial number. They won't bite it. But
the whole pre-wrap wiggle board.
That's right. Yeah, and there's a little bit to that.
Oh, there is.
I think it's going to help. I'm excited about the cloud cover. I want it. I want clouds and rain, and I want all that stuff. I think it's going to make everything better. So I want wind, give it all to me.
Spoken like a true shallow water guru right there.
Makes it a little easier to figure it out and stuff, but I haven't had those conditions yet. All 3 days of practice have been bluebird skies and, well, lots of wind, but bluebird skies, and I had a pretty rough practice. So I've caught more in the last 2 hours than I've caught in 3 days of practice out here. So like, I know I don't have much, I only have 10 pounds, but I'm thrilled to have a limit.
You didn't go further south?
Yeah, not yet. I'm about to go down.
Why are you
I'm about to go.
Fish the fine fish.
Yeah, right. But now that I got my limit, you know, I feel like I can move freely.
Yeah, he's already got that
Man, I can't believe
live well full 5 fish there. You heard him. That's such a confidence booster.
There's some quality here. I don't know. You know, I haven't had any real big blow-ups yet that I've really seen. You know, but you know, we'll see. Just feel it out.
Yeah, it's a confidence booster when you catch more in the first couple hours of the tournament than you did the whole practice.
No doubt about it.
It's a confidence booster.
Well, a lot of times in practice, he may have gone through this area, got one bite.
It's ruling water out, too.
Yeah, and you pick up the trolling motor and roll on. You don't realize that there's a lot of fish there.
Right.
You know, that's what we give guys a hard time a lot of times. You talk to them, well, my practice was terrible. Well, we call it sandbagging, but sometimes they just really don't know until you really dig in and start to go hard, you know. Tournament mode, a lot of these guys don't actually know what they're sitting on. But Keith with a limit early, and that's huge.
He was talking about the wind blowing. Does the wind never not blow on Grand?
It's Oklahoma, man.
Bro.
Wind always blows in Oklahoma. But you could hear it there through his mic. It's starting to pick up. Clouds are moving in. And that's a little bit more of what we expected this morning. A lot more sun than what, you know, everybody's been talking, including the weatherman.
So what's that going to do to the fishing? Like, you know, your high sun, when it's bright and clear, they're going to stick tight to the cover. So why does he want that front to come in the overcast and the wind? What is that going to do to improve his fishing?
Well, I think for what guys like him are doing, what guys like Mitchell Webb are doing, running this flat cover, throwing a lot of moving baits around. James Biggs is one of those guys. I think that it breaks everything up so much. I think it eases those fish a little bit. When you get those conditions where you get a lot of wind, that water moving, they're not as on high alert, right? When you get those slick conditions, they're like, that doesn't look right. But you can make one react so much better sometimes with a little bit of cloud cover, a little bit of wind. It also will push bait further up on a lot of these stretches too, right? So that helps with those reaction strikes with what these guys are doing. On the opposite end of that, you get a guy like Brandon Perkins fishing docks. Some of the, a lot of the anglers in our field are fishing docks. Sun helps those because it helps position those fish in the predictable places. So it's going to be, it's going to have negative and positive effects depending on which pattern you picked. But we're going to go from Carson now over to that boat dock fisherman, Mr. Brandon Perkins, our progressive AOY leader. Here's stop number 6, presented by Omega Custom Tackle. Get low.
I guess I spooked one up.
So I watch him do something. Every cast he's making, he's stripping line out. Is that so it falls vertical?
Absolutely.
Like, okay.
Look at that.
Ooh, when it hooked up.
There we go.
That's a better one.
Jig popped right out too, didn't it?
It did. I don't know how after that hook set. I felt that.
Shot. He's puny. Yes, sir. Y'all just hang out for a while.
Sounds like maybe Twin Visuals have caught up with him on the water there. Tanner and Travis Lyons, our on the water still photographers and the guys that put together so many of our pre-production pieces you see. They do a great job for us.
They make us look good for sure.
They've been working hard all year here on the NPFL. They also eat a lot of snacks out there on the water. Their snack budget's it's probably more than what they pay you and I, Fat Cat.
No doubt. They are some snack-eating son of a guns.
Look, this stretch out here where I'm going is liable to be freaking good if them dudes ain't messed with it. Oh, crap, yeah.
Brandon Perkins adds to that live well, and hopefully, in his mind, he's adding to that Progressive AOY lead. We're going to take a look back at some of the morning's action. So far, Grand Lake has been a lot of fun this morning. Stop number 6, the final event here of the regular season, the National Professional Fishing League. One of the Grand Lake locals checking out Keith Carson. Keith with an early limit this morning.
Wrong speed.
Wrong fish Thursday.
Kevin Rogers.
The Crappie King back over to the right Patman King, Keith Carson. The White Bass King this morning, too.
That's good eating right there, too, ain't it? Throw it in the microwave, 5-6 minutes.
Glad you and I are rooming together at this event. Your hotel room is probably terrible, I'm going to say. I noticed you over there in the seafood at the grocery store last night. Oh. I think Brandon was talking to somebody on the dock and then got surprised there.
Little fatty.
That's a good hook set.
Yeah, Brandon brings it.
Yeah, he does.
No doubt about it. He's catching them this morning. Paul Browning back over to the man coming into this event, Brandon Perkins.
Eddie Carper.
Eddie Carper, who's made a lot of noise this morning so far. Mr. Carper. Some top water, some jerk bait action. And one of our overwhelming favorites coming in, Sheldon Collins, showing why he was on everybody's list to make a lot of noise at Grand Lake here in Grove, Oklahoma.
Go.
And we're going to see a lot of this from him this week.
Mitchell
Webb fighting for his qualification to that championship. Beautiful Grove, Oklahoma. We are proud to be in Grand Lake of the Cherokees. And you can see why just looking at that highlight reel there. It's been fast and furious this morning. A lot of good, solid fish, and still so much fishing left to go today. It's the 10 o'clock hour here, B. And, you know, what are you expecting as we're starting to see this weather shift? Do you have any predictions based on what we've seen this morning?
Dude, you're the pro. I should be asking you the questions. I don't have a clue. I don't even know what's going on right now. I was going to ask you, is it as fast as what you thought it was going to be? Are they catching them? Because it seems like they're catching them better than what we thought they were going to coming into this.
Well, you look on the Waylive app and through the field, I mean, it's a typical late September, early October event in the Midwest or in the South. I mean, weights are stingy, right, so far in the 10 o'clock hour. But as far as the guys we're covering, man, we've been very fortunate. They are catching them fast and furious, catching a lot of good fish this morning. But it's about what I expected. I mean, I think the top end weight-wise is about where I would think we would be in this 10 o'clock hour. I think we'll see an 18-pound bag. That'll be my guess. What's your guess for the end of the day?
I'm going to say 18 and a half, 19. We might see a good bag. Under 20. So
you're going to price is right,
stop
man?
17.
You're going to
say 17.
So you're going to price is right on the under. I'm going to say 18 pounds. You know, I think in that low 50s range is what we're going to see. Man, you see those quality fish like Sheldon had, the 5-pounders, those big bite, big bass challenge contenders, they live here, right? So he gets another one of those. He's already way up there close to that 18, 19 pound mark early in the day. And man, I just think that you could potentially see somebody go over 20.
It's fun too, because we're watching them catch them on top water, we're catching them jerk baits. They're catching them at all different water levels. You know, they're covering everything.
No doubt about it.
So there's just that one predominant pattern.
Really, for me, though, the surprise of the morning has been that dock bite. It hasn't played. We've seen Perkins catch a few, but it hasn't played like I really expected it to early, and it's all moving baits.
Now, is it going to get worse if that front comes in? Will the dock bite get even worse?
I think that really plays to the favor of a William Fletcher, of a Keith Carson, of a Sheldon Collins, who we're seeing out there with the moving baits a lot. I think the dock guys could have a tough time if that cloud cover, if the wind. It's really hard to skip docks if you get a lot of chop on the water too. I don't care who you are. what your fishing skill level is, that chop makes that really, really difficult to get that bait into a lot of tough places.
Especially
so
these docks being floating docks, you don't have that wide gap like
no
you do in a
doubt
lot of the
about
lakes.
it. Yeah, you got cables to deal with, walkways, really, really, no margin for error at all on a lot of these docks, especially the marina docks and things. So we'll see. But so far, the docks not playing a huge factor is a big surprise for me. Eddie Carper. Dude, I got a feeling about Eddie this week, too.
He gives me that vibe everywhere we go because he's not a guy that talks a lot.
No.
He's the kind of guy, when he talks, he actually says something.
That's
There's
right.
not a lot of filler, and that's kind of what I got out of him last night, to where he feels good, man. And like he's doing what he said he was going to do, that jerk bait.
It's a unique deal, too. Like the rock flat, it's kind of an offshore deal, kind of what we're seeing with Sheldon as well. Offshore but shallow. We saw him with the square bill. He's watching that forward-facing sonar, but he was throwing a shallow running crankbait. He's offshore but shallow. Then he picked up a big crankbait and caught one out there. So there's fish at all different depths of that water column. It's very interesting. But I think we're going to get back out on the water to James Biggs, who told me last night, this was astonishing. He says, yeah, man, I've never finished out of the top 20 here at Grand, and I've won over $100,000. He won the TBF Living the Dream tournament here several years ago to kind of kickstart his professional tournament career. So not a surprise to see Biggs on our cameras, doing big things out here, and he's in that championship cut. He's trying to get to Nickajack as well. So we're going to check out James Biggs right now out on Grand Lake.
Couple more casts and we're going to move on again. All right, last throw. No, we're out of here. Keeps you entertained getting bites anyways.
Off. That makes sense. That major issue with it? Right. I got you. Man, that was great, but dude. Better go through this one more time. Oh, quietly? Dude, that's awesome. That's awesome. Sneaky suckers. Dang fishermen are sneaky. Lie to you, sneak music in on you.
Mitchell Webb looks to be in that same general area where we saw him catch his first fish.
He told me the areas we see him.
Not a very good average.
But whatever. He told me yesterday that anywhere we see him fish today, he did not fish during practice. Basically spent practice ruling water out. Didn't find anything he was in love with during practice.
Fat cat like me, you got a crush on me.
Oh, yeah.
It's the hair, really. He cut his hair like an idiot. I don't even know who does that. He cut his hair, he looks good, but
Listen to him talking. He's always got bed head. Like he always just got up, walked on up.
over here and touches my ear one more time after you talking about spiders, I may cut it off too.
He's a character. Probably one of my favorite roundtables this year was with him, Mitchell Webb.
I mean, clearly he said you got a man crush on him.
Well, hey, man, it's out. It's out, you know.
It is officially official.
It's official.
I'm jealous of the flow, too. I'm recently buzzed head. Yeah, I'm struggling in the hair department these days as well, so I'm jealous. I mean, I've seen better. You know.
Is that looks like where one lives. Like this should be good.
Here in a little while, you'll see Keith Carson try to go in that culvert.
True story.
If there's 3 inches of water on the backside of it, Keith will try to go in there. I'm going to go over from one Oklahoma angler to the next. Third place angler in our progressive AOY standings. John, hook up, soak up.
Big John. Big John.
Well, we've been running topwater this morning and caught 3 little ones. Nothing big, but you know, I know it's going to happen sometime, probably tomorrow, and I know it's going to stay sunny and bluebird, and just got some good wind on some banks, and so I'm really just trying to run the bait in the wind, chase down the bait in the wind, look to see these birds down here. I'm just trying to chase that, see if there's any chance that there's some fish still looking shallow to feed before we make a decision to go fish docks and things like that where we need to get in the shade. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to hop around and get lucky. We got 3 in the live well, nothing big, but we're trying to build off that and see if we can put 2 more in before we go and try to figure out how to get a big bite. I've not been able to get a big bite in practice, so I've got to practice getting a big bite today at some point. Really, I feel pretty confident that I'm going to get bit again. It's probably dumb of me to feel that way, but I feel pretty good that I'm going to get bit. Even though we haven't been bit in about an hour.
Talking with John last night, and he told me, and this is rare for John because he's a confident guy. He always has a game plan put together. He said the AOY talk has gotten into his head a little bit this week. He said he was feeling the pressure, being here in his home state, being close to the Bass Tank, his business here, one of the NPFL sponsors, he said, man, there's all this chatter. He said, I've kind of let it get to me this week, I'll be honest. And that's not normally John. So be interesting to see kind of how the week shakes out for John. Of course, he'll be able to, you win 2 trophies in a year. He'll be able to put the pressure to the side.
What was his experience here on Grant? Does he have history here?
He's got a lot of history here, but he says he's never won. He's like, look, I've never won anything big here. I've never really won a lot of tournaments. He says, I've got a lot of history here. I know where it goes down. I know what to do, but I'm not necessarily a local, and I don't have this great track record of winning. He said, I've been consistent here at times, but no wins. So certainly knows the lake. He knows every inch of it, but not one of those guys. Like you see a guy like Sheldon, he's got a lot of big-time tournament experience here.
It was funny a second ago when he was talking about the birds. That's one thing I noticed when I was down there at Grand. I felt like I was out on the bay trolling for stripers, and we were looking for birds. Because, brother, you would just see one cove or one bay, just birds diving. You see them out in the main. It's a lot of action. It's a lot of stuff happening out there. Them birds are really busy eating all that bait. And like
those fish are right under. They're right under them most of the time. These guys are definitely going to be keying in on that. Sukup told me he was going to do a lot of running around. He was going to stay close to launch first thing this morning and then make his way down the lake as far as a 40-minute run away to try some different things. He does have some offshore options, and he's just going to kind of keep them honest at all depths like we've seen a lot of our anglers doing. And as John figures it out, we're going to figure out how to pay some bills. Fat Cap, we're going to go to break. We're going to take a look at these fine sponsors that make this all possible here at the NPFL Live, and we'll see you on the other side for more Grand Lake live action.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sukup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first Follow event with live scope. We've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers for any of your electronics needs. We ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Welcome back to Grand Lake and a look at John Hookup Sokup, third place angler in a Progressive AOI and one of the owners of the Bass Tank. We saw a commercial there from the Bass Tank. All your electronics needs, they're experts, man, whether it's rigging, technical support, they're on it. And
the
John,
reputation they've built for themselves, not to cut you off, but the reputation they've built for themselves over the past 12, 18 months, probably 24 months, but at least 18, it's been incredible.
Without a doubt, John puts it to good use, that electronics knowledge out on the water, as we've seen so many times this year here on NPFL Live. Big Bad John.
Big John. He's probably one of our more informative anglers, wouldn't you say? As far as he can really break it down.
He's very analytical. He thinks about bass fishing in a whole different spectrum than a lot of people that I know, and myself included. Man, you talk to him, and I'm like, okay, I get why you're really good.
He understands the biology, the marine biology aspect of it, growing up around it, and raising fish, the fish farm and things like that. He's been around it. He understands not only where the fish are, but that's the most important thing I think in professional fishing is not knowing exactly where they are, but why they are there.
You know, I had veteran Bassmaster Pro Gerald Swindle one time. I said, man, I just don't know why these fish. Gerald Swindell.
Gotcha.
I was talking to him one time when I was practicing for an event, and I'm like, man, they're in this area, but I can't figure out why. And he said, you know what, Duncan? It doesn't have to make sense. They just have to be there and bite.
There you go.
So there are two
He's
trains
also
of
the
thought.
man that said that, yeah, if I want a swim jig, I'll just reel my jig and I don't need to buy a swim.
Exactly right. Just reel it a little faster.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Shout out to G.
Old Swindle.
Who's probably in a tractor somewhere not watching us right now, even though he should be.
Ready for deer season.
That's right.
Hanging stands and cutting trails. Now, you reckon this bait also came off eBay for $175?
Haven't got a good enough look at it yet. John slow and methodical with that walking bait. Not moving a lot. Makes me think there must be a school of bait right there, maybe a school of bass he's seen chasing shad, and he's just kind of working that area over. From John Sokup, we're going to go over to Oklahoma angler Jeff Dobson, veteran angler here in the NPFL and a Grand Lake local. Still in that same general area we saw him in this morning. Looks like he's abandoned the jig program he told you so much about last night.
He did make a comment to me. He was saying the fishing would probably be decent up till around 9:30 or 10 o'clock. He said once you hit that 9:30, 10 o'clock window, during practice, and he was just saying that you're probably going to see the bite slow down. But you're still managing to hook up with some of them. A square bill?
Well, I don't need a hook in me.
I was going to say, he's begging to go to the hospital right there with the treble. Trouble hooks. That's what my boys call trouble hooks. That's what my boys called them growing up. They're like, trouble hooks, Dad. That bait's got trouble hooks. And that one, unfortunately, won't help the cause for Jeff. Fat Cat, do you worry that if the fishing's slow and you get close to that highway like that, it might lull you to sleep?
Oh, yeah.
Right there,
yeah.
You know, if you're under that bridge, the same sound over and over, the soothing sounds of the sailboat bridge.
I've been known to fall asleep a few times on the water. Get my belly full.
Get the sun on you just right.
Yes, sir. I told you, when I was in Florida, they mistaken me for a daggone manatee laying on the deck of the boat. I had the Coast Guard come out there and everything was trying to get me off something. It was just me. It wasn't a manatee. Jeez.
There'll be none of that today, of course, because you are living the life of luxury in the studio.
And you're having grapes fed to me and get my feet rubbed. This in-studio stuff is where it's at.
Would like to add, not by me, to that.
Watson's out there running around. Who knows what he's up. They're probably off the water by now knowing Watson. He's got there laid up somewhere eating chicken wings.
No doubt about that.
Drinking Kool-Aid.
Oh, if he's watched any of this at all this morning and heard you say that the luxurious lifestyle you're
he's
living
not
up
happy.
here, he's not happy.
He got his shoulder into the stick on this deal. What about here this time of the year, local as far as pleasure boaters, like on Saturday? That probably won't be an issue here, will it? Do you think so this time of year? And just or is Grand known for party town?
Oh, it's got them. It's loaded with marinas, loaded with docks, lots of pleasure boaters, but it's all weather permitting. You know, it's as you enter that October time frame, it's like you're mentioning the Indian summer. If you catch a beautiful day on a Saturday in October, you're going to go out there and get that last wakeboard. Right? That's right. That's right. You're going to get out there. So we could potentially see that on Saturday for sure. Now you get a cloudy, rainy, windy day, which what most of our anglers want. That'll keep the pleasure boaters at a minimum.
Except for Yoder. Yoder don't want that. Yoder wants high sky, high sun, and high pressure, and he wants it tough. He's the only one I heard say that.
Back over to Yoder, who you were just talking about. Yeah, maybe he. You think he's got the weather he wants there? Looks a little breezy. Looks like it's getting a little cloudy.
Yeah, it's not what he was talking about.
Hooked up.
Biggin.
Oh, there he is.
Whoa, thank you, dear Lord. That'll get us started right there.
There you go, Mikey.
That's the kind we need. 4 more.
What just doing? Bladed jig? Could you tell?
Couldn't tell there. He so sneaky, threw it away from the camera so fast. But he found his scales immediately.
There you go, yeah.
That's important.
Got those handy. Call it. What's it going to weigh?
3.2.
2.9. I don't know what I'm talking about. 3-3.
Come on, scale.
Man, you practice
312.
right me every
312.
time.
It's obvious. I don't know what I'm talking about, man. Give me a break. 7 pounds.
You're kind of like the guy in the crowd at the bar just screaming Freebird right now.
Everybody's having scale issues today.
That drives Dudley crazy, I will say. He just wants to put them in a box, use a Cullen beam, and move on.
It don't work. That's the kind we need, though.
There you go.
Good Lord Almighty.
Come on, man. Tighten up, Mikey. Have mercy.
It's too hard to get in that boat.
Bro. There you go.
Close the lid.
You give me anxiety right now. There we go.
Thank you, Lord.
Man. All right, let's make another cast. Get another one in there, Mikey.
That'll get us started, won't it?
Fixing that trailer.
Slow this morning.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You a believer in that stuff? You think it works?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You think it's more the scent or the color?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think sometimes that extra little bit of flash definitely helps.
Green pumpkin magic. Just look, we're just trying to imitate a brim up here. These brim are up shallow under these docks. We're just trying to imitate a brim.
That's what you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, that bluegill pattern is so key this time of year. And even the guys we're seeing throwing the shad walking baits on some of these flat banks, you know, those bass are up. They're opportunistic feeders. They're not just going to go, oh, I'm just here for shad, guys.
That's what they're keyed in on because of what's going on in the lake, right?
Absolutely. So they're going to take advantage of a bluegill, shad, whatever it is. They're just in that feeding mode right now. So Yoder opting away from the jig that we've seen so many guys utilize around these docks and going straight creature bait, which is also a great bluegill imitator. And a bait like a brush hog, that it's something that has historically done well here at Grand. There's been a lot of tournaments that have been won on a creature bait like that at different times of the year here on Grand. Slow and steady. I see why he wants those slick, calm conditions, though. If he's keyed in on this shallow dock bite, that's really going to help position those fish in the shade for him.
Going back to that Perkins deal, that's why it was right.
Same deal. It's going to makes the fish a lot more predictable. I don't think they necessarily leave docks when it's cloudy, but they certainly will roam more around that structure. They can be on the outside, even if it's a couple feet off of that dock where you make that precise cast, you miss that fish. From Michael Yoder, we're going to get a look at one of our local favorites coming in, James Biggs.
There's that spinning reel. I knew he was going to pick it up sooner or later.
Yeah, he likes that finesse rig, wacky rig a lot. Not necessarily a local.
And he's got the handle on the right side.
Up on these bait fish, and they're suspended on the end of these docks. For whatever reason, today everything's running small. And it did that in practice as well. You could get 50 bites a day fishing these suspended fish, and maybe only get 5 to 10 keeper bites. But it's the easiest way for me to get bit, just throwing a little wacky worm on the ends of these Nico rig and just, dead sticking it where they're setting up. These clouds are going to be probably my biggest nemesis for this bite. So I'm trying to take advantage of this sun and hit as many good docks as I can, as quick as I can before that rain comes in this afternoon. But I'm just kind of stay the course, need 2 more solid fish today, and then we'll start looking around at some new areas to save what we have. I definitely have the points race, you know, playing in my mind. I'm right there on the bubble. That's day 1, so you sure want to have a solid performance. And so far, 3 for 8 pounds. Not bad. I'll be pretty content with 12 or 13 pounds a day. Obviously, you want to win, but you more than winning, you don't want to lose. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. And they announced yesterday that the championship's gonna be on Nickajack, and I really do like that lake. So, hoping to put together a performance here and get to drive to Tennessee here in a few months.
I mentioned that Biggs was a local. He's actually a Texas angler. Lake Louisville's what he considers his home water. But
I shook a bunch of these fish off through here in practice, and maybe I should have set the hook on a few more of them because there's a lot of little ones, a lot more little ones than I expected.
But he said this just reminds him so much of Louisville, and he's had, we've mentioned it several times this morning, a lot of success on Grand, so it feels like he's a local. A lot of big-time tournament experience here. I wonder if Biggs likes enjoyed the musical artist formerly known as Prince.
He could be a Prince fan, yeah.
You know?
Barney, maybe he's into Barney. Snuffleupagus. Grimace from McDonald's. Maybe that's what he's in. I don't know. Well, he could be a Vikings fan. He could, you know.
It's true.
Skull. You know.
Yourself. A very popular creek, and I'm looking around and see no competitors anywhere, and that's a little interesting to me. Probably should be a little alarming, to be real honest with you.
That's always an unsettling feeling because I always say in professional events, if you're alone, you're either blowing the tournament out by 20 pounds or you're in last place a lot of times.
If you're alone and catching them, you feel great.
That's
if you're
right.
alone and not catching them, you're
like
second-guessing yourself. You're
like, rot-row, Raggy.
Yeah. And then you leave that spot and find out somebody else rolled in there when you left and whacked them.
Most of the time,
you're like, what did I do with my life?
And just turn on some Purple Rain and jam out.
So we saw him earlier. He had a bait caster, and he was a right-handed bait caster. He picks up a spinning outfit, right-handed spinning outfit. Seems to be an odd thing in the fishing world. Not for myself. I think it makes sense to have the handles on the right side of both reels. What about you?
I'm opposite.
Like most everybody else.
Yeah. And I've never understood that, though. It's never made sense. You know, like growing up when I was a kid, I never understood why on a spinning reel we go left. But, yeah, I've always been that way. Because I cannot, for the life of me, a bait caster that has a left-handed reel, oh, man, it's not good. It's not a good situation.
It's useless.
A lot of times I actually go to tackle stores and see all the left-handed models and just throw them in the trash just to save somebody the agony of going through the motions of that. It's so awkward for me.
If I have a spinner reel, I just turn it upside down and use it like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? People seem to love that.
From Biggs over to Eddie Carper. Got off to a quick start this morning, but he's been quiet. Here's the sun's gotten a little higher on Grand.
He's doing what he said he's going to be doing, man. Throwing that jerkbait.
I might say this is a bad call. Nah. Nope, it wasn't a bad call. Let's keep her. Yep.
There you go, Eddie.
Let's keep her. It's our limit fish.
So important in a tough fall event. Get that 5th fish in the boat. calm the nerves.
Oh, sometimes that hook, I mean, when it gets them, it gets them. That's a limit fish, 1.5 pounds probably. We'll put him in here with a little bit. What the crap? What's going on with my... That white one's stuck down there somehow. I say he's
Eddie going to put that fish on a TH Marine culling float, conservation cull. The official fish care provider of the NPFL, TH Marine. Helping our anglers keep these fish alive and kicking.
Freaking...
Eddie's going to update that weigh live out. Of course, that can be found at tnpfl.com. The weigh live tracker, the unofficial leaderboard throughout the day. These guys guess the weights of their bass. Of course, everything becomes official when they make their way back to beautiful Grove, Oklahoma. The drive-through weigh-in with Big Al McCullough this afternoon.
Bringing the boom.
I can usually judge them about as close as that scale can weigh them. They said that one fish was 0.44, and there's no way.
Eddie getting mad about
Done that to me before.
He needs
to me at Patman.
Need to go by Honey Creek Outdoors and get you a new one.
That's the only one I got, so kind of got to use it. I'm gonna have to run and try to find me another one because that thing is. Yep. It's about what them other two fish were like. Maybe a little bit more.
You know, that's got to feel good for Carper, getting that 5th fish in the boat, feeling good. And now we're going to go take a look at a guy that's always smiling out there on the water, Mr. Paul Browning.
Oh, Luke Bryan look-alike. I guarantee he's flipping that fighting frog.
You ever seen a frog fight?
I've been in a couple of frog fights. Yeah. We were playing leapfrog and oh! Well, I thought the fish would be a whole lot bigger.
That line singing, it sounded really good.
That rod loaded up too, son. Oh, come on. It's not pegged. Is that a Carolina rig?
No, it's a weight that slid off the line.
Okay, let's make sure. All right.
I feel like my fish are starting to bite a little bit now, huh?
Got a little warmer out.
He said he's got close to 40 spots marked.
Paul going no hat club, too.
5 pounder swimming off with it right now.
I thought you'll get him a drink.
Making me all kinds of nervous, Paul Browning. Thought he was just grabbing one there. Fish whisperer.
All right, we're moving.
As Paul makes a move, we're going to check in with our 3rd place pro in the Angler of the Year race. We shot a piece with John Sokup to talk about his year here, this inaugural season of the NPFL. Hook up, Sokup.
Being in the top 3 with one last event, it's a little surreal, to be honest with you. I mean, going into the year, I just wanted to have a chance at that championship. So, obviously, we've had a great year with a couple wins. I'm a little numb about it, to be honest with you, but that's because I'm already focused on the event. Do I press to try to win, or do I just try to go get points? I'm actually really thankful that I'm just in 3rd after kind of a 30th place finish. Those guys have been really catching them this year. It's been really competitive, and I feel like we've established some kind of competitive spirit between the top 10 of us that I think will be really neat to see how we go in the home stretch, and it's going to be really neat to see how that continues into year 2. I honestly feel like it's going to come down to one of the top 3 guys to win Angler of the Year. Brandon Perkins has been fishing extremely well, especially towards the end of the season. He's really picked up steam. I had a lot of steam at the beginning of the year. He's picked up steam towards the end. Keith's kind of just done his thing throughout the whole season, and I think Mark Schilling's maybe right there down below, and he's got a good opportunity too. Points are really tight. There's only 12 spots between me and first place, 12 points, so I could win the event and still not win Angler of the Year, and I could come in, 10th place and win Angler of the Year if the guys were to bomb. I really don't anticipate that to happen. One of the top 4 guys is going to pull us off. I really wish we didn't have like this 4 or 5 week period between Winnebago to Grand. And the reason why is because I've got a lot of experience on Grand. I've fished it 100 times, but I've never really had a lot of success at all to speak of. There's a lot of guys here that have had a lot more success, even guys out of state that have more success on Grand than I have. So it's actually always been a little bit of my nemesis of a lake. So with that being said, I've really tried to just kind of not focus on the lake at all because I don't want to overthink it. And so I went up there and pre-practiced a couple times for like 4 hours a day, nothing major, just kind of got used to what the environment, what's going on. And I'm really trying to push myself in a position where I don't spot fish. And I just try to get pattern on the fish and stay with the fish. I think that's going to be the most important thing. The beginning of October is about to hit. These fish are going to go on a change. At some point, they're going to get out of that summer pattern. They're going to go into that summer-fall transition change where they just go everywhere. And that's when it's going to get really tough out there. It's going to become more of a grinder tournament than it is just a spot tournament. So with that being said, it's kind of been a mental brain twist for me, man. I've really tried to do my best to not get caught up in the fact that I have experience on this lake. I've tried to keep it open-minded and fish it just like I've approached these other lakes that I've never been to. For me, I'm going to try topwater, topwater, topwater. Is that 3 baits? If I can catch them having fun, I seem to have a lot better event. So I really think you're going to see a topwater of some kind play. I think you're going to see a moving bait, like a winding bait, whether that's a chatterbait or spinnerbait, square bill. And then I think the third thing that's going to be a factor is I think there's going to be some finesse fishing for bottom baits. I think there's going to be some shaky head and drop shotting that's going to really play. Grand is notorious for having some brush piles with big jig, big worm. But as we get out of the summer and all the pressure from all the other tournaments and get right into the fall, all of a sudden those big baits quit working and you have to have something a lot smaller, a lot slower, a lot more subtle.
Hey there, Fisher World, Woodcheck and Fat Cat Newton coming at you from the Regatta on Grand. This is an upscale luxury RV park that is wall-to-wall, treetop tall with all the bells and whistles. You pull up in here in your fancy RV, you're pulling up to a covered carport area with your own grill, your own patio furniture already here. And one more good thing, there is a restaurant on site. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you what, it is no joke. You don't go in there and get some Hot Pockets and pizza rolls. They've got the steak, the shrimp, they've got the fancy cappuccino lattes, and they got bush lattes if you want a bush latte. They have it all here. They have cut 0 corners, also 2 boat ramps on site. If you want it, you got it. If you're ready to treat yourself to something nice, you bring you and your family to the Regatta on Grand.
Hey, we're up here in the back of Drowning Creek. Dan Blackard, he's got a limit of bass. They're small limit, but hey, it's tough today. Just spoke with him. He's throwing a Berkeley General, lightweight. He'll wait for some fish to push on these schools of shad, but right now he's fishing isolated brush piles, small brush piles and stuff. He's sitting in about 12 foot of water, and again, throwing at a push and throwing at brush stumps and stuff like that have been sunk out here and been sitting here since the day the lake was created. So he's catching a few. It's not real exciting. In the background, River Lee's against the bank over there, fishing some flat docks with the pea gravel on them and stuff. Just looks like he's covering a lot of water. So that's what's going on out here right now. It's mid-morning. It's not a real fast day, Grand Lake. Wind's blowing a little bit. Needed to blow a lot harder to help these guys. But this is the first guy we've seen that's actually sitting away from the bank. So we'll see if Dan can maybe catch a 3 or 4 pounder to up his bag a little bit.
Good stuff from the Skinny Dog.
Oh, yeah.
James Watson out there with Dan Blackard. It was moved up our unofficial top 10 leaderboard this morning. Perkins.
Jacking on him, son.
A few more like that.
He'll be in good shape.
This angler of the year is going to be hard to take away from him.
Good.
Playing to the cameraman. He's got this down. He's like, oh,
yeah.
6 tournaments in. Oh, yeah. Good turn out here for the Twins.
I don't want to say Pickwick was his turning point by no means, but since Pickwick,
that confidence, man.
Man, that momentum, right? He's. You always hear about capitalizing on that momentum, and he's definitely taking that serious.
The heaviest one I got.
I just think for so many anglers, when you do that, when you get over that hill, that hump, when you've been at it for a long time, and Perkins has, it changes your mentality. You see it with guys over the years.
Oh, man, I ain't trying to be soaking wet.
Get mad about it.
It's a really good representation of what bass think of us most of the time right there. Oh, you're leading progressive AOI. I don't care.
To me, that's a good sign. They're healthy, right?
That's right. Yeah, you want to hear that.
One of those two.
Perkins making a call.
The ugliest dock down through here. Do what now?
Perkins gets that Way Live app updated. He makes a call.
Heard that.
We're going to take a look at one of our favorites coming into this event, James Biggs.
It makes no sense at all.
James in 23rd in our progressive AOI, trying to stay in that top 25 to get to Nickajack. There at Lookout Mountain, Chattanooga, Tennessee. That's getting close to the home turf there, Fat Cat. I like that Tennessee River.
Oh, yes,
that's going to be a beautiful time of year to be there.
Look.
That's a big one. Gosh, that's a big one. That's a big one. That's a 4 or 5 pounder hung on that. You see him back there? If you want, huh? You can come right here and look. His head's hanging. Please, Lord.
Of course,
I want to know what line he's using. That's what I need to know.
No doubt about it.
Please,
these anglers are not allowed to
oh,
get out
it's
of the
a
boat.
good one too, boy.
Please stay on. 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 Please stay on, baby.
Okay.
Hot mess of the morning so far right
mercy.
there. He deserved it.
He deserved it.
You got to put it where nobody else will sometimes. And that's, golly, thank you, Lord. Holy moly. That'll help. I got to turn this off to weigh it real quick. Poor fish. just trying to eat a jig.
So I think we're losing audio there.
Well, we kind of heard that earlier from.
Over the years, I've heard guys say that it interferes with their scales. They think the frequency's on the microphones. But here's what I would like to say is at the end of the day, we weigh these fish.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
And I understand this is part of the process.
But on the other hand of that, we do talk about the weigh live tracker being very important too. So it's kind of those situations where.
But we like to tell the story.
Absolutely.
He's got to turn back on there, but
maybe they ought to start carrying triple beams. Everybody has triple beams in the boat, no electronic scales, and we're good.
My live scope and practice way up under that dock, and I put on 22-pound fluoro and a 3/4 ounce jig.
There you go. There's the line.
Heavy. I could pitch back in there for such a time as these. Wow. Thank you, Lord. Hook's still good. I'll get a fresh jig. I think I banged that against the metal a few hundred times trying to.
That fish catch though, man. That when we talk about things, not to cut James off, but
all right, what are we at now? A little over 12 on 4 fish, so that puts us in a good
solid
position to get to 14 or 15 today, and that's a great start. That's perfect.
When it's meant to be, it's meant to be one of those deals we talk about when your stars align, they align. Getting that fish in the boat right there, that's a very good sign about how his tournament is going to go, I think.
And his entire year could wrap up with
Absolutely.
that Progressive AOY championship.
That could be a big fish right there. That could be the biggest fish of the season.
That was my thought, was if I put a jig back there, that fish has not seen a jig. Right? Pretty confident of that.
From James Biggs over to Mr. Mike Yoder.
Got to get the bite before you.
Fish on.
Yoder hooked up.
He put the daggone thing in the leg lock.
Nice. Makes 2. You're fine, man. I just scooted over a little bit.
Slow and steady for a lot of these guys, and that's what you can only bring 5 in.
That's right.
Like that's the thing. There's in these type tournaments, it's very important not to panic at this time. This 11 o'clock hour.
And he knew it was going to be like this coming into it, talking to him during practice and everything. He wants it to be tough.
With that run, I'm gonna enter it in the score app real quick. Cool.
Thank you, Mike.
There you go, Mikey.
Much appreciated.
So far, so good. He's getting the conditions.
Year, man. It's,
here we go.
Everything turns over, and the water quality just gets real tough for a while. Any little bit of additive really helps.
Oh, G-Juice.
There you go.
Gatorade for fish.
I heard that stuff actually has some of Gerald Swindle's DNA in it.
It does, yeah. It's quite the process.
Yeah, the extraction I heard is very complicated.
It's painful.
The game of 1 pound dead fish penalty is brutal, Just brutal. Thank you, dear Lord. We got 2. 3 more bites.
Yoder boxes his second keeper there and continues on with this action that we've had here at Grand Lake. We're going to take a look back at some of the catches this morning. They've been coming in fast and furious from Grove, Oklahoma. Grand Lake of the Cherokees, stop number 6, presented by Omega Tackle. Paul Browning.
Not as big as what I thought. He still felt heavy.
Progressive AOY leader Brandon Perkins.
He's been jerking on him this morning.
Mixing it up with the buzzbait, mixing it up with the jig. Michael Yoder that we just saw there, flipping that creature bait around docks. That bluegill imitation. Brandon Perkins, we've seen him make a small Small Cole just a little earlier there for Perkins. Fighting for that Progressive AOY lead on Grand Lake, trying to take it home so he can go fish that championship on the Tennessee River as the Progressive Angler of the Year. Man, it's got to be that. You know, when he made that call, Perkins, there, that he's starting to feel it. Maybe things are going the way they need to, but we've got several guys that are going to have something to say about it before the week's over, from what the morning's looking like so far.
1,000,000%. Yeah, so he better enjoy it while it lasts, and capitalize on everything, because like you say, the heat's coming.
There's no doubt about it.
And as that weather gets worse, like we've talked about, as that weather gets worse, it's a chance his bite might get worse, and that's what give the other guys an opportunity to slide on up there and hurt his feelings.
It is very scary if you're a guy like Perkins, and of course he can't hear what's going on. He can't hear the thoughts of the other anglers. Like, we're so fortunate to get this. What's so cool about live, but Perkins is fishing the dock program. He likes that sun to be out, and Keith Carson's just saying, man, I hope it gets cloudy.
Yeah, right.
And that's the second place guy in AOY, so who's already sitting on a limit as well. So things could definitely shake up as we go into this 11 o'clock and beyond time frame of the day. And I think it'll get tougher for some guys, and I think some guys will actually start catching them as well. We're seeing the winds start to pick up. Things are changing out there on Grant.
And I like the versatility too. Like, we're not just seeing that one-dimensional tournament to where it's just one dominant pattern. We're seeing a little bit of everything, which is great to sit back and watch.
Oh, it's so much fun to see. And top water, you can't beat it. We said it. I mean, buzz baits, walking baits, ploppers. We've seen it all this morning. Eddie Carper still. The wild card pattern to me so far has been this jerkbait around docks, jerkbait on a shallow flat. Very cool to see him utilizing that, because I know Eddie's a flipper. I know he likes to flip docks, but that is definitely something that's a little different. It surprised me so far today.
So do you think the inexperience, the lack of knowledge about Grand coming into that and using so many people that are familiar with Grand probably wouldn't go the jerkbait route, but being he's not familiar with this body of water so much? Do you think that kind of helps?
I think so too, and I think that's definitely the case. And I think it's probably something that it's probably a little trick that he likes in this time of year. You heard John Sokup in the piece we had. He mentioned, hey, these fish have seen big 10-inch worms. They've seen big jigs all summer. We're in that transition period now, and he's like, that stuff doesn't work. You've kind of got to finesse. You've got to change it up. So I think that's kind of what Carper's mentality is with that is, I'm going to throw them a little curveball. They've seen a lot of things. This lake is a great lake. It gets a lot of pressure. There are a ton of bass fishermen in that general area, and so a lot of tournaments every weekend, 2 or 3 tournaments. So they see their fair share of the popular stuff, the typical Grand Lake table fare, so to speak. So I think that's probably what Carper's doing, and we've seen that a lot from other guys. They're mixing it up with some of these top waters. It's definitely not playing out like I thought it would after talking to who I talked to last night.
Is there anybody that you thought you would see making a move that hasn't made a move yet? Is there anybody that's sitting back sleeping right now that you're waiting to see?
Sokup.
Yeah,
Sokup. He's sitting on 3 fish right now, which is a solid foundation. But it does surprise me a little bit that he doesn't have a limit. Seeing the area he's in, he's not far away from Keith Carson. Keith's got 5. See, Perkins got 5. Those guys are starting to kind of put it together. It does surprise me that John doesn't have 5. But I'm sure for John, he's right on schedule with where he wants to be. And we're going to take a look at these top 10, this Way Live Tracker app, unofficial top 10 right now as we head into this 11 o'clock hour. And William Fletcher still sitting there. He hasn't really upgraded, though, on that Way Live app, but Sheldon Collins sitting on 4 fish for 13.5. A lot of room to grow there for Sheldon, the local favorite. Brandon Perkins, though, Progressive AOY in 3rd place right now. Eddie Carper, Scotty Valines.
Wow.
That's a new name in that top 10, right?
We thought we were going to see Winnebago. We thought we were see more of him at Winnebago. I'm glad to see him up there.
That's one of your guys. That was one of your guys at Winnebago for sure. Keith Carson, though, right there. He's only 4 points behind Perkins in the overall points race. And you look right here, he's like, not so quick.
Right.
Not so fast. Here, I'm going to hang around here. Keith Carson, unofficially 6th place. John Policini. Haven't seen him since Wright Padman.
That's right.
The Mississippi angler, he's probably spinnerbaiting somewhere.
He's throwing a spinnerbait.
I would
no
think
doubt
so.
about it.
He normally has a spinnerbait in his hand. Hoheisel, you said it. This would be a mix-up tournament. We would see a lot of names we haven't seen in the top 10 in a while. David Hoheisel, and rounding out that top 10, James Biggs, who I don't think he's updated. This is an updated list because it's still showing 8 pounds. He thought he had 4 for 12. So we're going to put Big somewhere.
And we skipped over Dan Blackard setting
Dan
an 8th
Blackard.
too. Yeah,
that's right. He got the update there with Skinny Dog.
Yeah,
James Watson out there fishing some schooling fish, fishing some brush piles that have apparently been here since the lake was impounded. From what Mr.
He would know. He's been around since then.
He's older than dirt.
Bless his
James
heart.
Watson.
Yeah.
He's been around, but certainly an interesting top 10. A lot of fishing time left. You heard William Fletcher say earlier he has till 5 p.m. this afternoon is when his flight comes in. So many things can happen out on Grand Lake. That's why it's so important to keep up with live all day long.
I'm waiting to see the Gaston up there. I'm waiting to see the Pravanazak up there. There's guys that are in the contention for that AOY. I'm not seeing them there, but we are seeing, like you say, the Carson and the Perkins. But, those other guys right now, I just wonder what's in their head, what's going through their minds. Like, it's –
yeah, Pravanazak's a guy I'm surprised that we're not seeing this top 10 just for that shallow water power fishing deal. He's so good at. We've seen it all year long. Gassing another guy, we haven't seen that. But putting you on the spot, like I always like to do.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm ready.
Right now, we're topped out at 13 pounds. We know that's not going to be what's going to be leading this event at the end of the day. Give me your unofficial weight that's going to be leading today and what that 30, we're going to pay 35 places, 36 places. What's that check range going to be after day one?
So
to set the pace.
What's going to lead after day one?
What's going to be your leader and what's going to be the check weight?
Early
and I'm going to write it down so I can
write it down. 16:10 will be leading after day one. And then as far as that check line, we're looking at 11 pounds.
Okay. I agree with you on the 11 pounds. I'm going to say 18 pounds is going to lead this thing today.
All right.
Say 18 pounds. I may look like a complete fool at 5 o'clock when the scales close.
I hope you're right. I want to see 18.
But that 11 pound, I think 11 pounds a day is pretty solid for the fall, a lot of play. So we're going to jump back out on Grand Lake and catch up with our man, Eddie Carper.
Oh, Eddie.
The jerk bait king of Grand Lake today.
There he is.
Ooh.
Not a big one. It's bigger than what I got, though. Quite considerably. Let's see if we can. He's pretty good.
Another solid fish for Eddie.
It's a nice little upgrade.
He got every hook in that fish.
That'll replace a little bit. Yeah. Said I may as well not even use them scales because they're weighing at least a pound light, I think. And that's a chunky, not a huge fish, but he's a chunky little, chunky monkey. Yeah, big old fat belly.
Isn't that a Ben & Jerry's ice cream flavor?
I was over here, my belly started growling when I heard that.
I got kind of fired up when I heard that.
I could eat about a gallon and a half of that.
Hey.
Eddie getting loud. He gonna put him in timeout.
Small one there. All right.
Peace out.
He gone.
That is a chunky monkey.
Chunky monkey.
Oh,
your handlers are going to hear you yelling that out, and they're going to have some chunky monkey on the desk. That's how it's been all morning.
We'll go with
having your demands.
They know what time it is. We got royalty up in here, man.
Say to that one, 2 pounds. Passing around, let my boat drift up against there. But anywhere you got a turn or bend in these things, that's where the better fish will be.
Good stuff right there from
Probably
Carper.
got too close and spooked him. There would have definitely been more fish there. At least we got to listen to some good music. At least it's good to me. Sounds
See,
good.
you about pulling into a concert.
It's got to have something to do with Watson.
Journey? You think it's Journey out there?
No.
That dude was jamming to some old stuff. I'm going to retie this because the line's got some. Turned on his talk radio and yeah. He was He was jamming.
I'm going to say it right now, Eddie Carper's my man crush of the week. I love Eddie Carper. He is entertaining.
He's a cool
fired
cat.
up.
He's definitely a cool cat. I'm telling you, man, his social media is strong. Y'all should check his YouTube channel out. He's got some good stuff, and it's well produced. It's done right. It really is.
He works hard at it.
Yeah,
for
man,
sure.
he really does work hard at it.
From Carper back over to James Biggs, who we saw have the hot mess of the day there, getting a 4-pounder caught up in a boat dock.
I call it a beautiful disaster.
No doubt about it. Beautiful mess.
There we go.
James Biggs. He was sitting on 4 fish for unofficially. He estimated 12 pounds, so solid start. So you got to think
Everything all right back there?
another fish would.
Okay, maybe.
Oh,
hang on. Hang on.
Please hold, cameraman.
Keep.
Got work to do. James Biggs.
Oh, that's not going to call, is it? Man. That's going to be
So he did catch a limit
yeah,
while we were
so
away.
if that's calling, he's doing pretty good.
Okay, one's big.
Yeah, while we were with Carper, he must have boated that 5th fish after that big one. That was the last one we saw.
That one's a small one. I got one more in here. Yep. All right, so that one. Can I weigh this one so I can get it accurate?
Yeah.
Is that an issue?
No, just tell us you're cutting your mic for a second.
Can I cut my mic?
Yeah, go for it so you can weigh.
Ooh, I got the wrong bubble.
So you think nerves is playing a big part right now with him? Like where he's at catching fish and trying to qualify, make sure he gets in that championship?
And number 5. Give it a breath. All right, I'm going to cut it for just a second, okay?
$240.
2-4. That puts me at 14.5.
See, unofficially, that's going to put him in the lead right now, Big Cat.
Is that right?
It's going to be close.
I didn't know you could do math on the fly like that.
I went to county school, but I can count a little bit.
You're fancy.
As long as it has to do with fish. If anything else, I'm not.
Fish or money.
You don't
and you're
want me to
good
do calculus. You don't. No, I cannot balance a checkbook. Trust me.
He's making moves.
Biggs is going to get that
Way Live tracker.
Way Live tracker updated for us, and we appreciate that. Somebody else we appreciate, all the fine sponsors of the NPFL, and we're going to take a look at those right now. A quick commercial break, and we'll see you on the other side for more live action from Grand Lake, beautiful Grove, Oklahoma.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. I've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed. And we're also backed by, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers for any of your electronics needs. We ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Flo from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Back out on Grand Lake, and it looks like Yoder is getting the kind of conditions he told you he wanted.
I got two.
Slick and sunny.
Decent ones, 3 and a 2.
Look.
Oh, definitely. I need a new bait.
Look, the paparazzi's out there on Michael Yoder. Look out. That's one of the twins, the twin vision. Which one is it, you think? Is it Tanner or Travis? I'm going to say Travis.
I'd say it's Travis since he's working.
You're in trouble.
I've been musical cheering and I'm like, holy crap. This ain't good when there's only one fish on each piece of structure.
So Talking to Yoder, he was saying he was expecting 12 to 15 bites a day. That's about what he's getting in practice, and that's.
Around the curve.
Looks like Yoder's getting ready to make a move, and we're going to do the same. Go check in with Oklahoma's Jeff Dobson. Jeff likes a bridge, man.
He's all about that. Well, hey, man, this is his body of water. This is actually where he started his career of professional fishing. So if he's on that bridge, he's there for a reason. There it is.
He's got me hung up. Come on, baby, get out of there. God dang, come on. Come on. I don't know what to do.
There's no worse feeling than that either.
Damn it, I can't get him out. He came out.
Come on, baby.
What have I got?
If this is a bass, it's the Big Bass Challenge winner right here, I believe.
It can't be a bass. God.
That's Big Belly Kelly right there. No doubt about it.
Look. Are we live? I mean, look at that thing.
Oh, my.
Big old flathead? What is it?
Where's Hannah Barron at when you need her? No, for real, where's she at?
Yeah, Hannah would noodle it in the heartbeat.
That ain't a testament for a 7.7 FX rod. I don't know
my
what it
gosh. It's a dinosaur.
It's a hoss, dude.
You're a brave soul, Jeff Dobson. I just cut the line and wish that thing
is
luck.
a hoss. Legal one-hander. Get it in there, boy. Throw it in live well.
He doesn't have to go to the gym this week.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, man.
That is a beast, man. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is not why I'm not swimming in Grand Lake.
Yeah, no doubt.
1 ounce Omega jig, FX rod.
That thing was.
That was going to flip back. That was crazy, man. Did you think it was a bass? Or did you know it was? Now he's got a big block.
Come up.
He's at the daggone racetrack. You hear that big
When it didn't come up, you're always concerned when they don't come up and
true
tail
story.
walk, you know. They'll show themselves pretty quick most of the time. I've been surprised a few times, but when you feel that much weight on the other end, though, you're like, I don't know. You're hoping. You're always hoping.
Yeah.
Maybe I did catch a 13-pounder.
Hey, Brandon, how about an update?
There's a
Back
big
over to
bank. I don't know if it's a bass. It's a big one. No, I don't think. Whew, that scared me. Like 5-6 pounder.
I think it's like a daggone big block.
I think it was a carp though.
With a 440 with dual overhead cams.
So, we've had a good morning. I just haven't caught any big ones. I've got five pretty solid. I got one small, like right around 2, and then the others are 2.5, 2 3/4. Not at all where I wanted to be this time of day, or what I even thought I could catch. But I'm gonna make sure that was a carp, man. But it's been fun. I probably messed up on the starting spot. I started on a deal where I'd had lots of bites, but I didn't think they were big ones, and I was kind of playing it a little safer, trying to catch 5, and I spent a lot of the best part of the day in there, and didn't really come away with much to show for it. But, golly, that's a big tree. We still rolling? Yeah. So, the target weight was like 15 a day for me. I mean, I felt like that was potentially doable, and you know, that was what I wanted to roll with. But, and I've got a couple that you can weigh in and have 15. I just need like 2 of those 4-pounders. What you got? Look at you. Got him a crappie. I got a crappie master right here in this creek. We've been hanging out about 2 days. That's nice right there. On the board. But yeah, I mean, I like this place. I like the way it fishes. I feel like I semi-understand it, even though I don't necessarily have anything figured out. I'm just fishing. But I like this lake. I know we got a long way to go. I would feel really good if I could put two big ones in the boat and, you know, feel like that'd put me on pace where I want to be. But I got to do it 3 days in a row. And that's the hard part. This lake has got them though, so. Throw my loud buzz bait up there and wake one up. Thought I had one following. Whew. I thought it was supposed to be cloudy. Where's the clouds at? Dang weatherman.
Brandon Perkins leading the Progressive AOY, and he's got one man trying to run him down a little closer than the rest, and that's Keith Carson. We're going to check back in with Florida's Keith Carson right now and get a little bass tank breakdown. What Keith's doing this morning.
I don't think you do. I think you just
fishing these shade lines. Keith was wanting that cloud cover and wind to come in, but now he's chasing some shade, which is super important this time of year.
Yeah, get them all paid for, and you know. Right.
Man, that fish just barely grabbed that.
That was a lousy bite. He's thin. Oh, hook's just going. I don't think he's gonna do anything, to be honest. I don't know, he's so skinny. Yeah, 1.6. Yeah, he's not gonna do anything. Yeah, we need him bigger than that. We're looking for 4 pluses. That was a funny bite. Thought we were gonna get one back here, but
Fat Cat, I think right here what we're seeing from Keith is something I mentioned earlier. When you go in these small pockets like this, he's working this shade line. You got sun on one side, shade on the other. You're going to have a lot of bluegill set up on these shallow banks, and that top water is the best way to approach these fish. Some of these fish can be less than a foot deep. If you could actually, if the water was a little bit clearer, you can see them wolf packing up, swimming around. There'll be groups of, 2, 4, 6, 8. And I've seen bigger, on some lakes, but there's like mini schools of bass. Like when you get bass and shad, there can be, 30, 40, 50 in that. But on these, man, they'll cruise. And they're truly, it's like, you ever seen killer whales?
Oh, yeah.
It's that same kind of deal, man. They just wolf pack up and they're doing one thing. They're just roaming around looking for brim. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing Keith try to imitate here with this walking bait. You see a lot of folks utilize a buzz bait, though, and it's a similar thing we've seen Perkins doing. When you're throwing that buzz bait up there really shallow, that's what you're doing. You're imitating a bluegill for the most part this time of year, and that's something that plays a lot on these type lakes, a lot of these rocky lakes for whatever reason. Everywhere I've been this time of year, anytime you get a lot of rock, kind of highland lake situation, those brim play a big factor, and I think we're going to see it continue to play. And me personally, I love when you get a little mix of clouds and sun. I mean, shade and sun.
Well, you've got everything. You've got rock, you've got wood,
exactly
you've got
right.
shade. Yeah.
And those bluegill, they suspend high up in the column, and you can see them visually with your eyes a lot of times in practice. And I'm sure Keith was definitely this way. He might not even cast around a lot. He'll go in these pockets and see where the brim are. That's all you need to see. Right. If they're in there, there's a chance there's going to be a bass, and you don't really want to get that fish to bite in practice because he might not. Even if you're throwing a topwater with no hooks, you don't necessarily want him to be exposed to that topwater yet. You want that reaction, that surprise when he sees it coming through there on tournament
One
day.
thing I did hear about this practice here on Grand, you had guys getting in these coves and looking for different things, just putting their trolling motor on high, standing up, and they weren't even looking for bass. They were just looking for bluegill.
That's it.
They weren't looking for anything but bluegill. If they saw the bluegill, boom, they hit the waypoint and come back for today.
I promise you, Keith's one of those guys that did that. And that's when people are saying, well, the fishing stuff, well, it's because they didn't have a rod and reel in their hand a lot of the times, you know. But that is a huge player. Just missed another one there. And that could have been a bluegill swatting at his walking bait there as well. That's something happens a lot, though. And the shad get in these places, too, but primarily it's a bluegill deal.
So what's more important with that walking bait? Is it the walk, or is it the sound, or is it the color? Like what? Because we've seen guys throw walking baits this morning, but what
I think it's the sound a lot of times, you know, that separates them. You have some with rattles, some without. It depends on the lake. It depends on water clarity. But there are certain ones, and this one he's throwing is known for the sound and kind of the cadence. They all walk typically the same. Right. Some of them will walk a little tighter than others. This one has a wide walk, so the water's a little dirtier. It'll get those fish's attention. Definitely wakes them up. There's a little bass tank breakdown. Bluegill breakdown, I would say. You might catch more if you had a cane pole and a cricket, though. I don't know. I'm sure these banks
Carson will catch them on anything.
That's a fact. The bass tank, we appreciate them supporting the NPFL. Electronics experts out there in Oklahoma. Uh-oh.
Look at this.
Well, that's as live action as it gets right there.
That's a screen full of hammers right there.
James Biggs, Mitchell Webb, Sheldon Collins, and Eddie Carper in the 4-box. It's like, you know,
you've got 4 different techniques in that screen right now, don't you? The bottom left was Sheldon. I don't know what he's doing now. I was going to say, is he even fishing? There you go. He's fishing. I was making sure. But we've had guys predominantly square bill, jerkbait, dragon, and then whatever Biggs has been doing.
Just Biggs been fishing that pulling jig, been fishing
making miracle catches is what he's been doing.
No doubt about it. But you can see his overall demeanor, though, just cool, calm, and collected. He knows he's got a really, really solid start. He had a weight in his head that he wanted to get to. He told me last night, and he's around that mark. He knows one more good fish, and he's going to be in contention not only to make the championship, he's in 23rd place, but also to be hanging around on Showdown Saturday for a chance at the victory. Sheldon's pretty calm, too, though. He's got 4 great fish.
I'm excited to see the weigh-in this evening with the turnout for some of the locals like Sheldon. Sheldon's got a huge support system, so I'm excited to see who turns out for Sheldon, and just the weigh-in in general should be exciting.
And then we've got Carper still working that jerkbait program on the docks, looks like.
Just like he said he was going to do, man. Look, what is Mitchell Webb doing? Is he flexing? Is he working out or what?
I felt like he was showing off for you a little bit, honestly.
Yeah.
Man crush.
Looks like Biggs is cutting and retying or changing up a little bit. And it still looks like, I'm assuming those guys are in different parts of the lake. Because I know it's a larger lake, so you could have weather on one end, maybe not the other. But for the most part, still looks like they have good conditions.
You look where Biggs is at. I mean, it is glass.
Yeah, man.
Little more chopper Sheldon's at.
But also could be like where he's positioned at, right? As far as he's more main lake and Biggs is back there in that.
He said he was in that creek by himself.
Why we caught him so, oh, there was one. Why we caught him so good this morning on that crankbait.
A little update from Sheldon.
What's that? Yeah, I can do that. We pulled up on a little offshore spot right off the bat this morning. It didn't work out. Well, I pulled up on another flat, had a bunch of big boulders all over it, and that we pulled up and they were biting pretty good. I caught a bonus fish off of another little spot before that. Caught a 310, and we pulled up to the point, the flat, and I caught a 5.2, and we ended up catching about 13 pounds off of it on 4, and then we left, and there's so many fish on that point. They just stopped biting. I think we got there at the tail end of when they were biting really good. A lot of them were still suspended out off the point, but tomorrow we're going to start there instead of spending 30 minutes on that other spot. Yeah, I mean, ever since then we've kind of just been running around trying to catch a big one here and there. Ain't done it yet, but we ended up getting us 5, caught a little spotted bass flipping the dock. Now I'm just running some brush piles that I've caught them on in the past that I know where big ones live, because that's, I mean, I've got probably 14 pounds or so on 5, and it's about what I was wanting, was 14. But we got a spot in there that only weighs a pound, so if we catch a 3+, we'll be up there towards 16 pounds, and catch a 5, we'll be all over around that 20 mark. So
you're pretty familiar with this body of water. What is the bottom like in this place for the most part? Is it mostly rock? Is there grass?
So there's no grass on this lake. It's all rock. But then, like, there's a lot of like mud banks and stuff like that, but majority of it's rock. That's what Grand Lake is known for, is a lot of rocks and a lot of docks. Most of the Ozark lakes are just like this one. This tends to be the dirtiest of the Ozark lakes, just because there's 2 major rivers that feed it, and it's not a lake that stays clear all the time. Like, you can run down lake and get in some clear water, but pretty much majority of the lake year round is kind of stained. So this time of the year, I think a lot of the fish are going to be caught in the stained water just because they're easier to catch. They'll be more shallow. But then you'll get guys that go down lake, flip deep docks, and they'll catch a bunch of fish. Like, you run down lake, you get a lot of bites, but you stay up here in the mid-lake area, like where we caught them this morning, you don't get as many bites, but when you do, it's usually a better quality fish. And I just happened to grow up on that end of the lake up there by Sailboat Bridge, and I know it like the back of my hand, and sometimes that's good and sometimes it's bad. But like I said this morning, the place I caught them, believe it or not, I've never caught a bass there during a tournament. It's just a well-known community hole that I've never been able to catch them on, and we got lucky and pulled up there at the right time this morning and they were biting. So we'll go back there tomorrow and try to catch what we did again, maybe even a little more. And then, but for the rest of the day, if today goes, we're just gonna bounce around, burn some boat gas, and try to catch a 4-pounder somewhere. So pretty good morning. Cannot complain at all with what happened. Worked out a lot better than I thought, so I'm really relaxed, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of the day. Hopefully we can put another big one in the box, and hopefully we have the lead by the end of the day. That'd be cool. But these boys know how to catch them, so I can't take it easy on them.
Sheldon's going to make a move. We go from the 4-box over to hookup, soak up.
Give me an update, John. Tell me what's going on right now.
Ooh, what is going on? We're still stuck on. You tell me what's going on. We're still stuck on big fish. We picked up some bottom baits and started getting bit. Nothing big has showed up though yet. So I'm moving around, just kind of finding some spots that I can drag on and seeing if something tells me to, you know, to keep doing it. And if it doesn't, we're probably going to load up and go Probably gonna load up and go down south, make a move. Which is typically against like what you do. You don't typically go, when it's sunny like this, go down to the southern stuff. You usually stay kind of in the dirtier water, but I really think that those fish are living on some docks. I need to go explore that, see if I can unlock that before it gets too late.
John had a pretty interesting dock
So we're struggling.
technique going on. He was telling me about in practice.
Figure something out. It's 11:40. We've got a 4:30 weigh-in, so still got time. I really got to make that right decision. I need to, and that right decision may be just buckle down and sit in an area. But man, it's just so counter against the way I like to fish that we'll probably stay moving.
John's always good about walking us through the process, what he's thinking. That's one of the beautiful things about live. You can hear with these guys.
He's the kind of guy too. If you
local or someone that did their homework, jumping them.
First impression, you would think, he's a quiet fella, doesn't talk a whole lot, keeps to himself. But once you start talking about fishing, hey, you better find a chair to sit down because he's gonna be there a while. He's gonna tell you some stuff.
That's exactly right.
Getting on bait. This morning we could get some fish on topwater, and it died, and we kept on trying to run it. And just recently, I've started to see some bait up and some fish trying to get on that bait. But every time we cast over to them, they just disappear. So it's not quite happening in this neck of the woods yet. Might be around the corner though. Every pocket seems to be different from the next.
John's fixing to make a move, sounds like. Maybe head down to the lower end of the lake and try some docks. He's got a little deal figured out down there. And while he's doing that, making his plans for the rest of the day, we're going to check in with our sponsors here at the National Professional Fishing League that make all this possible here for NPFL Live, and we'll see you on the other side for more live action from Grand Lake.
Not very good. You know, I've been down here, fished a couple tournaments here in the past, and Grand Lake's always treated me good, but I can get some bites, but it's they're few and far between. 3 baits. It's gonna be a topwater, a flipping bait, and 1 on a spinning rod.
You pick anyone to win it besides you? Who would it be?
You know, I'm gonna have to go with one of the local guys, either John Selkup or Sheldon Collings. You know, it's just a safe bet.
How's Grand Lake looking to you?
Beautiful lake, just really tough practice for me. Like, tough. Probably one of the toughest ones I've had.
How do you think it's going to be 1 3 baits? Better going to play this week?
I'm sure top water and top water. That would be my guess. I don't know. But I've caught hardly no fish, so what I know.
Who do you think is going to win it?
Probably between Sheldon and John, I would say. I've heard on them being tough here, but they've both fished good all year, so I would say it's probably between those two.
Practice has been good and it's been bad, so I don't really know what to expect. I did shook off a lot of fish today, so I'm not sure what the size I'm gonna be catching, but hopefully they'll bite, and it's gonna be a coin flip. 3 baits, definitely a plastic Texas rig, top water, and square-bill crankbait.
And if you could pick anyone to win it besides yourself, who would it be?
I would say maybe Carper. So, or Soak Up. I mean, he's on a roll this year, so I mean, he's always a threat.
Practices have been up and down. Yep.
You liking Grand?
I like Grand Lake. It's a really cool lake. You can do a lot of different things here, shallow to deep, and I'm catching a mixed bag, but it's really hard to get the consistent bite. You know, one here, one there. It's really hard to pattern.
What's 3 baits you're going to play this week?
I think for sure a shaky head, a swim jig, and a top water are going to be the 3.
If you could pick one person to win, who would you pick to win?
It's going to be a homeboy, probably somebody that knows what these fish do when it gets tough. So, you know, obviously I think Sheldon's probably one of those guys I think is just got as good a shot as anybody.
Practice today was better than the other 2 days. I've caught keepers every day, but not a limit. Today I think I could have had a limit, but I couldn't catch them. Yeah, I'm hoping, I don't know, maybe the clouds and rain will help. I'm not sure.
3 baits you think you're going to play?
Top water, walking bait, spinner bait, and probably a swim bait.
And who's your pick to win?
Probably John Sukup. He's from here. And if there's an offshore thing, I hadn't figured it out, but if there is, he can, or he would go shallow. He'll do well with it.
I'm Lisa Boston, and I am the shelter manager here at Second Chance Pet Rescue. We are a small no-kill shelter in Grove, Oklahoma. I think one of the things that makes our shelter or rescue a little bit more unique than some others is the amount of area or territory that we cover. Our main focus, of course, is always our local pets, and the need is huge. In 2019, we took in 943 animals, and that is kind of a typical year for us. But in 2020, with the pandemic and kind of reduced staff and just reduced people out and about, we only took in 664. Our shelter actually uses about 1,000 pounds of dog food every single week. All of this is accomplished only through donations. We are not supported or funded by any municipal, state, or county organizations, so asking for support and having community support, of course, is huge for our organization. And the community, I have to say, usually does step up when we say that we need a hand, so we're very appreciative to our local supporters. People can go online to our website. It's very easy. It's www.secondchancepetsponsors.org, and they can just click the donate button. They can also go to our Facebook page and easily donate from there. They can also, of course, mail us. Some people prefer to send a check. And they can just mail the check to 64301 East 290 Road, Grove, Oklahoma, 74344. From Second Chance Pet Rescue, the staff, the volunteers, and the board of directors, we just want to say thank you so much for coming out, taking a little part of our day and seeing what we do, and I hope you enjoyed it. I know that we did, and I know our dogs did, because they had a blast out there walking with everybody.
Welcome back to Grove, Oklahoma, Grand Lake of the Cherokees. And a live look at Jeff Dobson, Oklahoma angler, who might have caught a world record flathead catfish earlier if you're just joining us. Looked like something off of River Monsters.
according to the Way Live tracker, he's sitting in 19th right now. Jeff was one of the guys that was expecting high weights for this tournament. Most of the guys we talked to, I'd ask them if over or under 50. What do you think? Is it going to be over or under 50? A lot of them were saying under 50. Like I said earlier, Dobson was talking about 56 pounds wins this in that check line. A lot of the guys were saying around 11 pounds, 10 and a half, 11 pounds for that check line. Jeff was saying 12 and a half to 13 pounds.
We're seeing that a little bit so far in that top 10, you know. But looking down through the field, and of course everything's unofficial, it's a little tougher on a majority of the field. Down there, you get to that 30th place mark, that weight's a little lower, but I expect there'll be a lot of limits start to get finished out.
In here. That usually means bass are.
Talking about those bluegill in there.
That's a common theme here, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's all I've heard you talk about, the bluegill. The brim, pumpkin seed, tobacco box, whatever you call them.
Hey, one more bite in here and I'll move along my way.
You know, we hit Wright Patman earlier this year, and it was bushes everywhere. All those were fishing with bushes. Grand, there's rock everywhere. It's just basically, you can't go anywhere without rock.
Or a broken trolling motor right there.
Or a broken trolling motor.
Speaking of rocks, I hope that's a rental. Excuse me while I unwedge this trolling motor from this boulder.
Oh, that was a fish. God dang it. Sitting there tugging on it. Little
It's one thing you have to be very careful. You don't want to, you know, damage your equipment on day one. We don't have a cut here in the National Professional Fishing League, so all anglers fish all 3 days. So regardless where you're standing after day 1 and 2, you still got to go out there and compete on day 3. So you want to make sure that equipment is up and running. I wouldn't recommend running into any rocks as you at home.
Yeah,
I happen to be a guy that does it a lot. Not gonna lie. I use my boat as a tool.
Hey, lock the hubs and dump the clutch.
Exactly right.
Run through it. I've noticed like where he's fishing is similar to where he was fishing earlier. Kind of like when we started fishing around that bridge, it wasn't necessarily a point, but it was that corner, and that's kind of where he's setting up again here. And him having so much local knowledge of Grand.
Yeah, I recognize this area he's in here. It's pretty popular.
Is that right?
There was a major tournament. Brian Thrift called him in right here a few years ago. Not this time. He was in the spring, but certainly an area that has a lot of bass.
He told me he's going to be junk fishing. He was going to throw everything. He didn't just have something dialed in. He said, I've got everything tied on, and I'm going to throw everything. But he really had confidence in that big jig.
It's like he switched over to a 10-inch worm there the last few casts, and he's swimming it, you know, up higher in the column, looks like. Dobson's got friends all of a sudden. Go to the 4-box here. Mike Yoder, Paul Browning, Brandon Perkins, and local angler Jeff Dobson. Of course, Perkins, our progressive AOY leader.
I noticed the difference earlier, and it's not about anybody on the screen. I probably should save it, but I don't know what I'm doing, like I've said before. Watching Perkins at Pickwick when he was leading, doing well, you could tell. Here we go.
It's I'm in a, I think a good creek. I didn't get near as many bites in this creek in practice. I did set the hook twice, and they were both good ones. So I was pretty excited about it, and I have not had a bite in here. And they're not set up right at all. It makes no sense. Like, I would expect what's happening right now if it was cloudy, but like they are not suspended over this stuff like they were in practice. Not yet. Every day a little later's been better, but man, it's hot. Sun's high. Like, we should be getting bit. So this is the last little dock that I'm going to fish in here, and we're going to roll on down a couple miles. Don't really even know, man. That's the thing. Like, I have caught bass today in places that I've not fished in practice, and then places I have fished in practice, I didn't get bit, basically. So I have been getting a ton of bites on what definitely, in my opinion, are suspended fish, chilling. But today it's been a little challenging. Like, everything I've caught has been a touch shallower, which makes no sense, but it is what it is. We're gonna figure it out. Adjust. I need 2 4-pounders still. I'm still on that needing 4-pounder train along with everybody else. But I feel like this is a good dock here, and I'm fixing to catch one. I gotta get positioned right here. It's got good depth, good shade. There he was. I don't know if that was a crappie or not. He smoked it, but he just didn't get it. Yeah, there's a pile there, like a brush pile. But that was definitely a bite. Come on, man. Yeah, old baby.
Idle over here. Let's idle over here.
I'm about to set the hook on that. May not get my jig back
Idle over
there.
here, just pocket fella.
Yeah, we're gonna get back. Pulled the tree all the way up. That'll be good. Good for the home team. But I still am confident. I'm just we're in a little lull. I've had I've had multiples every single day of just bare times where we're not getting bit at all, but then we'll get on a stretch and go bang, 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 bang. So tune back in.
A lot of our anglers getting ready to make some moves, it looks like.
I'll see you sometime. It's a 3-day deal. I'll be back.
He made friends.
All right.
All right, Bobby, we'll catch you on the flip side, man.
Probably Googled him and saw he won 50 grand a couple weeks ago. He's one to be buddies. Perkins makes a move. We're going to move over to Mitchell Webb. Fat Cat's man.
Look at this guy. Bless his heart. He got string beans for legs.
very good. Started off really slow, and then it slowed down. So I don't really know. I have a feeling the guys are catching them around me, doing the same kind of thing. But I don't know. I don't guess I'm putting it where they want to eat it. I've had 2 bites, 2 quality bites anyway. Got one in the boat and lost one just a little bit ago. I really don't know. I need to make a change, but I just can't.
You ought to try to start catching fish. That'd be a good change. Love you, Mitchell.
Keep feeling like one bite, and then maybe it'll start rolling. But I think I've really wasted a lot of time this morning. Well, I've stuck shallow all morning. Mainly throwing a buzzbait and a spinnerbait. I really wanted to keep that buzzbait in my hand all day, and I caught one that kind of tricked me a while ago, and maybe left it in my hand a little too long because of him. But and I flipped a little bit. I've just mainly focused on shallow wood and a few docks here and there. I just can't quite seem to get it rolling. I'm almost certain that there's fish around. I think guys are catching them like this, but I don't know. I just must not be wiggling it right or something. I don't know what the deal is this morning. I'm gonna make a run down the lake and try to salvage what I can here in just a few minutes if I can make myself leave. But I mean, I've got myself around an area where if I catch one decent one, and I know they're around here, I would probably stick around. But I'm at the point now where I've got to start looking at trying to figure out how to catch 5 or 4 or 3 or something more than what I got. So we're gonna make a move. I've said that for about the last 2 hours. Every time I move, I stop.
So much history.
Home lake, man,
Yep.
It's tough.
I don't know, we'll see.
See,
Try not to burn down here.
He's that kind of guy, though. He's not going to let this get to him.
You're hearing those wheels turning, though. That points race, he's like, if I can just survive day one, I don't need to blow it. It's not going great for me, but he's in that points race. He's right outside of it, 26th place. Got to be in the top 25. So he's like, hey, I just got to put some points on the board, regroup, come back out on day 2. And try to give them heck tomorrow to make that top 25. And as Mitchell runs through his game plan there, we're going to take a look at the highlights so far today as we enter the noontime hour here on Grand Lake. Fishing slowing down a little bit, getting a little that afternoon lull.
Yeah.
Biggin. One of my favorite things that's happened on NPFL Live all year right here.
I mean, look at that thing.
Like swamp people meets river.
Only thing that would have made it better if he would have tried to boat flip it. That's a hoss. There you go. Dog, fire up the deep fryer, boy.
It's the National Professional Fishing League, but we bass fish here. If you're just joining us, that's what we're after. Jeff Dobson.
Good to see it.
Look at that one over there being a little sneaky sucker on the corner of that
Good eye by the camera guy.
Yeah, great camera work there. Of course, James Biggs, who's been the man of the day so far here on live, and
he's had one of the best catches of the year we've had on camera too, man. That was
His head's hanging.
he wins that David Dudley Hot Mess of the Day award right here.
Like that, right? When I saw him doing that, my heart stopped. I was like, oh my goodness.
Please, Lord, thank you.
When it got right there, my heart was still, I was like, there's no way. Biggs pulled it off.
What is meant to happen is meant to happen, man.
Healthy fish and Eddie Carper.
Jerkbait Clinic.
That's a
slow and steady all day long.
Not a huge fish, but he's
James Biggs. As we get a look at that beautiful sailboat bridge there on Grand Lake. This 12 o'clock hour here, it's been an exciting morning, man. We heard some talk from guys, oh man, it's tough. And it's been some tough, conditions on a few of the guys, but for us on live this morning, for all of you watching at home, it's been a pretty active
we've been having a blast
start.
up in here.
First 4 hours have been fire, man.
Yeah, I've been enjoying all the extras you guys have here in the studio. You know what I mean? Foot rubs,
Again with that.
Yeah, no, dude, but it has been fun. But what I was going to touch on earlier, I'm just trying to get in where I fit in this whole live thing, sitting in studio with you. Sheldon Collins earlier, just sitting back, man. I was thinking about Brandon Perkins, how he was at Pickwick. And I look at Sheldon Collins, because Pickwick was Perkins' home lake. He was a local favorite.
Right.
Sheldon Collins, same thing here. But that demeanor that Collins showed a few minutes ago, just be calm, cool, and collect. I wonder if he's going to have that same demeanor come the final day. Because we saw Perkins was similar to that, too. When it come to third day was lead, he was scrambling, bro.
The wheels really get to turning on Showdown Saturday.
Yeah,
We've seen it so many times this year where that is the case, where they start thinking about, man, I got a chance at this $50,000, I got a chance at this trophy. And look, man, you put a live camera, you got us running our mouth in the background. They don't even, they're worried about what we're saying about them for
Absolutely.
sure. But you do start to see the wheels kind of start to get a little wobbly sometimes on that final day. But Sheldon, you know him like I know him, showing why he is so great.
Absolutely.
And even at, he's very young compared to a lot of the guys we're covering, but an old soul, a very talented angler, and he's showing that. He's got a game plan. He said, I'm going to hit this weight. This is what I want. If I get to this weight, I'll potentially be leading. And right now, it's all falling into place for him. And James Biggs the same way. So they're right there together.
Both of those guys have been. They've both done well. They fish at the high level. It's not their first rodeo. They know how to handle these situations, and they are due.
No doubt about it. They definitely have that experience that could take them into Showdown Saturday and let one of them hoist that trophy for sure. But we're looking at Progressive AOI. We're looking at the top 25, but we're looking at who's going to win $50,000. And right now, unofficially on the leaderboard, through the Way Live Tracker app, we encourage all of our anglers. Sometimes we do it with a little bit of muscle beat, but we encourage all of our anglers to enter their estimated weights. We can keep up with it. It helps us tell the story. And so far today, the unofficial leaderboard, we're going to take a look at that right now. James Biggs, like we said, sitting on top at Sheldon Collins, right there behind him. Unofficially in second place. Everything will become official at that drive.
Not who you want knocking on your back door.
No, not at all. But Biggs has a ton of experience here as well. Probably not as much as Sheldon, but
over $100,000 he's won on Grand alone.
Without a doubt. And it's going to be a showdown between those two guys if they're neck and neck going into that showdown Saturday.
How about that Policini?
Saw that. Yeah, John Policini, a Mississippi angler. He's down there in the 80s in the NPFL progressive point standings. I was checking that out on our last break, but making a little noise. We covered him at Wright Patman, had an excellent event there, but he's been quiet other than that this year, so it's awesome to see. John, I figure he may be up a river somewhere throwing a spinner.
He's all about that river life. Yes, sir. He loves that river. If you catch him on the main lake, he's broke down.
Something's wrong.
Oh, yeah.
He's out of gas,
yes,
right?
That's the problem.
Of course, William Fletcher, who started the day strong, he's still hanging around there. Doesn't look like, unless he hasn't updated his Waylab app, that he's made any upgrades in this afternoon.
He's one of our anglers that found his groove. Like first event, second event, and when we hit that third event, man, like he found his rhythm. And like now we talk about Will Fletcher every tournament. So
we have covered him truly, whether it's boat to boat with you out there, or like we had Watson in there bear hugging him earlier. We've covered him in the last few events, and like you said, the first couple it was quiet. William was a guy we expected to do big things, but got his footing under him, starting at Wright Patman, and man, it's been on a roll ever since, and he's going to make that championship if he keeps the momentum going like he brought into this event. Eddie Carper, Brandon Perkins right there. Perkins looking for a big one or two. He's saying he's happy with what he's got, but he wants to pick it up just a little bit. Scotty Valines, Keith Carson, Dan Blackert, and Matt Mollahan, your buddy, Matt Mollahan.
I've been talking about him all year. I think that he's been one of the guys. Everybody said, if this would have happened, I would have done this, or if that would have happened. He's had boat troubles. He had to throw 14 pounds away at Pickwick. He lost his day 2 weight because his boat broke down. Lost 14 pounds. He would be setting a whole lot better than what he is now. And he also had boat troubles at Florida as well. So Matt Mollahan's a force to be reckoned with. This year, hopefully he makes that championship, but next year,
You're going to see a whole lot more out of Mollahan.
Barely missed a check up there at Winnebago. We haven't had a chance to cover Mollahan so far this year. So I hope that he can hang in that top 10. Of course, all of our anglers in the top 10 will be covered right here on NPFL Live tomorrow. And we appreciate each and every one of you hanging with us so far today. We're happy to have the Big Cat in studio, and we're happy to have
I know I'm not
James
no David
Watson.
Dully. I'm no David Dully, but I'm trying to keep
There's only one of those, my friend. There's only one Double D.
Irreplaceable.
And there's only one Fat Cat out on the water, but Skinny Dog, James
Skinny
Watson,
Dog.
has been doing a good job for us out there today.
I bet that boat
JMFW.
smells like Vienna sausages right now. He's just slurping the can.
There's no doubt about
that.
that.
And it's not even his can. Somebody else ate him when he found
Probably
the can.
something you left in there
Good
from
point.
the last time you were with Mudhole and the Wombat. Those guys can't catch a break. They've had to work with you all year. Now they got Watson.
Yeah, poor-
They're
I'm
ready for the
surprised they're
season
still
to be
here. Yeah.
They're ready for the season to be over. We're going to get back out on Grand Lake right now to check out some more live action with Paul Browning, the Luke Bryan lookalike.
I bet we'll have quite a few zeros. I got a feeling. As tough as it is. I mean, I've been around a lot of fish. Oh my God. Come on, fish, eat it. I don't get it. Oh, it's a good
Oh, have
Stay on
mercy.
there, baby. Oh my God, that's a good one. That's a good one. Come on. Stay on there.
One of those trees he was telling you
In that
about.
shallow wood.
Ow.
Come on, Paul.
This is when your fingers crossed, no cotton mouth, no cotton mouth, no cotton mouth.
Oh, come on, fish.
Got him.
I was not expecting that. I'm over here on the edge of the seat thinking he was not going to get
All
that
right,
fish in the boat.
One closer now.
Good job, Paul.
Between Paul Browning and James Biggs,
I'm telling you, boy.
I've been on high alert all day long. Great fish. Worth the effort.
I just need
Listen to him breathing, man. He's worked up, son.
take a 2.5er.
That's a very important fish.
297. That's right at 3 pounds. Yeah. Oh. That helps a lot. Number 4. I think I'd have lost that fish if I'd have been on that other rod. Look at this. We've got all kinds of craziness going on right here.
Yeah, brown recluses in your boat and snakes.
Bro.
It's like the jungle.
Nah, I don't think you can legally do that. But
It would have took more than a snake to keep him away from that fish right there because he's in it to win it.
that was kind of fun. Exciting. Goes from 0 to hero pretty quick there with that one.
Paul Browning in 24th place, Progressive AOI. So every bite,
that's right,
gets him a step closer to Nickajack.
That was all the rod, every bit of that.
Not to be confused with
If I'd had that
Nickelback.
other rod, I wouldn't have got that fish out of there.
One of your favorite bands.
Absolutely.
Look at this photograph.
That fish bit like all of them, the ones I've in practice. That fish grabbed it and was not letting go of it, pulling like crazy. When they bite like that, you don't have to hit them that hard.
We're going to let Paul Browning get re-rigged here, and we're going to check back in with the fine sponsors that make the NPFL possible. We'll see you on the other side for more live action and fist fights with bass and brush piles and boat docks here at Grand Lake in Grove, Oklahoma.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. You know, we've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, you know, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, you know, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, you know, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers for any of your electronics needs. We ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
Back out on Grand Lake with the pirate Blackbeard, Keith Carson.
That's right.
He looks a little more intimidating now,
Hopefully
man. I know we talked about it earlier.
I'm just worried about if it does rain, it might run off.
You're saying it's Sharpie. I'm saying it's not.
You think it's
not
organic?
a stick
You think
on.
that's
I
organic?
think it's real deal. He did
He got them slides on. He's not even a flip flop guy or a say. He got slides on. Like he just, yeah. He's probably one of our most informative anglers in the league, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely, and you know his wheels are turning when he's quiet, though.
Yeah. Very good point.
We've covered Keith a lot, and when he's catching them and he's walking you through what he's doing, but when he gets like this and he gets quiet, his wheels are turning. Uh-oh. We saw him catch one on the jerkbait earlier today. And this time of year, so many of these fish, they sit up higher in the water column. They start to suspend under clouds of bait. So that jerkbait's going to.
Because that is what's unique about that. I'm assuming he's still throwing the stunner. That is a shallow. That's a very.
It's the number one stunner.
Number one stunner. What? That's copyright infringement. We'll
yes, we just got pulled off the feed.
Well,
lots of musical references today.
A couple more. And if we don't get anything, then we're going to get out of here.
That's James Watson's boat, Lazy Days.
I'm not going to try to do it too long. You know, I mean, if those guys are catching them, then good for them. But I'll know more later.
Carson's going to make a move.
Catch at least one more 3-pounder today. Just trying to figure out where I'm going to do that at.
He'll find a place. Always does.
He normally does,
right?
Yes. From number 2 in the Progressive AOI over to number 3, John Hook Up Soak Up.
Picking one of those 47 rods up off the deck.
It's like John has made a move, too, down to the lower end of the lake. He talked about that a little earlier.
Sorry?
Tell us about this detour you took on the way to the dam and why you came here.
Oh, okay.
It's a spot where they school. You know, they can school here in these flats. And I just know that these docks here, you can get on them if they're not schooling. And they're here, but they're just kind of around the docks, not necessarily on the dock. And so before I went down and made another 20 or 30 minute run out of the way, I wanted to see if I could pull in, maybe pop. I got some fish down there, and I don't know, you know, it's a long run, but they were there. They're not big. So I'm seeing if I can pull in, catch a couple 14 inches real quick and save myself the trip is really what I'm trying to do.
So he did make the long run,
fish
made a
are starting to
move.
get real high. Like, when I mean high, like high in the water column up on the bait. And I don't know that they're the big ones. So I've got to figure out a way to get them trigger. I mean, I either got to get I got to get a topwater thing going. I got to get something going.
Looking at that live scope.
I don't think anybody's surprised.
Well, then real quick, caught a couple shorts. My skills just to get them to trigger to bite have not been where they need to be today. Tether ball. Tether ball. Tether. Tether, tether.
Little different technique on those docks. Pitching a spoon around. You know, Grand is full of docks. We see Soka breaking those down, and I'm getting word that we got James Watson, Skinny Dog, out on the water. Going to do a little breakdown for us on how Grand Lake plays out with some of these boat docks and things. We're going to check in with Mr. Worldwide.
Hey, not all docks are created equal. You guys come from Winnebago just a few weeks ago. Well, most of your docks there, if not all of them, were pole docks, fixed position. Here on Grand Lake of the Cherokee's got a lot of docks, all right? A lot of shallow docks on flat water, a lot of docks on steeper banks, and in between. What's cool about Grand Lake is a lot of them are attached with cables that come out off the deep end of the dock, but also a lot of them are attached with bars and some shallow cables going to the bank. Some have big, long, arched walkways or flat walkways. So there's a lot more targets here on these docks than you would really think about when dock fishing. So look at the front of the docks, which I call the bank side, and the back of the docks, which I call the deep side. You know, a lot of people sink brush. A lot of bass fishermen will sneak in at night, throw a sycamore limb or something in front of that dock so they have something to flip at the next day or for a while. A lot of people crappie fish here at Grand Lake of the Cherokee's too. So when you're using your live scope and live target, whatever your graph is that you use, you can zone in and see these trees hanging, or sometimes just planted on the bottom of these docks, installs on the outside. So again, dock fishing is a huge, huge thing to bass fishermen about everywhere, but especially here on Grand Lake and the Ozark Lakes.
Good stuff from Skinny Dog, James Watson right there.
He gonna steal my job.
He's gonna steal your job.
He a pretty son of a gun too.
He is worldwide for a reason. But great breakdown of the docks here
It's
on Grand Lake.
too. Like how he mentioned, he didn't just say throw a branch over there or anything. He actually touched on sycamore. How that's a specific wood. Like, I think we kind of talked about that too, about brush piles, about certain wood does better, but
people have confidence in different types of trees. It's crazy when you talk to folks that sink a lot of brush. You know, it's exhausting, really. They're like, well, you can't throw that in the water. That they'll never get around there. You're like, what? I thought a tree was a tree, but apparently they put off different vibes maybe
there
for
we go.
the fish.
Yeah, whatever it may be, but it seems like everybody
has a different opinion.
Yeah, everybody does it different.
We've seen Perkins on the deep water side of these docks, and we've seen him on the bank side, like Watson talking. Those fish, they're positioned on both.
And they'll change position as the day progresses, right?
For sure. And as the bait moves around, things change.
It must have been in that brush pile. Dang it.
You surprised? More docks here. Jeff Dobson,
Shocker.
one of the locals.
The information that Watson shared with us is good, especially for folks at home that don't realize it. Because they look like floating docks, which they are floating docks. What I'm getting at is the cables that keep them stable and things of that nature. So it's a lot going on underneath as well.
Nothing will make you matter as a bass angler than a cable you can't see underwater because they move. So when you're picking that jig up,
Right.
it'll flex a little bit. You're like, you think you got a bite, you stay hung in them. A lot of lakes I fish around home got plenty of cables, and man, you never get used to that feeling.
Right.
But the fish they'll suspend on them. They'll move up and down those cables to the bottom. And a lot of times, some of these docks will actually have anchors as well that those cables go to. You can see here, that's a great shot there of that walkway coming off that bank. And what Watson was saying, even though that walkway doesn't necessarily have poles like the Winnebago docks, pole docks, a lot of walkways in the south have that, right? That walkway will actually have individual targets on it. But what that does is it creates between the back of that floating dock and the bank, you'll have a shade line that's just specific to that walkway, and they'll get right in that little narrow shade line a lot of times on the back side of these floating piers. I think that dock needs some WD-40, Fat Cat.
Need to grease that son of a gun up.
Somebody send Watson over there. I'm sure he's got some with him.
Oh, he got I'd say some Vienna sausage, some bacon. He got something. He got some kind of food with him. I'm gonna promise you that. He'll go over there. He'll go over there and grease it up.
Yeah, he's going to have to be careful with all that food in the boat, or that name Skinny Dog is going to go away.
Gotta watch out. He might go change his hat from worldwide to wide load. You never know. No, I'm just teasing, James. Don't get mad at me. I'm kidding.
That my magical dock row is no longer magical.
I was telling you, this is what happens in the afternoon with a quick.
Do what?
Sheldon.
Well, that would have been cool. Catch a 5-pounder on the top water. It is. Carry a stick around with me most of the times to beat them off me. Oh boy. Well, that's a tough one there.
Who would win in a fight between me and Dudley? Is that what you said? That's what I'm talking about, Sheldon.
Have to go with Luke on that one.
That's right.
Hopefully watching him throw down.
Listen, Dudley got that fresh ink. I'll just go to slapping. I know that skin gets tender.
The plan. Like fishing wise?
Dudley's squirrely though, boy. I wouldn't underestimate Dudley.
No.
Country boy too.
Yeah, that's right.
He got that country boy strength.
Worm off the docks. Trying to catch a big one. We got probably 14 something. Pretty good bag. I'm not complaining with it at all. but we got one in there that's like 1 3/4 pounds. So we just need a 3-pounder or bigger, and we'll have 16 plus. And 16 plus is going to be a really good bag for here right now. Got lucky this morning, caught some good ones early. Very thankful for that. So I've been fishing really relaxed the last couple hours, and that you just fish a lot better when you've got a decent bag in the boat. You just take your time, you fish more methodically. You ain't rushing stuff, trying to get to another spot real quick because you're running out of time. So yeah, we're flipping some main lake, shallow docks right now. We're about to get out of here after we fish this one. Go try to fish a few more flats like we were this morning. We might actually stop back by on that one, see if we can't catch another big one. But yeah, really good day so far. Very happy to have what I've got. We're just hunting another good quality 3-pound plus bite. So I know where they live. We're just gonna keep bouncing around. Oh, there was one there. Try to catch us one. Oh, they got a rope going across there.
Good stuff from Sheldon Collings right there, breaking down his day, and definitely a good feeling. You know, you always have the case of the haves and the have-nots in these tournaments. Sheldon's like, hey, it's the weight of the world's off his shoulders, and the guys down there around 30th to 50th are like, oh, I can't get a bite. Meanwhile, Sheldon's just game planning for the next 2 days. It's awesome to see. But from one Oklahoma angler to another that we've had a lot of time with this morning, Eddie Carper. We're going to check back in with Oklahoma's Eddie.
Oh, yeah.
He's not deviated from that jerk bait.
A few of them points. Try to jig off a few of them points. We might get a big one that way. There's one.
There we go.
Carper hooked up.
A little bitty dude. Come on, hot rod. Be still. There you go.
Are we going to see some of this throughout the day, like the midday, smaller ones, and then the big bite comes later, you think?
You know, for us today, most of those bigger bites were before 10 o'clock, but this time of year for me.
God, no, that dude. Out of
Get him, Eddie.
I honestly think those big fish can bite at any point this time of year. I'm not a guy that I don't lose confidence once that early morning's over with this time of year. Like whether I'm topwater fishing or fishing docks, I feel like I can get that big bite this time of year at any point, really. There are certain times of year you get those feeding windows, you know, and we certainly saw one this morning. Our guys, they put it on them early.
Because last flight checks in at 5 today, right?
Yeah, those late flight guys can definitely make some noise. Days are getting shorter. That light starts to change a little bit around that time. Once you get past 3:30, 4 o'clock, sun's starting to go down a little bit this time of year. So, yeah, absolutely. We could see some fireworks in the last hour. Of course, we go off live here in a little over an hour, 2 p.m., and then that drive-through weigh-in with Al McCullough's going to kick in there about 3:30 this afternoon. Going to want to check that out, tnpfl.com. Carper's having himself a day. He's just having a good old time out there.
That's not good.
Come on, man. Watch out for them trouble hooks.
Oh. I got you, buddy. Be still.
It's the small ones that always get you, isn't it?
Yes.
It's not the 5-pounders. It's those ones that only weigh a pound.
I would tell you what the real term for these jerk baits is, but we on TV and I can't.
Thanks, Eddie.
It involves 9 hooks. I see one sitting under that float right there. They may be starting to set up, I don't know. But those are little bitty fish. We need to grind these. We're about to go down here and try to catch one. Ain't gonna mess around with these little babies.
You ain't got time for that.
Ain't got time. All right, same mentality. You catch 3 dinks in a row. Do you make a little move or what? Does it make sense what he's doing?
I think Eddie's got a game plan, so it does to him.
Seems to be working.
Yeah, it seems to be working, and he needs, he knows where he's at. He's got to limit the boat. He needs 3-pound plus fish, 2.5-pound plus fish to upgrade. Those aren't cutting it for him, and so he just saw something there, and you heard him say,
See this next spot, don't laugh.
They could be starting to set up, and you could tell it made him think of something else that he wanted to go check. Over to Brandon Perkins. He's getting real familiar with those Grand Lake docks right now. Seems like a recipe to fall in.
You're playing with fire when you're fishing like that. But that's how you win it. A lot of these guys have mentality when you fish like this. It's you worry about getting them in the boat after you get them to eat the bait,
That's
right?
right. Oh. Hooked up. This is interesting.
Have mercy.
It's like
There
somebody
you go.
threw it to him behind the dock
No
like a
doubt.
football. Holy cow.
That was fun stuff. That was a
High risk, high reward.
17 cables.
17 cables.
I just let my boat flop around. That's a 3 anyway, I think. Good fish. Well, that was scary as crap. Now we gotta figure out which one the small is. Oh yeah. I'm gonna drop you one off.
A little trade.
3 1/4. Yes, sir.
He got buddies all over the lake, don't he?
Yeah, he just the mayor of Grove, Oklahoma, Brandon Perkins.
Yes, sir. You got a pretty place. You got a pretty place there, man. Y'all got there's some awesome houses. What's that? I do. Oh, I mean, there's fish on every one of these suckers. I don't know if they're crappie, bass, what. I know some of them's bass. Y'all got plenty of fish in this lake. Whew, I need a 6-pounder. Oh, I'm gonna troll out here in cold. Get out of your way. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
You got to be careful in those situations, don't you, Luke? With information and stuff like that, that neighbor were to say certain
You
things.
do, and everybody, all fishermen, we all like to talk, so
you got to be cordial.
That situation happens a lot where people they want to talk and they want to try to help you out, and they're excited you're on their home lake and you're fishing around their dock. I mean, sometimes it goes the other way and people aren't so excited.
I think we've all had a taste of that.
For sure, but I've had guys who be going out and be, hey, I got a brush pile out there in front of the dock. You're like, hey, sir, can't get information. It's folks that don't keep up with it. It makes it awkward. But of course, all of our NPFL anglers, no information allowed. They can't solicit it. They can't receive it. And in a situation like that, it's kind of tricky.
Sure,
guys
absolutely.
Yelling off the bank, and he didn't tell him anything.
No,
I caught a 6-pounder. It's always fun.
That seems like the perfect way to handle it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, well.
And you can tell Perkins is like, yeah, I'm going to back out.
Oh, yeah.
He starts dishing out the goods here. Great call.
He's having a good day.
Perkins is going to update that Way Live app, and we're going to take a quick break and come back on the other side with more live action from Grand Lake, Grove, Oklahoma. Stop number 6 here on the National Professional Fishing League, presented by Omega Custom Tackle.
So right now I'm leading the points. It's pretty awesome. It was definitely a goal coming in, but AOY is always, in my opinion, it's a tough goal, toughest goal to achieve.
60 pounds.
To say that I'm, expected this, no, but shocked, no, as well. But everything has to go right to win AOY. We got, this one right here, one left, and we'll see how it goes. In this inaugural season of NPFL, to beat these guys, to be the most consistent, because, looking at the results and the standings as it is right now, man, I have caught them everywhere we've been all year, and I've got a 4-point lead, so it's going to take me catching them again for sure, but it'd be super special. So I've been to Grand once, fished Costa here in 15 or 16, 15 I think, and caught them good, but it was in April, was sight fishing. People were like, you at least gonna know where to go and stuff, and I didn't even honestly know the layout of the lake. When I was here before, you could troll, and every 20 feet there was one on bed, so I never looked at any contour lines, any creek, anything special. I was just trolling and looking. So this is totally different, but I like Grand. I felt confident coming in. I have, like I said, never been here in the fall, but I have fished Ozarks and Table Rock and some of those, especially Ozarks in the fall, and I was hoping they would fish pretty similar, and from what I've seen so far, they kind of do. I mean, a jig for sure, a jig, a spinnerbait. I mean, if the wind blows, definitely a spinnerbait. I mean, it's Oklahoma, and I mean, I'd say some kind of topwater just based on the conditions. I'm not saying I've caught them on a topwater, but based on what it's going to do right now, all of practice, it's been hot and sunny, and 2 days we had wind. Today it's slick, but I think for the tournament they're calling for cloudy, rainy days. I feel like a topwater will play, but I'm gonna go with a jig, a spinnerbait, and a topwater. I feel like Big John's gonna jack him. I mean, he's an Oklahomian, so I really don't know. I don't know weight-wise. I feel like 15 a day will win me AOY, and I may be wrong. May take more than that. I don't feel like I'm safe, catching 12 a day and getting a check, just because the couple that are right close behind me are going to catch them. They catch them everywhere we go. So the goal is 15 a day. And I've had a good practice, but I know that conditions are going to change. And, what I pride myself in, and the reason I think I'm where I am in AOY is because I've adapted and I've been able to change in changing conditions. And, I just don't want to let the pressure and the stress of this situation and this tournament and AOY and all that get to me. I just want to go fishing, keep it simple, and figure it out each day.
Hey, what's happening? What's shaking, fishing world? Fat Cat Newton here. I'm actually Skinny Cat, JMFW Worldwide. I'm here with Evel Knievel, and we're at the Second Kick Cycle Works right here, downtown Grove, Oklahoma, right? You are Evel Knievel.
Wait a minute. I'm not evil and I'm not Knievel. I'm Bob.
Tell us about your shop here, Bob.
Well, Jim, the owner, and I have a sickness. It's called motorcyclitis. And I've worked in the motorcycle industry most all of my working years. I met Jim probably 15 years ago, sold him what antique motorcycles I had, and he's been collecting for 25 years. There's 85 in here. 5 of them are loaners, but 8 of them are owned by Jim Surge.
I'd like those 5 back as soon as you can get them back to me.
Yeah.
I've loaned them out long enough.
Yeah.
So all these are still functioning too.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Well, it's definitely a neat store. You're right here, downtown Grove, Oklahoma. Been here 7 years here in about a month.
November, this coming November, we'll be here 7 years.
Neat deal, neat deal. But hey, afterwards, you're going to jump me in his truck with one of these bikes afterwards, so get your helmet on.
Right.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Hey, whether it's before or after your visit with Jim and Bob here at the museum, come to the Checkered Pass and get you something to eat. You're going to like it.
Welcome back to Grand Lake, stop number 6 here on the National Professional Fishing League. And a look at Sheldon Collings, one of our anglers that's been mixing it up here on day 1. Unofficially up there in that top 5.
Keeping his composure, man. He's doing well for being that local favorite. He's holding it together very well. And getting that. Here we go. Talk to us, buddy.
Well, we just found us a point that I ain't fished it in a while. Boy, them suckers, they are down there. Right here on the end of it, but they're sucked tight to the bottom. They're in and around the brush pile. In and out of the boulders. I can see them running through bait. But there ain't much wind on it right now, so I'm thinking within the next 2 days, this point and that point, if we get some wind on it, some clouds, they'll be up here pushed shallow up on top of it. I'll be able to catch a few out here. Might not catch any off of it right now, but knowing that there's that many fish here, that's good. Makes me feel good about it. They are jammed up out here.
A lot of small houses here on Grand.
Yeah.
Sheldon was in the mix at Lake Winnebago at our last event. There's stop number 5, and some of the best footage we've had all year. He's up fishing a frog up in that duckweed. Such a versatile angler, though. You're seeing him offshore now, seeing him mix it up. We've seen him flip this year, offshore crank. Glad to see Sheldon doing well this week here on Grand Lake. We're going to go from Sheldon over to Eddie Carper, one of our anglers that's certainly had a great first day here on Grand. Cousin Eddie, so I like to call him.
He's fishing by an old still or something. A whirl.
Not a lot of dock maintenance going on right there.
No, it's not. Oh.
Eddie's not worried about it, though.
Oh, you.
That'd be a pretty nice one.
She pulling, boy.
Oh, yeah. Come on, get down. Golly. I ain't got him that much. There you go. How you like that?
How you like that?
We love it.
Ain't no doubt.
Great fish.
Eddie having a great day.
For coming here, but there might be a whole school of them there.
Got that phone clipped on the side.
Happen. Come on, man.
Quick access to put that weight into the Weigh Live tracker.
Coming off in a million years. That's a nice 3-pounder right there. I'm on here with the other 3-pounders, buddy. Why is my live well not holding water?
That's an issue we've had a couple times this year. Live well issues. Hopefully one doesn't come to haunt Eddie.
I'm gonna have to adjust the boat. I can't make a cast until I go.
Good job, man. You get your nerves worked up and everything, and being self-aware. That could cost you.
It is a very simple mistake that you would not think would be hard to
and
make.
it happened
but
to somebody in the top 10 progressive AOI, didn't it? Happen to
happened to Bryant Smith.
That's right.
Winnebago. Matter of fact, Dudley and I were giving Keith Carson a hard time at Winnebago because he was going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He was counting and doing whatever he could to keep up with it because he was catching so many on day 2.
And it's a healthy penalty, too.
Yes, it is.
Eyeball.
Yep.
Yes, eyeball.
Bryant Smith, costly penalty there.
Had to throw back the 2 biggest fish, wasn't it?
I think it's your biggest and a 2-pound penalty or something on top of that. It's steep.
It's definitely not that one.
Cookie cutters.
All right, boys. Damn.
All right, calm down, Eddie. You okay?
He's trying to get back in there, keep him.
Yes, he is.
Shoot. Where?
They never do what you want them to do.
No.
They're like kids.
Well, just jump in my deal. That's what I thought it was. Bye, buddy. Thank you.
There you go.
Now, that bothers me, actually.
Fish care is very important. Our penalty here in the NPFL is 1 pound if you have a fish that happens to die. So it's crucial.
That dude wasn't filling up. Then the water in there.
That's one thing I can say. NPFL has made fish care top priority.
For sure.
Without a doubt.
To the bigger one.
Well, it's so important to take care of the resource.
That's why the penalty's so big. Like you say, it's.
And sometimes there's nothing you can do, man.
True story.
You know, but these guys extend all resources that they have to keep these fish alive. Eddie's fired up now. You hear that?
Yeah, you can hear it. Well, he just went through a lot he found fish, and then he went through having to call and do this and do that. And you're under pressure because you're trying to qualify for the championship.
I'll do that in a moment. It has done got hot. Yeah.
And he is stuck with that jerkbait program, man. Really been my surprise of the day.
All right, what's he picking
And
up?
then we'll update that out for them. That fish weigh 3 pounds probably. Right at it.
Thank you, Eddie.
Heck, it's texting me.
Look at him. Got it right there on the hip so he can look at it real quick, man. I'm telling you, he's a pro.
Probably my dad. He's on his way to Canada to go hunt. Probably checking on me or letting me know where he's at. Anyway, keep pretty good tabs on each other. I wish I could have went to Canada with him. I'd have went along just for the ride, but we had this, and he has to plan him things like a year in advance. Moose. I think he went to British Columbia or whatever, or went through British. I'm not really sure. He normally goes to Newfoundland, hunts them in Newfoundland, however you say it. That's where he normally has been going. But he wanted to moose hunt. He's 65, 60. Say he's 60. 67, yeah, has been for the past couple of years since he retired. He always wanted to go do that, and he's quite an accomplished angler himself. And he basically give it up to take care of the, things around home, family and all. Might as well not ruin the cast, huh? That bait turned around on itself and got all kinds of jacked up. But yeah, he's went to the All-American. He's well accomplished. He fished some of the bigger stuff, but that was about the time that things kind of started going sideways with the family. Not really sideways, but you know, my brother, he passed away a few years ago, and Dad's been, he had 4 kids, so Dad's been looking after the kids, and then one of the boys passed away a couple of springs ago, turkey hunting. Got in an accident, and then now he's still got the 2 girls. One girl lives in Mississippi with her mama, and see, Allison, the oldest girl, my niece, she's done, you know, of course she's 20 years old or whatever now. She's out on her own, been out on her own for a long time. Probably wasting time doing this, but I really would like to get rid of them 2 dinky fish. It's a great place
We're
to do it.
heading into our last hour here, Fat Cap. We're going to take a look back at some of the day's highlights. Of course, Eddie Carper has been on a roll today, catching bass, but so have a lot of our other anglers here and the 10 guys we've been covering out on Grand Lake. Grove, Oklahoma here. Stop number 6 presented by Omega Custom Tackle, and one of the catches of the year.
Man.
Paul Browning, and one of the other catches of the year.
Bro.
Back-to-back, Brandon Perkins, a progressive AOY leader that is not giving up that lead today.
No, he's not.
Mike Yoder. Got the conditions he wanted. Those
right.
clouds never showed up.
And he talked about he wanted it tough.
Sheldon, Collins,
A little bigger.
local favorite coming into this event. Having a fantastic first day.
3 or 4 of them down there with him. That's a key.
The man we just spent a lot of time with, Eddie Carper, Oklahoma
Pretty sure he will.
Oklahoma angler, family man,
Definitely a family
working that
man.
jerk bait with precision today. Keeping himself in the hunt, in
Man's
the
on a
mix.
mission,
Yes,
no
he
doubt
is,
about it.
indeed. A lot of quality fish from Eddie today. A little different pattern than we've seen most folks utilize today around those docks. We've seen a lot of jigs, some creature bait action, but Eddie utilizing that jerk bait most of the day. He's saying those fish are starting to set up under those floats, and we're seeing it there now as we enter this final hour of NPFL Live. Man, you've almost made it through day
cannot
one.
believe it, yeah. I think everybody else is shocked that I've almost made it and I haven't derailed the whole thing by coming in studio.
We've had our moments.
Yeah, we
We've had our
definitely have
moments.
had our moments.
Most people didn't see those, but we've had some behind-the-scenes moments where we've made each other laugh, maybe when we shouldn't have, but that's just
what's new, right?
When you're around the big cat, bass fishing's funny, man. It's gonna happen.
It's
I was
gonna happen.
expecting that today.
I try to bring the funnies, but on the other hand of that, knowing I'm sitting in Dudley's seat, I got to bring the seriousness and try to uphold the
law of the NPFL.
Yeah.
I like that. This is the first time I've seen seriousness out of that seat all year.
We all know better than that.
Yeah, it's been a great time having you in studio. Any surprises for you today from the 10 guys that were watching out on the water? You talked to a lot of them last night, just like I did. Anything that's thrown you a curveball today so far?
Yeah, Mitchell Webb is he forgot that he's supposed to catch fish. I was hoping to see Mitchell Webb be doing a whole lot better. He's not doing it, so I need Mitchell to tighten up, buddy.
It's your man crush.
Yeah, it's my man crush, my buddy. But no, everything is – it's working out the way I thought it was going to work out because I wasn't sure how things were going to work out because I don't know anything about Grant. So things are going great. You know what I mean?
So with that being said, we're headed into this final hour of live coverage. That top 10 has changed a little bit on the unofficial leaderboard between that Way Live Tracker app. Those guys putting in those estimated weights all day long. We've had some shifting, and we're going to take a look at that right now at the top 10 going into this final hour live coverage. No changes up top between number 1 and number 2. James Biggs up on top still. Sheldon Collings in second, but look right there in third place. Taylor Watkins out of nowhere. Our 10th place angler in the Progressive Angler of the Year race. Sitting there unofficially with 14 pounds in third place.
And the name right behind, man, wow, we're starting to see some stuff go on, man.
River Lee, we saw him in the background of one of Watson's pieces out there on the water. He was actually fishing docks like we've seen so many guys do. River Lee unofficially in fourth place. River, a young angler we've seen a lot this year.
Yes.
He's had some very successful tournaments. He's had some controversial things happen to him, some bad luck, some good luck. So
he's a young angler that we will see for a long time in professional fishing. Without a doubt, that kid has talent. He's got a strong support system. River Lee is here to stay.
Without a doubt.
That kid is a stick.
He's impressive. He's been great on camera for us all year, every time we've had an opportunity to spend some time. So hopefully tomorrow, day 2, we'll get to spend some time with River Lee. John Policini, Eddie Carper, who we've just seen there.
It's been the Eddie Carper show today.
It has been. He's really brought us a lot of excitement on live, a lot of great fish catches. Brandon Perkins, the AOY leader, right there in 8th. Scotty Valines in 9th. And last but not least on the unofficial top 10, Keith Kirsten, he's saying, no, sir. No, sir, Perkins.
He's one of the only other ones we've seen throw a jerkbait, too.
That's right.
A little bit different than what Carper's doing. But, yeah, so – and like I say, man, we still got quite a few more hours going on, and that early morning bite seems to be the deal, and we're about to find out if that late bite is the deal.
No doubt about it. One thing's for sure, if that leaderboard looks like that at the end of the day, Perkins, he can't rest easy because Carson is right on his heels. Sokup having a little bit tougher day. He's sitting on 3 fish last that we checked in with John, but Keith Carson
did you
still right
think
there.
Sokup was going to be different in a different spot than what he is right now? Coming into this with electronics, being at home and everything else here.
You know, I talked to him about that last night. I brought up the electronics, and he said the way these fish are setting up right now, he cannot make that forward-facing sonar work to his advantage.
Because of the transition taking place in the fish, it's not knowing where they want to.
That was his big thing last night. He's like, you would think that would be the case for me, but it's just not right now. But we have left the live coverage. This is our 6th event. So we've covered John a lot this year. We've turned we hit the switch, turned the red button off so many times, and then you show up at the weigh-in, it's like, John Sokup, 17 pounds. Yes. We've seen it so many times, so you can't count him out.
And who's another one that does that? Nick Pravanizak is infamous for catching them after the camera goes off.
Without a doubt. But we are so proud that each and every one of you have hung in here with me and the big cat, James Watson, out on the water today. But we're going to jump back out to Grand and check in with James Biggs in Grove, Oklahoma.
That's a good one. That'll help.
That braid, boy, just talking.
Please stay hooked. Oof. Please stay hooked. Please stay hooked. Please stay hooked. Oh, give me that mouth. Oh gosh. Don't do that. That'll help. Time is it? Buzzbait fish, midday. You don't get a lot of bites doing it, but the quality's definitely there.
That's an upgrade.
Just forget everything we just said on the unofficial leaderboard. It just changed. But Biggs is still going to be sitting on top of it unofficially.
That's right. That is an upgrade. And back to the purple, man. Not many guys can pull off purple, but that man does a great job of pulling it off.
Brown on my 2.
He's got a lot of it.
Yes, he does.
I will say that.
He's purple and proud.
Get that perp.
That perp.
Brown. And
Biggs is also a fireman.
My little side.
So we appreciate his service.
Absolutely.
Out there in his community.
He's been doing it for quite some time, too.
Those are my two littlest, really? There's no way. Those do not weigh the same. All right, am I allowed to turn off my deal?
Yeah, go ahead and cut your line. Yeah, I'll boost the sign.
All right. I am going to
If you're just joining us, James Biggs has a conspiracy theory against microphones and scales. A lot of money on the line. So,
see, conspiracy is a word or a term used to discredit things that you might not agree with. But I'm gonna be the devil's advocate, and I think he might be onto something. Because if you look at Eddie Carper, he was dealing with the same issues as well. So there might be.
This has been something that I've heard through pro fishing for years and years and years.
That's why I say just put triple scales on all the boats, and we're good. Or triple, yeah, whatever they're called. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
Or for me, I will use a Cullen beam.
Cullen beam. There you go. There it is.
But I get it. Guys like to know exactly what they have. It helps them plan. And I'll weigh mine sometimes too. I tend to do that a lot on smallmouth lakes for whatever reason. Smallmouth and spots where you're catching a lot of fish. Ounces do matter, but
sometimes I'll just carry around, like I got a produce scale and a laundry basket. I just weigh them like that a lot of times when I'm on the water.
Does that fit just in a compartment of your boat, or?
Yeah, it sits right by the microwave.
What kind of batteries are you running?
Militech lithium.
Okay.
I run 19 of them.
Yeah.
A 10-foot John boat, double decker.
I got to get up to the Potomac more often.
Come on up to the Potomac. So this right here, though, far as is he reweighing everything to make sure he has that accurate?
Mm-hmm. He says he's going. He was said before he cut the mic he was going to reweigh every single fish.
I wonder how many guys would actually do that, because like it seems to me he's already doing well. He knows he's doing well, but that seems like that's taking valuable time away from fishing.
That's always Dudley's point with the weighing the fish. He likes the and the balance beam doesn't lie.
Right.
If it's a drop of water difference, it'll lean. So it's quick, it's fast. And a lot of guys do both.
Yes.
And
you just saw Eddie Carper.
Yeah, I'll do both sometimes. Biggs is going to sort it out. We're going to jump back over to Progressive AOY leader Brandon Perkins.
Yellow is number 3. I won't be calling.
Perkins has a real interesting way of fishing that jig. You see how he lowers that rod tip, he lets it fall on that slack line, actually almost chases the jig with the rod.
Who does it remind you of?
Look at that.
Oh. There you go.
Again, forget exactly what we said about the unofficial leaderboard. It's changing
but
constantly.
Keith Carson would do the same thing or similar.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's right.
And it all has to do with, like we talked about earlier, how that bait falls, right? That's why they're doing that.
You don't really want any tension on that jig when it's falling. You want it to be natural, and 90% of your bites on a jig come when that thing is slackline and it's falling. And you saw him there. He's a line watcher. He's watching that line for it to tick while that bait is falling on the deep end of that dock. So he's staring at that line, and that's why he can set the hook so fast, going from that rod tip low at the water. He watches it jumps, and he knows that fish has got it, and he smokes them. Got to be a line watcher whenever you're fishing. Anything, if I'm throwing a wacky worm, anything that really falls that vertical presentation, a jig, a worm, anytime I'm fishing docks, I'd say more than half of my fish, you don't even feel them
basing
a lot
your
of
hook
times.
set off of that, what that line
you watch
does.
that line. You know, you can miss fish doing that as well, but sometimes you can, once you do it long enough, you kind of get in a rhythm like Kirkin says, you can tell, okay, he's got it.
You can also miss a lot of fish by not doing that.
That's exactly right. Yeah, you got to pay attention. It's all about details. Because those bites are subtle sometimes.
Yeah, and I learned a lot about him when he won Pickwick in that tournament. We had a lot of eyeballs on him at Pickwick, and if anybody on tour has a lot of attention to detail, it's that dude right there.
Oh, yeah.
Like watching him give direction, like we were trying to get up there to get an interview, and just how he was giving the boat I was in the direction, how to park, where to park, how to line up. And then I found out he was actually the coach of the girls' softball team as well.
Yeah,
so
he has daughters.
He's that coach mentality as well, to where there's a certain way to do things, and you stick to that protocol.
And Brandon's a sharp dude. Had a great game plan coming in, and from what I'm seeing today, talking to him last night, he's executing about like he thought he would. I think maybe he thought he would have a little bit more weight, but he's right there in his target range. We're going to leave Brandon on those Grand Lake docks, and we're going to check back in one last time with our sponsors of the NPFL that make all this possible here. Fat Cat, for you and I get to sit here and run our mouth with this awesome bass fishing going on behind us. And we'll see you on the other side for more live action from Grand Lake.
Hero Beverage Company. Specialty grade coffee that's small batch roasted in the U.S. and shipped fresh to your door. Enjoy a freshly brewed cup knowing your purchase directly helps everyone remain operational. Order a bag today at drinkhero.com.
Hey everyone, John Sokup, NPFL Pro and co-owner of the Bass Tank. The Bass Tank is an electronics accessory installation national shipping shop. We sell Garmin, Lowrance, Humminbird. We've been known for really focusing on the niche of the forward shooting sonar, like the live scopes, the active targets, and things of that nature. We've been able to take those skill sets and kind of put them on display with the NPFL, winning the first UFOLO event with live scope. We've always been fishermen, but the creation of the Bass Tank actually came from a basic problem that I had. In 2018, I was at the Forest Wood Cup, and I actually broke down at the Forest Wood Cup because of improper installation, and it came from the manufacturer on down. And simply put, the industry as a whole has kind of accepted, bad quality of installation when it comes to electronics. And as the electronics industry pushes and creates more demand, more amperage, more things like that, there's a gap between what's actually being put out there from the manufacturer. And so there's a niche, there's a need that someone specializes in electronics. We're all fishermen. We fish professionally. Every single one of us fish to some manner. So we understand the fishermen, but we also are very skilled. My partner, Scott Palmer, is actually an engineer. So everything we do is engineer backed, and we're also backed by, being able to field test things. And that's usually what I'm doing is I'm out there breaking things and Scott's behind the scenes fixing things. And so we know exactly how to take on a customer when they have a need of any kind. And I think everybody knows that when you're spending the kind of money that we're spending on boats and equipment, everybody wants it to work. You don't want to break down in the Forest Wood Cup like I did because it wasn't installed right. And so we bring that same passion to each and every one of our customers. For any of your electronics needs, we ship nationwide, we have financing, and we also have the best installation in the business. No shortcuts, it's done right or it's not done at all. So you can find us at thebasstank.com. You can call us, 918-509-7864. You can find us on all social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here. Super fun beach day, everybody.
I thought it was a commercial.
Welcome back to Grove, Oklahoma. A look at Keith Carson.
One's following it, and then he stopped. See, that was probably a bass right there.
Electronics guru Keith Carson.
It's like a big cement block, and they'll sit beneath this cement block here. See my bait? It's going down right there.
Good look at some of that
Something's chasing it.
forward-facing sonar.
I didn't even know he had one of those in the boat.
You know, he fished Sturgeon Bay before he went to Winnebago.
I don't know.
And was catching smallmouth looking at it. He was telling me.
You know, just like flipping mats in Florida.
It's a party.
Every fisherman loves those, right?
Oh, yeah.
There they go. Let's do some donuts. It's a local Sea-Doo gang.
Is it okay if I fish this real quick? Thanks, man.
That's awesome.
I got word from the NPFL's own Brad Fuller a little earlier that there have been rumors that this is actually Keith Carson's evil twin.
We're just gonna crank this real quick and then we're gonna go.
Like Spider-Man and Venom?
Yes. So it's a good thing that guy let him fish right there. I don't want to see the other ugly side of Keith's twin, Ralph. Ralph.
There was some good fish in here, you know, practice when things were, it was real sunny and stuff. They were sitting on the shade nicely, but now they're not. Don't seem to be under here.
Little blade bait? What is he throwing?
Maybe a chatterbait.
Is it a chatter?
Couldn't tell.
I thought it was like a silver button.
Oh, actually like a blade.
Yeah. I don't know.
Should get a good look at it there. Little square bill.
Yeah, I was about to say, he's got a soft tip. It makes sense.
See you, man. Thanks. Keith Carson.
Likely story,
Thanks,
Ralph
man.
Carson. Where are you hiding, Keith? It's always good to see that sportsmanship out on the water.
Absolutely, man. Especially when you're fishing not only for $50,000, but it's a lot of stuff going on right now.
And that guy has no clue, right?
No
He's
clue. Just being
friendly.
Appreciate you, bud. He's fishing not only for $50,000, but he's also fishing for the AOI and everything else. So
Things moving right now. We gotta go.
progressive AOI, that is.
Keith's fixing to make a move, so we are too. We're going to go check in with number 3 in the Progressive Angler of the Year race, Mr. John Sokup. If he were to win Angler of the Year, is going to need a new room in his house for all of his hardware.
Man, I'm telling you.
Is there a way to weld all those trophies together into one just massive? Like almost like a Transformer trophy.
Like Voltron. Megatron. Oh, there you go. What just happened? What just happened?
So sweet, dude. I don't even know what to say. Oh, bad luck, bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. Super good luck.
That's great.
He ain't even that big. Oh my God, dude. It's on now. The luck has changed.
I believe him when he says it.
Yes.
If there's anyone.
That suck up laugh when you hear it,
Over
man.
there, and I saw a fish follow it out on live scope. And then I picked up my spook, I was gonna spook it, and all of a sudden, there he was. 6 inches below the water. I pitched at him, and he ate it. So I think number 4. Whew. Okay, thank you, Lord. See, I just need a little prayer. I told you. I told you. I just need to get on my knees and say a little prayer.
Little divine intervention
There
for
it
John
is.
Soker.
That's right.
They like that boat.
Okay. That's it, dude. That's probably. What's so weird is I got that trap got him excited. He like started to follow it. That stump over there. That whole thing on film, dude. That was awesome. Did you get the fish actually? Did you see the fish in the water and all that?
He's jacked.
Yes.
He's jacked. But we've seen this before. Like in Florida when this happened, man, like, you know, I know we're early in the tournament and everything, but
hear that knock.
Thing's talking, boy.
Wow. I'm gonna call him 2. He's long. 8 pounds. 8 pounds. Yeah. Where are we at? Where are you at? Oh, dude. Hey, I'll take it, man. I'll take. Yeah, some just happened, dude.
Maybe John should just do circles and try to call him in.
I'm telling you, dude, he's giddy. He's figured something out. He needed that. He really needed that. That really.
Call him up, you know. The biggest thing is how do you get him to. How do you get them to decide to come out on their own, not just like you check? There ain't no wind, you know.
From one John to another, we're going to catch up with John Policini. And he got chased down by the only man that can do it, the skinny dog.
Skinny dog.
James Watson out on Grand Lake doing your job for you, basically. I mean, I don't know how you feel about that.
There's not anybody else I'd rather fill my shoes than James Worldwide Watson.
That's a fact.
That dock where he was at. And I saw him swim all the way out of the.
Go check in with James Worldwide Watson on the water.
All right, hey, we're up the river just a little ways, not very far. I'm with John Policini. He's got a good sack of fish. John, what's been your primary attack today?
I'm primarily junk fishing. I mean, I've caught a couple of good fish on a plopper. I've caught some fish on a jig, jerk bait. But the little Omega finesse jig is really kind of what I'm using here. Put the sun straight up. But got some shade lines coming, and I'm gonna change to a little topwater bait here in a minute. And as soon as we get up the bank a little bit and try to. I got a 2-pounder, 2-1. Yeah, if I can get rid of it, I like where I sit today.
All right, that makes good sense. You mentioned something too. You're thinking about tying on the big 190, going after a big one.
Hey, you want to see it?
I've seen it before, son. I own them.
You want to see it?
You can pull that thing out. It weighs about 4 pounds. If they swallow it far enough, John, you could just break it off, you know, and cut it off, you get an extra 4 ounces to your weight.
Watson with the inside.
Look at the size of this. Now, folks, if you don't know, this is the biggest plopper that River to Sea makes. This is a 190 version. It's one size bigger than the 130 that we all like to throw. But I see you got 3 different whopper plopper tied on.
2 more in the front deck.
2 more.
If I can call that 2.
If you get one to bite that, you're calling, son.
Hang around.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I can get, I'm gonna call that 2-1 in about 200 yards, and then I'm gonna tie this on, and we're gonna explore new water and try to make the TV with this thing.
All right, I'm gonna sit in the back of your boat for a little while. We're gonna watch you do this. Get back after it.
Former drill sergeant there, James Watson.
It's hard for me to take him serious. He's been having a great year fishing, though. Take time to come out here and do this with us is awesome.
A little more subtle of a plop going on. You can see here, we don't have much wind. We got a little shade, but we don't have much wind. That's the thing when topwater fishing. Anglers, if you want to learn about topwater fishing, it really dictates the bigger, the more sound that you make with the wind, all right? When you lose your wind and it gets subtle like this, you need to downsize or get a bait that doesn't make so much noise. That's one of the big adjustments that you can make. Don't be afraid because the sun's out. Be afraid if your wind is lost. Downsize or go to a smaller sound.
Watson looking good on the back of that bullet. I take back what I said about wide load.
I don't know many people that have won as much money as James has on a topwater, so that's good stuff.
Yeah.
Especially in this region of the country, these Ozark lakes. He is worldwide with a topwater. We hope to see John Policini pull that Whopper Plopper 190 out.
No doubt.
At some point in the next few days and catch us a 6 or 7 pounder on camera. But right now we're going to leave Mr. Policini and head over and check in with Paul Browning, the Arkansas angler, coming off of a top 5 up there at Lake Winnebago in the hunt for that Nickajack Championship. Sits in 24th place right now. I do not want to be on the other end of that.
No, sir. Listen to it. It's like a good one.
I don't think that one's going to help. I'm going to weigh him, though.
It's a good fish.
I don't think he's going to help at all.
Paul, another one of those anglers with a solid limit.
Let's see what we got. A 233? Is that right? I don't think that's right. Fish number 3? I don't think fish number 3 ever locked in. What was that? I said that was 177? $176.
Like you said, he came into a progressive AOI on 24th. When I talked to him the other day, he said he just needs 11 pounds a day. He thinks if he gets that 11 pounds a day, he's in good shape. He should be in that top 25 to qualify for the championship if he could just get 11 pounds a day. He's on the right track.
And fish is like, no, you stop. Stop clamping stuff on my jaw, man.
That's right.
Fish is going to make himself red mouthy. 187. I need to lock that down.
go. Put that
Listen
in
to
there.
him. Live well's working good. There it is
A
again.
little bit of that Gatorade for fish. G-juice.
Well, still getting bites.
There he is around that shallow wood again.
Still getting bites.
One of his 40 spots he said he had. He made a quote. He said something to me. He said, can't catch him if the bait ain't in the water. He's doing a good job of keeping the bait in the water. He said he's got a bunch of spots, but they're all kind of close together. He's not making no long runs. He's not getting crazy. When I asked him about fishing that thick, gnarly wood he was talking about fishing, he was one of the ones that said to me, I'll worry about getting them in the boat after I get them on the hook. He said, I don't care how. He said, nastier the better. I'm looking for that thick, nasty stuff. Like we saw earlier, man. That's what he pulled one out of the back of that stump, about lost it.
Had to go toe to toe with the snakes.
Let's make a jag. I'm just giving you a hard time.
Paul's going to make a move, get a little hydration. We're going to jump over to Oklahoma's Jeff Dobson. One of the locals here in our NPFL field. We've seen him do something different every time we've gone to him today. Hooked up.
Yeah, it's not a big one, but I think it'll keep. Big old spotted bass. That'll work. Nice spot.
Got to be 14 inches. I think the lake.
16-inch spot.
It's a big spot for Grant.
It is. Regulation's 12, but for NPFL, we just went 14 across the board.
Yeah, it's normally 12 on spots, 14 on largemouth. I think we went 14 across the board.
Really haunting me until I get number 5 in the boat.
So Dobson, he's been grinding today, slowly but surely. Got him 4 fish.
I said I wasn't going to come fish for spots, but I'm kind of desperate.
Sitting in that top 20, right around 20th.
If he could weigh that catfish in, he would win.
No doubt. We got a chance of seeing somebody snag one of the big old paddlefish.
You can dang sure lose it.
He was another one that said practice has been tough, but it feels good. It was tough, but he has enough confidence to where if it's tough for him, it's going to be tougher for anyone else without the knowledge he has.
I'm in between fish. Son, it is hot. Huh? I know. We need that wind to blow. Oh, God. God dang, I just had another one hammered. Why aren't you guys eating it? Thumped it.
You know, we've talked a lot today about the Progressive AOY, the guy that's going to hoist that golden shield at the end of this week and gets the honor of being called the inaugural NPFL Angler of the Year, Progressive AOY. But this points race goes all the way to 25th place. You got to be in that top 25 to make that Nickajack Championship. And we've got some guys we're covering today that are on the bubble, and we're going to go check in with them right now. Mike Yoder and Mitchell Webb fighting. Yoder's right in 25th place. Mitchell's the bubble boy. Mitchell having a tough day today so far. Trying to fish history.
There we go. I think that's one of the curses about being a local favorite, too, is you're chasing those ghosts or you second-guess yourself. You know, we saw Michael Brewer do that at Pickwick, he talked about.
It hurt him on day one for sure.
Yeah. But I don't think this is – we're going to see Mitchell make some moves. There's no doubt about it because, like, he's one of those guys, he doesn't let things spin him out. He's got that calm, cool demeanor. He's going to make something out of it. There's no doubt. And like I say, we talked about earlier, it could be that later bite, right? That evening bite could turn on for him.
It could be. And of course, this is day one.
Right.
We do not have a cut here at the NPFL, so you're not out of it necessarily on day one. You need to just put some fish on the board, kind of stay around, try to make a move on day 2 and 3, especially when points are on the line. That's the biggest thing. And I think Mitchell, before this is all said and done, he will certainly put some fish on the board today and for the next 2 days and have a chance at making that championship. It can go one or two ways, though, with the local favorite. I mean, we're seeing it with Sheldon.
Right. True.
Every decision he's made today has been the right one. Mitchell's running around fishing history, and Sheldon's doing the same thing. He's just been able to connect with fish on those stops. It could easily go that way for Mitchell tomorrow.
And the amount of time that Mitchell spent on it the past 3 years has not been what Sheldon has spent on it either. And that may not be the reason by any means, but I think Mitchell has enough confidence in this tournament to where he's not going to let this spin him out. And Yoder, same thing with him. He came into this knowing it was going to be tough.
Is that your jet ski?
We are.
I'm a stand-up guy. I like stand-up jet skis. You do freestyle on it.
What we're doing right now. It has just been a terrible week. I came to fish a little set of docks that I thought I might be able to get something easy happening on. I missed one. I caught a little one. I don't know. It feels like everything I'm really doing today just feels wrong. But we've got a little bit. Maybe I can catch another one or two to kind of salvage everything. I don't know. I'm just kind of trying to fish some spots where, you know, I get a lot of bites, you know, and when I'm up here fishing other stuff or whatever, just some places, you know, and right now even those aren't working for me. I don't know. I just don't know. Kind of fishing a little too fast right now just because it's kind of crunch time and trying to make something happen, but I don't know. We ain't burned down yet, but the match is lit.
The match is lit, he says. It's a bad feeling.
He'll be all right.
Talk about the day a little bit.
Yeah, it's fine. Started off slow. I fished 4 or 5 areas where I had 2 to 4 bites in each area, and it just wasn't happening. And I started paying attention, and I think I'm just swapping water with too many boats. There's a lot of traffic up here. I think we're all kind of dialed into the same thing. That was a fish.
You can hear that frustration starting to come in a little bit with Yoder, and that is something that we didn't talk about in the show open today, and we really haven't touched on. But you mentioned local pressure and the fact of like pleasure boats and things, but these guys recycling through these docks, they don't reload that much, right? Especially these shallow docks this time of year. So will that impact some of our guys? Yoder has been on these flatter docks all day long, and you just heard him say there, seems like I'm sharing water with a lot more guys than I thought.
Right.
And that could certainly impact things going into the weekend.
Yeah, so it's funny that we're talking about that now, because earlier when Biggs was talking about, I think it was Biggs, was saying, well, I'm kind of worried because nobody else is around me.
Yes.
And now we're talking about too many people are around me. So
there's a careful balance.
There's
right?
a careful balance, but it all depends if you're catching them or not. Then you figure out you may, I don't want to say you make your excuses, but it's kind of what you tell yourself to.
Fishing is such a mental game, especially at this
100%.
level. And when you've been out there, a million things go through your head. I mean, Brandon Perkins right now may be going, man, I can't believe you can catch them better than this. And he's way up there, but he doesn't know. You know, they're not allowed to see where they're stacking up against everybody. So in his eyes, he may think he's in 40th place. I feel like he knows better than that. But I'm just saying, Yoder, he's going through the motions. We saw that with Biggs earlier. He caught his 4th fish, and he's like, well, there's nobody around here. This is a very popular creek. So kind of gets those wheels spinning like, all right, are they catching them somewhere else that I don't realize? Because most of the time in a professional event, if you're all alone, you're either blowing it out or you're in last place. What I've said for years. So Biggs kind of blowing it out.
Doing pretty good.
So
he's doing
in a
okay.
good area, obviously. But, you know, some of the storylines for me today so far, Perkins not turning loose of the lead.
No.
So far, you know, we've got just a few minutes left of live coverage. The guys have a lot more fishing time. First flight due in at 3 p.m. That drive-through weigh-in will start at 3:30, but the last flight, 5 p.m. So some of our guys we've covered today have a lot more fishing time when we go off the air at 2 p.m. But so far today, Perkins not turning loose of the lead, but Carson still on those coattails.
He's right there. And that's how he rolls, right? He's surprised us quite a few times. He's all about that. He almost likes it, I think. He likes that underdog.
He is very consistent, but to me, one of the biggest questions that we will see for the rest of the day, of course, we won't know. You can keep up on the Way Live Tracker app, but will Big Bad John will hook up Soak Up, mount some kind of comeback to stay in this thing on day going into day 2? Will we see it?
He was just getting all giggly and he was worked up. When you see him like that, it's a good sign.
Well, we've seen it at every single event this year. John, when he starts to get that soak up, that little giggle, something's clicking. But that was a unique fish catch. He had a fish chase a bait out. His luck could be changing, and he said that he'd had a ton of bad luck. And we're going to look right now at the top 10 right now unofficially. And they will not become official Fat Cat until this afternoon starting at 3 p.m. James Biggs. It's been the James Biggs show. It has been a big day. You mentioned something earlier. When you have that moment like we saw with him, a 4-pounder in a dock, way back in a dock stall, obviously you can't leave the boat to get it. It's over metal, and you're like, oh, my goodness. He's pulling the fish. Does not lose the fish, is able to get the fish in the boat, and he's made several upgrades. We saw him with a buzzbait fish during the middle of the day, bright bluebird skies, Really nice fish for a cull to get up to around that 16-pound mark.
Those stars could be lining up
That's
for him.
right.
That's the way it seems.
And he's won here before. He certainly knows how to do it. But Sheldon Collins in second place right now. Taylor
very
White,
comfortable in
very
second.
Comfortable, very confident. Caught a 5-pounder this morning. He really kind of backed off when he caught that fish and 2 more in that area. We heard him mention he got out of there. But the guy I'm anxious to talk to tonight, he came out of nowhere in the last update. Taylor Watkins in third place overall right now, but he's 10th place in our progressive AOY. So today really solidified him. Yeah, I'm going to Nickajack, which he lives close to Nickajack, so you know he wants to be in that championship, the first ever NPFL championship. River Lee, John Policini, Eddie Carper. I mean,
we talked about it being the Eddie Carper show.
It has been today. I've enjoyed spending a lot. It's our first chance here on NPFL Live to get to spend some time with Eddie this year.
Too, get some family stuff out of him.
It's been great, man. He's a great family guy. His family's traveled with him to several of our events. We've seen him at the weigh-ins. We've got to know him a little bit.
Now Dad's on his way to Canada. You'll get a moose.
Yeah, Dad's moose hunting, so he's not going to be at the weigh-in to watch Eddie, mix it up in our top 10 unofficially right now. William Fletcher still hanging around.
Yeah, man.
Haven't seen the upgrades from him this afternoon.
Here's the deal. It's been midday. So this morning he got into it. Midday this toward this afternoon, this evening. I think that top water's going to fire back up.
And he has a 5 p.m. weigh-in. We heard him mention that earlier. So a lot of time left for Fletcher.
You might see him move on up.
Absolutely. Could get a couple more key bites to move him up that leaderboard going into day 2. Brandon Perkins, Paul Browning, and your man, Matt Mollahan.
Hold on to that 10, man. I'm telling you, you got to watch out for that guy. He upgraded, so he's had a few boat issues throughout the year. This year, brand new boat. He's sitting out there.
I saw that.
Yeah, brand new Vexus, running and gunning, bebopping and flip flopping.
You know Mollahan as well as anybody here at the league. What would you guess that he's doing out there today on
power
Grand?
fishing? He's probably throwing. Honestly, I see him as a jig guy. He's probably dragging a jig. I can see him throwing a chatterbait somewhere in that realm. Jig, chatterbait,
probably
maybe
dock fishing. He's a Carolinas guy, right?
Yep. Spinnerbait, but honestly, he's power fishing. He's out there doing that. That seems to be his forte.
From the time I've spent with Matt this year.
Yeah, me and him are a lot alike. We walk into a room, they get me confused with Matt because we're both swole. We're on the swole patrol. It's a little club we started.
You guys definitely do spend a lot of time in the gym together.
We do.
I see that.
Yep.
I see that. But as we've talked all day long, the most important thing of the week for us is this progressive AOY because it's a storyline from the entire year and it all ends right here at Grand Lake stop number 6. And we're going to take a look right now. Of course, Brandon Perkins on top of that Angler of the Year race coming into Grand, and it looks like he'll still be sitting on top of that today, barring any major surprises that happen this afternoon. Keith Carson in second, John Soakup in third, Mark Schilling, who's been quiet today. I haven't seen his name today, but he's another one of those that every time I say that, we get to weigh in and things have changed.
Oh, yeah. He is always a threat.
It would not surprise me at all to see him in our top 5 covering him tomorrow. It happens, I feel like, at every event.
Yes, I'm on your page. I agree with you 100%. We will probably have a camera on him before the event's over.
I would say going into Showdown Saturday, Schilling will be somewhere. It's been every event. Bryant Smith, the young California angler who has been dynamite all year long, especially starting at the Harris chain, really got the wheels on the track, and he's been rolling. Had an unfortunate culling penalty up there at Winnebago, where he would be even higher in that AOY race.
I want to talk about that real quick, though. The etiquette, the sportsmanship. Nobody would have known if he didn't tell on himself.
Right. Self-reporting.
Yep, self-reporting.
It's a classy move.
Very much so. It says a lot about his character, and it doesn't surprise me.
And that is what makes professional anglers different from really every other sport. We don't have referees. We don't have officials out here calling the game in the NPFL, so these guys have to self-report. So much respect to Bryant Smith because it costs him a lot of money. It costs him a lot of points, but he's still right there, and he's going to make that championship at Nickajack. Joel Willert, Nick Provanazak, Greg Mansfield, David Gaston, and Taylor Watkins rounding out that top 10. Will we see in that top 25 overall that are going to the championship, will we see somebody with this tough event? Will we see somebody come from the 30s? Will we see a shakeup like we saw with that David Gaston with the lead around that bubble, around that cut? Will we see a shakeup, you think?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think if there's any place we've been to, this is the place because there's a lot going on here. We've seen guys today do a lot of different things. And we're doing that transition. We got weather coming into where we could definitely see somebody take advantage of it to make those moves. And the guys that are doing well today, with things that are happening doesn't mean that that's going to hold up.
We're going to see some conditions change within the next 2 days. We were supposed to see some clouds and rain today. Really haven't seen that yet, but more of a chance of it as we go into the weekend, and that's going to shake some things up. One thing's for sure, you're going to want to tune in to NPFL Live, TNPFL.com for the next 2 days to see this all play out. We're going to crown that Progressive AOY. We're going to fill that Nickajack Championship field, and we're going to see who hoists that final regular season trophy in this inaugural season. It has been so awesome to be a part of. Fat Cat, I appreciate you being in the studio with me today. We appreciate James Watson being out there on the water. We thank each and every one of you for tuning in. We want to send thoughts and prayers to Donnie O'Neill and Skeeter Fowler's family, 2 of our NPFL anglers we lost. Thank you all for watching. Be sure to tune into that drive-through weigh-in, and we'll see y'all tomorrow.